Again. No going back. Igbo Osha. Iṣẹ́ rẹ̀ tẹ̀síwájú. Mr. Koiki ẹ ṣé o, àwọn ọmọ mi ló kí yìí o. Àwọn ọmọ mi ló kí yìí o. Lágbára Ọlọ́run, a máa délé lérí o, lórúkọ Jésù. Yorùbá Nation.
Well, and a very good morning and welcome once again to Thursday, the 9th day of March 2023. I welcome you to Koiki Media Live from London, and I say good morning, good afternoon from wherever you're watching us as we continue with our broadcast on a daily basis with different segments depending on what is happening around the globe, and most especially Nigeria that has not worked in the last 63 years for so many Nigerians. I say good morning once again to all our listeners on different platforms. As I say good morning, I welcome you once again. Not a very good news this morning from Lagos State. As a report have it, there's been a very fatal accident in Lagos State. And I can confirm from the footage that we have received and that is already in circulation, there is a huge number of casualties. I'll be giving you all those details, and we'll also be going to be talking about, situation report. We're going to be praying for those that have been affected. Around the world, like I always say, we do have accidents and we do have situations. What lessons can we learn? How do we tell the citizens about such importance of this kind of situation? Just less than an hour ago, report is coming all the way from Lagos State that a train and likewise a BRT bus are both colluded. We will be able to show you the little we can show from the footage that we have presently coming from Lagos State. Once again, a very good morning. This is a live transmission as I am going to be looking at this very situation. And I say good morning once again. Bear with us. For those that are saying that there is no sound, please can somebody else confirm if the sound is okay, or probably maybe your own device. This is a, excuse me. Let's go into this video. People don't, why? People don't die. In a few people.
Train ti pa àwọn èèyàn o. Train has killed people. Train and BRT.
This situation, as you can see, these are another footage that we have. This is well, it is not the first time around the world that we hear train crash. Train crash is one of the most bad because people refuse to listen. Remember that just some few weeks ago, or few days ago, precisely, there was a Greece train crash. And thousands of protesters call for investment in the transport system. Nigerians, I hope we're going to be reacting, but I'm sure they're not going to react. It's as normal that when things like this happen in that contraction, people leave that to the Almighty God to deal with these criminal politicians and those that should be resigning. Let me first remind you that around the world, Nigeria is not the only country that is having such situation. Let me take you back to Greece. The situation in Greece has led to thousands of people still protesting for a train crash. Remember, this has happened in Nigeria. We pray for those that have died. But what is going to be the consequence is what I'm more interested in. Because when situation happen in Nigeria, we leave everything to God to come and deal with. This is the present situation as we have it right now, according to Reuters. And I'm sure Reuters will be picking up the news, let me see, of the one that has happened in Nigeria. Probably, maybe there's still a bit of delay, but I'm sure in no time, Reuters will be picking up these news about the incident. So let's go and see if they've already picked it up already. So let's go to Africa. Yes, they have it already, that article, but they haven't got this latest update. But they already have the INEC. We're going to be talking about that. Nigerian Electoral Agency postponed election. Why has INEC decided to postpone this election? We're going to be talking about that. Again, these are, I'm sure, like I said, in the next few hours, we are already ahead of Reuters. Reuters is like an agency where you can find, breaking news, and likewise AFP. These are the two major news outlets that can give you a kind of a breaking news. Also, Koiki Media, for those that still believe in us. So AFP is another agency for France. It's a French international news. It's been around since 1835. So whatever we are doing right now would also grow in the near future. Let me come back to the situation with Greece. We know that there was a train accident, and that has now led to thousands of Greece protesting and angry about the train crash that killed so many people. These are part of the videos that is coming out from Greece, in the last couple of days. So let's go back to and get more information about this accident that has just happened in Ikeja. For those that knows Lagos very well, let's pull out Ikeja. For those that are conversant with that area, Ikeja is in Lagos State. For those that are not aware or probably doesn't know, so and as you can see, the news is already filtering through as quickly as possible with all kind of let's come to these. Let's hear and read a little bit more. The train crush Lagos government staff bus at Ikeja, a Lagos State government staff bus, which again shows the negligence that we've talked about. Remember that Ayanwola Oluwabamiche was killed inside BRT. Till date, no consequence. Nobody has been punished. Nobody has resigned. No Nigerians have protested for the family because it doesn't concern them. As long as it doesn't concern you, it's okay. Maybe if Nigerians or Lagosians have come out to defend and protest heavily for the death of our beautiful sister, maybe things would have changed. But because as Nigerians, we are always on our own. Tó bá ti kàn mí, tó bá ti kàn family me. I mean, I was sleeping when I got these alert coming through, and I had to literally leave my bed to come and do this program. I don't know whether I have a family that is involved yet, but in tó bá ti kàn humanity, ó ti kàn yàn náà. We just slept probably some few hours ago, but we are out again. But àwọn aráalé, we leave everything to God. Ọlọ́run la máa pè lójoojúmọ́ for the negligence of these criminal governors and all their politicians and their house of rep. So let's bring their faces out again. These are your problems. I've told you so many times, but a lot of you don't want to accept that. And until Nigerians start understanding that we must hold them accountable, whether it's the speaker, your members, your deputy speaker, they are all criminals. This young girl was killed. Until date, there is no justice. No justice. But because àwa tí a máa ń pera wa lọ́mọ Yorùbá, nísìnyí gbogbo a máa dálé Ọlọ́run lọ́wọ́, fake. We are fake people that leave everything to God. God is not going to come down and deal with the problem that we are all facing, whether the negligence, whether the nepotism, but àwa tí dá gbogbo ẹ̀ lé Ọlọ́run lọ́wọ́. Are we going to see Nigerians in Lagos State angry, and then CNN, news agency around the world will pick up your protest? No, we are not going to do that. We are going to be praying to God. And we have to be honest with ourselves. God is not coming down to solve majority of the problem that human beings are facing. As you can see, these are different news networks, from BBC to DW to Al Jazeera to Cyprus Mail to The Guardian to CNN to another agency, and so many different networks that are talking about the people that are protesting, and they are still protesting. Let me take you to Lagos State again and get a little bit more. As you can see, these are the Lagos State bus, right? You would expect that the driver, tí kò bá ń ṣe pé driver yẹn ti mọtí yó or orí ò pé, driver should have been told that when you are getting to the train point, yes, like I say, kò ń ṣe Nigeria nìkan, I mean Greece. I think about almost 50-something people died in Greece, and so many people are still in the hospital. So kò ń ṣe pé we are coming here just because we are doing Yoruba Nation. No, it's because some of you at home are so stupid and ignorant for not knowing your right and the freedom that we are asking that you must now let us fight it and take it away from all these your criminal politicians that are representing you from any part of Lagos State and the remaining part. Ayanwola, maybe ẹ ti gbàgbé, let me remind you the video that we have of her before she was killed in Lagos State. Lagos State, Loti Payonwola. She was killed in Lagos State, and yet till date, there is no justice for her because Sanwo-Olu, the deputy governor, and all your criminal House of Assembly are suppressing the situation, and the family do not have the money. The family are not influential. They are not the elite within the society. You know, they are very poor, and they would need Nigerians or the Lagosians láti support wọn. But ẹnìkan kan support wọn now. Gbogbo yín jókòó sínú yàrá yín tó bá ń lọ sí court. Ó jẹ́ kí about 20,000 people máa tẹ̀lé wọn lọ sí court. Tó bá ń jáde, ó jẹ́ kó máa rí 50,000 nínú 20 million tó wà ní Lagos State. Ariwo nísìn, wọ́n fẹ́ gba Lagos o, wọ́n máa gba Lagos o, Koiki wọ́n fẹ́ gba Lagos o. Ọmọ tó ń gbé lẹ́kọ̀ọ́ tó jọmọ Yorùbá wọ́n pa nínú Lagos State. Àwọn Lagosians ò dìde láti protect ẹ̀. Àbí bẹ́ẹ̀ kọ́, nísìnyí lẹ wá ń pariwo wọ́n fẹ́ gba Lagos mọ́ yín lọ́wọ́. Mad people all over the place. And I'm not going to buy that nonsense like I keep saying to you. Let me come back again. Mo fẹ́ lọ mú video Ayọ̀nwọlá, the one she did before, you know, she eventually was killed in Lagos State. And you know, everybody just pray. Ọlọ́run jọ̀ọ́ má yẹ ká tí rírẹ̀ mọ́ ìrọ̀lẹ́ pa irú ẹ̀ máa wáyé kò ṣe pé mo sọ fún yín pé a lè rí ẹ̀ lè ṣe oríire nínú Nàìjíríà until tá a bá kúrò nínú ẹ̀ kò sẹ́ni kankan tó máa ṣe oríire wọ́n ṣe pé because the demonic politicians that have hold you to strangle tá a bá deal pẹ̀lú wọn, nobody is going to survive, and we will see more of such that have happened. We pray for those that have died, but I hope there will be reaction. Because reaction ló máa lead sí change of things. But tẹ́ ẹ bá ti react again, we will be here. There's nothing I can do. Ariwo ti kọ̀ máa pa náà lélẹ̀. But I have left my own sleep so that I can come and talk to you again. Because ẹ ní ìdẹ́ntọ́ máa bá yín sọ̀rọ̀ lójoojúmọ́. Òun ṣe pásítọ̀ yín tó ń sọ fún yín pé ẹ má protest o, ẹ fà wọ́n lọ́dọ̀ lọ́wọ́, Ọlọ́run ò lẹ́fẹ̀ẹ́ yín lọ́wọ́. Irọ́ ni gbogbo yẹn. Let me quick, that's her. Let's listen to her here. Okay, that's a picture there. I got a picture. But I need a video. That's our beautiful sister Ayọ̀nwọlá. Kọ́lọ́ ọba Elédùmarè kó bá mi tẹ sáfẹ́fẹ́ rẹ̀. Ìyá tó fi sílẹ̀ àti mọ̀lẹ́bí tí wọ́n ń sunkún lójoojúmọ́ tí àwọn ọmọ Lagos ò dìde fún wọn. Kò sí tó kàn wọ́n. Nísìnyí tó wá fi gba Lagos mọ́ yín lọ́wọ́ gbogbo wọn ń pariwo. Dìde fún Ayọ̀nwọlá nítorí pé kò ń ṣe ọmọ bí a kò ṣe ọmọ Lagos State bí ọmọ Ọ̀ṣun State ni tó ń gbé ní Lagos State so kò ń ṣe ọmọ Yorùbá náà so kò kàn yín. Wicked people all over the place. Let's listen to Ayọ̀nwọlá before she died. Nínú BRT ló ti pa lọ fárun abẹ́ oríṣiríṣi nǹkan lọ́yọ̀ lára ẹ̀ wọ́n wá dọ́ǹpù bọ́ọ̀dì ẹ̀ sí èbúté mẹ́ta.
Èèyàn pátápátá ni màmá jókòó sí ẹ̀yìn ni mo wà ìlú wà lẹ́yìn orí dírẹ́fà yẹn ló ń wúlò gan-an ẹ̀ títí rí orúkọ bóyá nọ́mbà bí ọtí ẹni lẹ́yìn ìlú ṣáàmà fàdúrà ẹ̀sìn wọlé ọkọ̀ mi ò balẹ̀ má sọ fẹ́ níbodì tó ní mo mọ̀ sí ìlú masáré lọ fún yọba àti rí wọn máa wà fi ṣe mí ṣe yẹyẹ tí kòkó bá ṣẹlẹ̀ ṣe ààrẹ wọnú mọ́tò yẹn báyìí èèyàn pátápátá ni màmá jókòó sí
ó ní ẹ̀yìn pátápátá lòun jókòó sí ó ní orí dírẹ́bà yẹn ló wò yẹn torí ó zoom ẹ̀ ó mọ fóònù yẹn lò dáadáa ó zoom ẹ̀ lọ síbẹ̀ ó capture number eventually nobody stood for her kò sẹ́ni kankan tó dìde fún nígbà tí kò kí í ṣe bí ẹ kò ṣe ọmọ Lagos State ó tún ní kó má sọ fẹ́ anybody tó bá jẹ́ pé ó mọ̀ ni kò bá jẹ́ ká sọ fẹ́yàn oríṣi kankan bá ṣẹlẹ̀ ṣé wọ́n mọ̀ pé àwọn Lagos State government tó ń rán dírẹ́bà yẹn pé ṣàlọ́wọ́ ọmọ tó lọ́mú dáadáa ẹ̀rí kó ṣàlọ́mú ẹ̀rọ mú ẹ̀ bó ṣe tó dáadáa. Wicked country, we keep telling you. You are all wicked. Ìyẹn kan ní ẹ pé back to sender pé adé lè ṣoríire ní Nàìjíríà ní back to sender bọ́dẹ̀ lédè níbo ló ti fẹ́ ṣoríire ti gbá wèrè dànù. Adé lè ṣoríire nínú Nàìjíríà kò ń ṣe pé níbo ló ti fẹ́ ṣoríire náà dà níbo lóríire náà wà. Ọmọ 24 years old wọ́n gba nǹkan lábẹ́ Ọlọ́run ló mọ tó fi ṣe wọ́n já sí wòwò ọmọlúàbí tí Elédùmarè dá wọ́n dá sí èbúté mẹ́ta up to today nobody is protesting kò kàn yín náà ìgbà tó o bá ti jẹ́ family tiẹ̀ kò kàn yín Koiki wọ́n máa pa wá ní ìgbà ọ̀rọ̀ ti pa yín nísìn àwọn kan ló tuntun kú láàárọ̀ yìí nísìn ní Lagos State Lagos State to make 500 billion kìíní kan billion àní kan break Lagos State ẹni kan má break ẹ̀ Koiki má sàn yẹn má jẹ́ kó gba Lagos mọ́ mi lọ́wọ́ mo like ẹ̀ gan but má jẹ́ kó àní kan fọ́ Lagos wẹ́wẹ́ kí a lè rójú tu ọ̀nà tá a fẹ́ gbà Koiki má sàn yẹn ancestral land wa ló fẹ́ gbà o. Okay, let's go back and look at the development. If you have just joined us, there is a breaking news that is coming from Lagos State. So many casualties. I do not have the numbers. They show you that, but I can confirm that it is already trending. You don't like none here. Ma trend. Ó ti ń trend. Hey, Koiki ó ti ń trend. Ìyẹn náà ti tó. Má jẹ́ káwọn èèyàn wá jáde kán yìnbọn pa wọ́n. Mọ̀ pé nílùú òyìnbó wọ́n lè yìnbọn pa wọ́n yàn. Wá dì pẹ̀lú ẹ̀. This is the current situation of things as we have it again. Let's listen to this video. We do not own the copyright of any video we are using. It's just for education purpose. Once again, these are the situation report. So many people have died again on Thursday morning, 9th of March 2022. Iléeṣẹ́ ìṣẹ̀lẹ̀ just less than an hour ago. And this is what we are saying to those at home. We would Lagos State government is sort of Gboyega around. Hey, there is a major accident involving a train and BRT bus early this morning. Our first responders are on ground working to rescue passengers. No information yet about fatalities, but a number of casualties confirmed. Further details later. This is now coming again, from Gboyega. Is the journalist and the chief press secretary of Lagos State. They are criminals from top to bottom. From top to bottom. What I expect Yoruba people, those living in Lagos State, you need to start mounting the protest. The protest must start. That is how it is done around the world. But if you leave it to God again, I bet you God is not coming anywhere. You are just bloody wasting your time. Let me take you to Greece. Kakọ́kọ́ lọ wo ti Greece. Kò ń ṣe pé Greece ò not investing, but kí ló ṣẹlẹ̀ ní Greece? The Greece train crash. 1,000 protesters are now calling for investment in the transport system. Not that Lagos State is not investing. They've just opened some few train. Remember, Lagos train. Ẹ mọ̀ pé wọ́n ṣe àwọn train kan, but eléyìí tó gbáyàn, àwọn tó ń gbé àwọn èrò rẹpẹtẹ tó wà tó máa ń lọ lọ́nà. Àná kan mo ṣe ń show yín ní Ìkẹjà. Ẹ jẹ́ kí n lọ sínú YouTube mi. Remember yesterday we were still showing you, one of my visits to Nigeria where I was telling you that I was at Ikeja. And you look at the whole situation, you ask yourself, is this a normal country? Let me show you that video again. Remember that yesterday I was still showing you one of my visits to Nigeria, I think in 2017 when I was traveling, and then I eventually visited Ikeja area. Let me see if I can still see the video on my timeline. Once again, you're watching a live transmission. We pray for those that have been affected. Ìkòròdú lélẹ̀ ìbò ni Tìkẹ́jà yẹn wà. Tìkẹ́jà yẹn gbọ́dọ̀ jìnnà sí bíbá mọ́. Life in Lagos. Yeah. Ẹ wo my visit to Nigeria. Sherry train tí ó gbáyàn yẹn ibi tó máa gbà kọjá lélẹ̀ yìí. Ibi tó máa gbà kọjá lélẹ̀. This was 2017 and the Koiki come back home. Mo ti fẹ́ wá mú nílé mad people. Kí ló wà ní tí mo fẹ́ wá mú nílé? Kí ló sọnù lọ́wọ́ mi tí mo bọ̀ lé wá mú? Ẹ̀yin lẹ máa larí mọ́ àwọn politician yẹn. Tẹ́ ẹ̀ bá ti larí mọ́ wọn, ìyá máa jẹ gbogbo yín ká tó délẹ̀ nílé.
Rush hour going on. Everyone is trying to get somewhere. And I believe this is still a railway that is still being used as well.
Railway that is still being used. This was 2017. Láti 2017. Ta ló tún lè máa sọ pé ní 2023 ní that same route accident kan tún máa wáyé. Well, like I said, accident happened and you can see it's a Lagos State government staff bus. It's not even a BRT. Staff bus. Ojú máa kán gbogbo gbùlùgbùlù bí ìgbà tẹ́ pé kan sọnù lọ́wọ́ wọn. Because there's poverty in the land. So maybe driver and be often make a target. Ó gbọ́dọ̀ sáré to drop àwọn ilé kó lọ gbé àwọn míì. Only God knows. But as you can see, people have died this morning and we can only pray for those that have lost their life. But the question is, kí ni reaction? Kí ló máa ṣẹlẹ̀? Ṣé a tún máa fà wọ́n lé Ọlọ́run lọ́wọ́ ni? Àbí a máa hold àwọn tó represent yín nínú house? Àti governor yín àti deputy governor Who is going to be resigning this morning? Nobody's going to resign. No. Yeah, the politicians need fresh blood to renew their power. May our family never witness this. So yes, we know that. They one need the edge. The politician needs blood, and they need to suck the blood, and they've been sucking Nigerian blood for a very long time. And Nigerians will say, hey, well, don't worry, Koiki, we have left them to the hands of God. God will come and deal with them. Okay, God is coming to deal with them. God is coming to deal with them. Once again, a very good morning. Yeah, they speak English. That's the only thing they do. They speak good English. Now, let's come back to Greece. Look at the amount of people that are already protesting. What happened? Are Greece people different from Nigerians? Are they not running the same blood? Ṣé ẹ̀jẹ̀ tó ń ràn lára àwọn tó wà ní Greece ṣó yàtọ̀ sí tó ń ràn lára èyí tẹ́ wà nílé? And why don't we want to do anything? Why do we always blame God for the negligence of the criminals that should now be resigning? Somebody should be resigning by now. People should be mounting protests. You don't wait till tomorrow. You start the protest straight away. That is how things are done around the world. But they don't care. Nobody cares about each other. Once again, a very good morning. If you're waking up, the people have died. We don't know how many. This is even coming out officially from the Lagos state government. As you can see, the current situation of things means that they don't even know the casualties yet. But I don't know more how EBT boss yet. But from those that have been reading the comment on the social media, let me take you through a timeline quickly. Once again, we know that this is an ongoing situation. The Traffic Management Authority at Adebayo Taofeek confirmed the accident in a statement. Ojebi Kubama confirmed it. Social media. The accident, according to this, recorded many casualties as the staff bus was fully loaded. Hey, what if you want major? Cash staff bus loti kọlu. The time is just coming up to 8:22. I say good morning. Nigeria, like I said to you, is a demonic country, and until we crush out away from it. How are you, Baba? She was in Nigeria. Like I always say, kò sí bá ṣe fẹ́ ṣoríire. Ẹ bá sọ pé kò ní rí bẹ́ẹ̀. Well, that's entirely up to you. Now let's read more. These are the current situation of things. We've shown the video earlier, and let's watch a little bit more. So once again, we do not know the number of casualties. Channels have just picked it up 8 minutes ago. I was sharing at least Koiki were faster than any one of them. Even though channels has all the resources, they're in Lagos State, but they're I was watching on their news. To think of breaking news, probably now they've just updated their system. They are still waiting for Lagos to confirm it. Criminals. Let's listen to this particular one. Wọ́n ló ń gbé bọ̀ láti Ìkẹjà, Ọlọ́run ló mọ distance tó fi wọ́ bọ́ọ̀sì yẹn. And tẹ́ bá sọ pé Ìkẹjà, let me remind you, this is the Ìkẹjà. This is where the bus must have been picked up. Bí ó píkẹ̀ láàrin méjì, because mo mọ̀ pé láàrin méjì bíbá àwọn tó bá mọ Ìkẹjà dáadáa. So this is my own video. So let me use this video. Number one, nobody should be selling around this, train network. In a normal sane society, whether they are Igbo trying to make their trade, wọ́n ní láti lọ gba shop. Tó bá ti gba shop, then kó padà lọ sí abúlé wọn, as a lot of you are always saying, àbí bẹ́ẹ̀ kọ́. But if you provide the facility for them and they refuse to, then they shouldn't be in Lagos State. But since they are already paying somebody, bọ́n ṣe wà níbí báyìí kò ń ṣe free o, agbèrò kan á máa gbowó lọ́wọ́ wọn. Lagos Ikeja Council will be collecting money from there, but we don't want them to come and steal our land, but we can take money from them. Àkóyíkà wọn máa gbalẹ̀ mọ́ yín lọ́wọ́ o, wọ́n máa gbalẹ̀ mọ́. They're gonna take your land. They're gonna take your land. Don't let the Igbo people take your land because they're selling all over the places. But we are also collecting money from them. Let me give you this video again. This was a video I personally, Emi Furami. No, but some of you don't know me then. So don't think that I'm doing Yoruba Nation, but I am a media that was on ground, investigating, looking at things, and this was my video, 2017. And tell me what this man is saying here. Pé train yẹn wọ́ láti Ìkẹjà. This is the Ikeja that they're talking about. Let's watch this video together.
Well, as you can see, this is just
Emma Bruno, mute mic tèmi. Emma Bruno, I didn't realize that the desktop mic was on desktop mic here, so there was sound.
well, as you can see, this is just the rush hour going on. Everyone is trying to get somewhere, and I believe this is still a railway that is still being used as well. Very busy route on Ikeja along. Everyone is trying to get home, and it's also a very busy route. As you can see, everyone is trying to reach to their destination, and there's still a lot of businesses. Once again, shows you that they've got the human capacity with 180 million of us living in this country. But once again, as you can see, there's fried dodo. It's fried dodo and dundu. Once again, this is a very busy axis of Lagos. Transportation, I've said it so many times, the Lagos state government must work extremely hard to connect as many people as possible with all the rail network, so that we can move passengers as quickly as possible. But once again, this is called Ikeja along, and people are just trying to make their way back home. Extremely busy. The traffic is also a very heavy traffic, making our way back home as well. Once again, it's Olayomi Koiki bringing it live to you from the axis of Ikeja along.
It's a very busy route. I would like to end this now so that my phone doesn't get hijacked as well. Once again, join us soon again, and we hope you follow us on Lagos as we continue our journey right here in Nigeria.
So that was myself advising the Lagos state government to do more. Well, I mean, we know that they've come up with some new train that we saw, some new train that, the blue line or the red line or whatever it is, which is good for investment and all sorts. But one thing we need to remind ourselves, this is a new one, and we hope that
Lagos received a major boost as the state governor acquired 2 sets of 330 kilometers per hour trains for the Lagos Red Line Rail project. Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu completed the deal at a public event inside the Milwaukee facilities of Spanish train manufacturer Targo Incorporated in the United States. The trains head to Lagos for the Red Line, which has 11 stations, and when completed, it will be the first operational metro system in West Africa. An excited Governor Sanwo-Olu, who was accompanied by the Commissioner for Transportation, Dr. Frederick Oladende, and other government officials.
And this was when he traveled down to, I believe, United States, where he was. And I believe they brought the train to Lagos State. I think it's now in Lagos. Let's watch this. This was late December. Once again, a very good morning, not a very good one from Lagos State. where an accident, we don't know the number of casualties.
Rail mass transit network is a major component of the state government's strategic transport master plan, which has been developed for public transport infrastructure in the state. The 27-kilometer Blue Rail line is one of such, initiated during the administration of former Governor of Lagos, Babatunde Fashola, in 2012, with 13 stations from Okokomaiko to Marina. The first phase of the project spans from Mile 2 to Marina, and Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu has prioritized the Blue Line in a bid to reduce the traffic congestion on the road.
Manager, you can go ahead with the final launch of the TV. Go ahead with what.
So, investment in rail network is a very good thing, but also I believe this is the launch of that train some few months ago.
Let's begin the show from the transportation sector. The construction of the Blue Rail project appears to be nearing its completion stage, with the launch of the final track beam at the site of the marina initiated during the administration.
It's on good side.
Now, I want to say the one that has been launched when Boo Boo came to Lagos State. I think this is it. Let's see. Once again, we do not own all these, video. It's just, I think this is the one that has been launched. Sherry, reason see all these projects are not coming out very quickly is because owó tó wà ní Lagos State has to be spent to so many other states. Àwọn state kan wà ní Nigeria they be what they produce anything. They are as useless as tissue paper. You understand? But Agbọ́dọ̀ Cherry Obasa nìyẹn, all these criminals, òun lélẹ̀ ní bíbá, Obasa, òun ni Agége, Chikayin, right? Accident ẹ̀ ti ṣẹlẹ̀. Tọrọ pé kó tún vote for again nísìn. All these criminals, criminals representing you. So, we come back to that. The question I'm trying to portray this morning is, let's go to Greece and get a bit of perspective so that Kemaba sọ pé Koiki or bias, Obama sọ̀rọ̀ bẹ́ẹ̀ ẹ jẹ́ ká lọ sí Greece, and let's look at Greece and ask ourselves that if Greece, mélòó ni Greece, ẹ jẹ́ ká lọ sí Greece, because Greece is a country, right? Kí ni population Greece? We always love to look at things. The whole population of Greece is 10.6 million, according to the World Bank in 2021. It's part of an European country. Tó bá ní pálí Greece lọ́wọ́, it allows you to travel around the world, at least to most European countries. Kí ni wọ́n fi ń generate owó ní Greece? Kí ni passport index wọn? Let's look at their passport index and ask yourself whether Lagos cannot be a country of its own, not to talk about cutting away from this criminal country called Nigeria that has not been helpful to any one of us. So let's look at, according to the passport index, what position ní Greece wà, kí ni ranking wọn ní gbogbo àgbáyé. Greece rank number 7 in the world. Number 7, ìlú tó pé 15 million. Ìlú tó pé 15 million. Yeah, I know pé trade union ti ṣiṣẹ́, they're still doing testing. The mama ọkọ̀ launch ẹni Nigeria nìkan ló máa ti ń launch kan, but nothing works there. So tó bá ní pálí Greece lọ́wọ́ láàárọ̀ yìí, pálí yẹn lélẹ̀ sórí pé èdè wọn ló fi kọ́. Imagine tó bá jẹ́ pé àwa náà ní Yorùbá country tiwa, ta ní passport tiwa, kò ń ṣe fake tí ìyá yẹn gbé káàkiri tó ń sọ fún mi pé òun máa gba passport gbogbo wa, gbogbo yẹn kàn fi kàjọ wa ní fífa mọ́ra criminal. I'm talking about the reality. Pé can you not think of it? Ẹ jẹ́ ká lọ wo the Nigerian passport. I think I have it as my bookmark. Not Estonia. We're looking for. Sorry, passport eléyìí. To gbé dání. I was watching an Instagram video mo sọ fún yín pé àwa tá wà níta tá a ṣe lo Nigerian passport ìyá náà máa jẹ àwa yàtọ̀ sí ẹni tó bá tẹ́lẹ̀ tó lọ́kì jù àwọn tó ti gba other passport bíi Japanese passport we are not sure whether South Korea give passport àwọn tó ní bí American passport Canadian passport àwọn a lot of Nigerians ti gba UK British passport not UK British passport so àwọn yẹn lucky so you don't need a Nigerian passport to travel but àwa kan tẹ́lẹ̀ pé a ṣì láti máa lo Nigerian passport láti move around Nigerian passport. I was watching a video of a girl in Dublin. Ó ti gbé ní Dublin for the last 4 years. Oh, okay. Ẹ má bínú máa ní láti yọ because mo ní láti fi code mi kan sínú ilé. So I'm going to remove my screen before I can put the code. If not, gbogbo àgbáyé ló máa rí tí mo ń ṣe. So I'm going to remove myself and come back here. Mo fi wọnú Instagram mi ni and I have a lot of security around all my social media because of these criminals representing you in that contraction known as Nigeria. Once again, my name is Olani Koiki and this is Koiki Media Live as I continue to review, as I continue to tell you everything you need to know. Okay, video about Lele, so let's see. All right, what I should do is then share or see or page me. All them are open without because I can't be dealing with all this wahala this morning. Okay, the particular one. The girl wanted to travel to India, láti Dublin. But she required Nigerian passport. Only Nigerian passport ticket. About them some passport. You why be Nigerian passport? We don't. Whoa, respect to Aninule. Wọ́n tún respect to Anita adẹ̀ ń sọ fáwọn èèyàn wa ẹ jẹ́ ká kúrò nínú Nàìjíríà wọ́n ní no ìṣòro òun wà ní Dublin but one day you be affected just as this young girl that has been affected I think she essentially got the visa bí àgbà tó ti raise a question yẹn ó ti raise it okay so ẹ mọ̀ tí nǹkan bá dẹ̀ ti lọ lórí social media these embassies as well don't like bad. In the video you want to see. Oh God. Okay. Mo ṣe wo lánàá nínú àpótí lè lọ jìnnà. Bí ẹ̀yẹn fẹ́ lọ sí India láti Dublin. So ó lọ submit application pẹ̀lú Nigerian passport ló bá di gòbé. Video yẹn wà. Once again, bear with me. My name is Olami Koiki. You're watching a live transmission. So that Kelly Mokwe, a lot of us will be also affected whether we are outside Nigeria or we are in Nigeria. Omi pẹ̀lú tó ń gbé ní Dublin kò ṣe gbogbo èèyàn ló ní Irish passport. There are still Nigerians that are there tó manage Nigerian passport wọn. Wọ́n ní resident permit. So resident permit yẹn kò tí lè lọ jìnnà tó yìí because mo ṣe wo lánàá nìkan. Olúwa wà tí ojú mi ṣe panápaná báyìí ó ti yọ ni. Gẹ́ yẹn ó fi lọ Indian imagine Indian àwọn Indian dẹ̀ wà Nàìjíríà nísìnyí tó ń gbalẹ̀ mọ́ yín lọ́wọ́ ẹ̀rí yẹn rò. Ṣe rí fídíò ẹ̀ lánàá kẹ́ I don't know. Something is not right. Bí àbàbọ̀ ẹ̀ ti yọ kúrò lórí page ẹ̀. Bí èmi dẹ̀ ni mo farabalẹ̀ wá. Mo ti rí fídíò tí mo wá. Ẹ jẹ́ share lọ sí orí page mi. Màá wá lọ mú jáde. I hope it will just open without going through. Because eléyìí tó ń bí mi pé máa fi code sí I don't understand it. Too many security on my social media. Which is very, very important because criminal àwọn kan wà bẹ́ẹ̀ pé bẹ́ẹ̀ ṣe máa hack wọnú system ilẹ̀ wa ọlọ́ọ̀dẹ̀ ní fún yín ṣe because I don't trust anybody I only trust myself so let's see if I can open it without have to log in okay eventually ó gbé mi wọlé àdúgbò fọlọ́ alright okay now ẹ jẹ́ ká wo fídíò mọ́ yìí I got the video ready for us once again a very good morning and welcome to those of you that have joined us so far. This is live, Koiki Media. Ṣé the right video ni mo ṣá? No, eléyìí tó lọ sí pub lélẹ́yìí. Ní kàn mí pẹ̀lẹ́ tó lọ sí pub. Eléyìí náà rí Nigerian music ní South Korea. I don't know. Anyway, let me move forward. I can't find the video. But it would have been nice if I saw the video. It's in my post in what? Oh, strange, okay. Anyway, Tibari Mahapada low. Let me just leave that and continue the program. Let's go to Greece. Let's come back to Greece. Page boy in the Motiri video tomorrow, sorry. It's called something the low down station. I don't know why I can't find it anymore. So bó ṣe wá di gòbè tí mo wá káàkiri bí ẹ̀ṣọ́ níwọ̀ lọ́wọ́ kò yé mi. Oríṣiríṣi ló wà lórí Instagram. Ìyá kan náà tún bá ọkọ ń bá boyfriend ọmọ ẹ̀ sùn. Ayé ìgbọ́n tá a wà gan nísìn àfikọ́ náà kó ṣàánú. Oríṣiríṣi. Ọmọ wọlé lórí ìyá àti boyfriend tó ń kò lábò. Anyway, I don't know. But Taba Padari, hello. But one thing I just want us to remember is nobody is going to help you. Ṣé ẹ wá fẹ́ káwọn ará Greece káwọn wá protest fún ẹ̀yin? Because protest, tí bá pariwo protest, wọ́n ní ẹ fẹ́ fi kówó jẹ olè, ó fẹ́ fi kówó jẹ tuntun béèrè owó lórí social media. Okay. Ẹ má protest, ẹ má dúró de God kó wá yanjú ọ̀rọ̀ tó wà nílẹ̀. Ẹ jẹ́ n padà sọ́dọ̀ àwọn Greece. À ń compare passport Greece pẹ̀lú ti contraction tẹ́ ń pè ní Nàìjíríà. Ṣé ń rí méjèèjì? Passport ti Greece lélẹ̀. Mo ti rí bí ó gbọ́dọ̀ wà ń bẹ̀ kó gbọ́dọ̀ lọ jìnnà mo ti rí. So let me push it out again and then I go and play that. Dublin lọmọ yẹn wà. Ó náà ti gbé ní Dublin ló ń sọ òyìnbó pẹ̀pẹ̀pẹ̀pẹ̀pẹ̀ ló ń lọ bá wọn jà lẹ́mbàsì. Ó ti lo ti òyìnbó sí. I don't need this one and delete it. Let me refresh and then take you to the page. Tí mo wà mo ti rí tí mo wà gangan. Girl yìí, ẹja gbọ́n tó sọ. Ẹja gbọ́n tó sọ níbí wa. Play.
All of these look amazing, right? But let me tell you a story of how the Indian embassy in Dublin tried to stop this from happening because of the color of my passport. Let's get it. The day I was told to come back for my visa, I had mixed feelings of living in Nigeria does, right? But positive thoughts, positive thinking. I walked into the embassy expecting to hand over my collection slip and get my passport. But imagine my surprise when along with my passport, I got my application and all the documents returned untouched. And now you're telling me, literally 2-3 days before I'm supposed to fly, that you can't give me a visa because I'm Nigerian and New Delhi has a COVID law that says you can't give Nigerian visas. No, I need to speak to someone else. You're joking. This is really has to be a joke. To be honest, I did not expect what I heard. So if you see me pulling faces, it's because the stories they were telling were just very stupid. So the person that returned my application said they had called me on Friday, which was the day after I submitted my application, to tell me they wouldn't be able to process it. I missed that call because I was working. So a voicemail was left telling me that. But the reason they gave when I got to the embassy was laughable. As per in big 2023, COVID is stopping you from processing applications. You're going to have to get the officer here because I'm not living without a visa because I'm going to need you to show me where it says online that there's a restriction that says you can't purchase visa.
India lẹni fẹ́ lọ kò lọ Amẹ́ríkà, India ló fẹ́ lọ. India dẹ̀ wá Nàìjíríà tó wọn pray with impunity.
Regularly online. And even if you didn't want to put it online, when I came here last week Thursday,
India lẹni fẹ́ lọ kò lọ Amẹ́ríkà kò lọ Canada ó fẹ́ lọ apply for visa India láti Dublin ni o. Nígbà táwọn bá fẹ́ ni tó wà ní Dublin ní visa Indian ìwọ tó wà Nàìjíríà ni kò máa bẹ Ọlọ́run pé kó fún ní visa o.
I'm not living here without a visa. I'm not living here without
mo kí gbogbo ẹ̀yẹ ti wọlé ẹ̀ka ọ̀rọ̀.
A Nigerian citizen.
Bóyá kan rẹ̀ ni a Nigerian citizen pẹ̀lú pálí tó gbé pálí ló fẹ́ lò lọ ó fẹ́ lo pálí lọ sí India àìmọ́ àbí ló ti lọ kúrò mẹ́ ẹja padà.
I was asked for a yellow fever card because that was not on the website.
Wọ́n value passport ẹ̀ mọ̀ yí òyìnbó tó ń sọ ètò pọ̀ jù ó dà kọ́ padà fún ní visa yẹn nìwọ̀. Ẹ bóyá sọ òyìnbó tàtàtàtàtà lọ́ọ̀yà ní gẹ́ẹ̀ yìí ó ní lọ́ọ̀yà lòun ẹ bóyá ṣe ń sọ òyìnbó tàtàtàtàtà.
I can't let you not processing visas for Nigeria.
Wọ́n máa process ẹ̀ ṣé Nàìjíríà gẹ́gẹ́ bí ìlú.
I know you understand. I know there's nothing you can do, but I need you to get the person that can do something here. Because I'm not leaving. Get that peace.
I'm not
I try to be
leaving.
extremely respectful to the people that are before us. Because I've worked in a customer facing position. And people tend to kill the messenger when it's really not their fault. But the reason I was given did not make sense. And as matter of fact, when I asked the people that were also going for the wedding from Dublin if they experienced the same thing, and they said no, they got their visa easy. I know
They got their visa easy, àwọn ọ̀rẹ́, because wọ́n ṣe Nigerian passport. Tó bá jẹ́ pé ọmọ Greece ló lọ sí embassy, ẹ jẹ́ ká wo Greece passport. Tó máa need visa láti lọ sí Indian, ẹ jẹ́ ká lọ wò. I'm sure tó bá tẹ̀ máa need kò lè lé tó ti Nigeria. Remember that Greece is 10 million. Ẹ jẹ́ ká lọ wo Indian. As if you have this passport only, Indian visa required. Okay, but I'm sure it will not be as difficult as this passport. And this is why the girl was mourning. Wọ́n pariwo ló ń complain. Owó nígbà visa kẹ̀.
Actually stand up for themselves. She just said the visa wasn't approved because there's a COVID guideline from Nigeria. Now you're saying you don't know. I'm getting two stories right now.
I'm getting two stories right now. Everybody's saying, but I'm getting two stories right now. I'm getting two stories right now. You know why? It's because of the shithole country called Nigeria. Once again, a very good morning and welcome to the live transmission. If you've just joined us, there is a fatal accident, casualties, the numbers we don't know, but so many people in a Lagos state staff bus have died this morning with this accident that is just coming from Ikeja, Lagos State. Ilé ó tún ní Ìkẹjà ń bí náà Ìkẹjà ti London ni ó ń béèrè pé Ìkẹjà ń bí. The negligence, who is going to pay for this? Ta ló máa resign? Again, maybe for those of you that have just joined us, this is the situation currently as we speak right now. Nobody knows that. I've seen dead bodies. We can't show you those dead bodies. We pray for the family of those that have lost their life. These are Lagos State staff that are working for the government using the Lagos State transport that is available to them. But whether the driver did not look into the sign, because definitely there would have been a sign that the train is coming. Maybe there's a negligence of this negligence. Olofa into pa àwọn èèyàn ní Greece. Let me now take you to the story of the Greece as quickly as possible in this transmission. So what do we know so far? Tens of thousands of people have taken part in a protest and strikes in Greece in a show of anger over last week's train crash which killed 57 people. 57 people was killed in Greece for the negligence of somebody. Their train minister or whatever it is has resigned. We hope somebody's going to resign in Lagos State. I don't think so. Everybody will just pray to God and that's the end of it. Let's continue. Riot police used tear gas on a group of demonstrators in Athens. Some of whom throw ẹ̀gbọ́n kan tó ń ṣù tó ń jù kí la máa fi jẹ́ kí la ẹ máa bí mí ẹ̀gbọ́n kan táwọn ilé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́ ṣe kọ́ síbẹ̀ ẹ mọ̀ pé wọ́n pé lórúkọ mi o petrol bomb ni wọ́n ń jù àbí Koiki kí la máa ṣe nísìnyí ọ̀nà wo la fẹ́ gbà èmi ni kí wọ́n máa bí ẹ má tètè bọ́ sórí ẹ̀ mọ́ ọ̀nà Koiki kí la ọ̀nà wo la fẹ́ fi gba Yorùbá nation kí la máa ṣe ẹ fẹ̀pá ránṣẹ́ sílé ẹ fi ìrèké ránṣẹ́ sílé à ń bọ̀ petrol bomb ni wọ́n fi ń jù rẹpẹtẹ wọ́n ń jù sáwọn tó ń demonstrate àwọn tó ń demonstrate ni wọ́n ń jù sọ́lọ́pàá àti àwọn gọ́ọ̀mẹ̀ntì wọn ẹ̀yà jókòó síbẹ̀ ẹ máa wá miracle ẹ máa wá ẹ tó ṣẹ̀bà máa fi gbogbo ẹnu sọ̀rọ̀ but at least BBC ló kọ ilé èmi kókó kọ́ mo kọ́ bí a kì í pè dá díẹ̀ fi máa ń pè ní petrol bomb wẹ̀. Ẹni sùúrù family come first gbọ́dọ̀ gbé kọ́ọ̀lì. Mo tún wà lórí live kí ló ṣẹlẹ̀ so ó ṣe ṣẹlẹ̀ ni òkú ti kú rẹpẹtẹ wọ́n ti fún ọmọ ẹ̀jẹ̀ òkú ti kú. Abinu family come first. Mo kí gbogbo alẹ́ nǹkan sí i. Now let's go back. Ìwọ tó bá máa tán pè ní petrol bomb tó ń bí mi Koiki kí la máa fi jà kí la máa lò. Jẹ́ n sọ fún ẹ òun lélẹ̀ BBC ló kọ́ síbẹ̀ mi kọ́ mo kọ́. Wọ́n ní àwọn aráàlú bí a kì í sọ lédè Yorùbá fún ẹ kó lè bá yí ẹ máa béèrè àgọ̀ wọ́n máa tún fún èèyàn wọ́n máa tún fún èèyàn ẹ̀wọ́ ẹ̀ tó máa níbo lẹ ti fẹ́ rówó tàbí fi kó gbogbo kíní ẹ̀ wọlé ẹ má lò ń tẹ bá ní kọ́ lẹ máa lò bí a kò sí petrol ní Nàìjíríà ìtàn pè ní petrol bomb òun lélẹ̀ òkè tó bá mọ̀ òun ìtàn pè bẹ́ẹ̀ lélẹ̀ òkè òmùgọ̀ àtayédáyé ló ti ń lò àwọn Irish lò títí fún Britain àtayébáyé òun ló ti ń lò wọ́n pa àyàn wọn lá ojoojúmọ́ tá à ń rán àwọn ọmọ wa lọ wọ́n yẹn bọ́bọ̀ ní tẹ̀lé wọn lọ sí kọ́ọ̀tì àní protest fún ìgbà tó ń ṣe family wa ẹ tó bá ń béèrè pé kí ló ń pè ní petrol bomb bí àwọn kan ń pè bẹ́ẹ̀ òun nílé òkè má bí mi pé báwo ló ṣe ń ṣe èmi ò mọ̀ ìwọ náà lọ wá bó ṣe ń ṣe bọ̀tí tán ń lò lélẹ̀ òun ni àwọn ará Greece ń lò lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́ díẹ̀ lọ wo àwọn fídíò níbi bọ́t wọ́n ń jù gidi ní òṣòrí wọ́n ń jù gidi ní ẹ̀dá lọ àwọn fídíò ẹ̀ lórí òun laná gbà ò ní gbà ò ó máa laná ni ẹ̀dórí ilé bá mú ni torí protest petrol bomb and tear gas as Greek police at train crash nítorí train crash lélẹ́yìí o ṣẹ́yìn máa react ẹ̀ ní react a máa pe ọlọ́run jọ ó májà tún rírú ẹ̀ mọ́ tó bá tún di another 2 months ìní àtúnṣẹlẹ̀ ọlọ́run jọ ó májà rírú ẹ̀ mọ́ ó. We are praying to God. Odaka pray. This is petrol bomb. Ló ń lò pẹ̀lú àwọn ọlọ́pàá wọn ní Greece. Ẹ jà wo fídíò yìí. I do not own the copyright. Let's watch it. Ṣẹ̀rí náà, ẹ̀rí pé gbòòrò ti dàrú. Ṣẹ̀rí náà, okay. Ìwọ wá expect káwọn ilé wa jà fún wọ. Àwọn tó ń jà fún torí. Ìwọ wá expect káwọn náà wá jà. Káwá jà fún ẹ sórí wọ́n ń yin tear gas àwọn náà gba bó ṣe ń yin láwọn náà ń ju petrol bomb yẹn sórí petrol bomb sórí petrol bomb yẹn sórí gbàgà tó bá sórí ó laná sórí bó ti laná èmi kúkú sórí bó ṣe ń rí gangan nìyẹn ní àwọn ilé wa ń ṣe lé òyìnbó àwa máa sọ fáwọn pé káwa ṣe sùúrù sórí bó ṣe ń sórí petrol bomb sórí tó bá ti délẹ̀ báyìí gbáàs tó máa laná àwọn náà ń ju tear gas yẹn padà sí wọn torí náà èmi ni kò máa dúró dé o. Èmi ni kò máa dúró dè torí èèyàn 57 ló kú nílùú tó ju 10 million lọ dá gbogbo wàhálà yìí sílẹ̀ láti last week torí pé àwọn náà gbé fire extinguisher dání torí náà so this is how it's done in Europe but ní Africa ẹ má ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀ láfíríkà o ẹ ṣáà lọ sí court ẹ ṣe jẹ́jẹ́ tí church pásítọ̀ ẹ bá ti jókòó nísìn ẹ jẹ́ ká play video yẹn ẹ jẹ́ ká fi lè gbé lórí tó ẹ bá ti gbọ́ àwọn bàbá wa yìí ṣe ni gbogbo ara yín máa tutù bí ọmọ tuntun tó ṣẹ̀ bí kalẹ̀ ẹ já wo fídíò yìí ẹ rò pé táwa bá ti gbọ́ àwọn dádì wa tó bá ti sọ̀rọ̀ àwọn gbọ́dọ̀ tó sàn kàn mí ó yá dádì.
Almighty God, we are suffering. Have mercy. Enough is enough. Almighty God, hey, please have mercy. Ṣàánú Ọlọ́run yanu ṣàánú. Ajẹ̀bi àríbi kankan sáàsì ṣùgbọ́n ẹ jọ̀ọ́ nítorí orúkọ Jésù Kristi ẹ ṣàánú fún wa ẹ jẹ́ àánú gbà ẹ ṣàánú orílẹ̀-èdè wa ẹ ṣàánú ẹbí wa ẹ ṣàánú ìjọ Ọlọ́run ẹ ṣàánú wa gẹ́gẹ́ bí ẹnìkọ̀ọ̀kan Olódùmarè ẹ ṣàánú Ọlọ́run ìyanu ẹ ṣàánú ẹ sọ òkùnkùn wa di mọ́lẹ̀ Ọlọ́run ìyanu ìnira yìí ti pọ̀ jù olùdáǹdè ẹ ṣàánú ẹ foríjì wá ẹ jọ̀ọ́ ẹ sọ òkùnkùn wa di mọ́lẹ̀ gbogbo àwọn tó ń tẹ̀ wá mọ́lẹ̀ àwọn tó ń rẹ́ wá jẹ ẹ ṣàánú Ọlọ́run Olódùmarè ẹ ṣàánú àjẹbí o àwa ló jẹ̀bi Olódùmarè àjẹbí àwa la múnú yín dùn òun ni wàhálà fi dé dípò ká sọ pé ẹ jọ̀ọ́ ṣe là ń sọ pé níbo lọ́lọ́rọ̀ wà níbo lójú ẹ wà kí ló dé tó wò gbogbo ilé tó ń lọ yìí tí ò ṣe.
Mad people over the place. ẹ wo ìyàtọ̀ tó ń lọ ní Greece. Ṣé ẹ̀rọ páwọn náà kí wọn ọ̀nà ọlọ́run ni wọ́n ní ọlọ́run. Ẹ jẹ́ ká lọ wo religion wọn lọ́n practice ní Greece. And let's close some of the browsers so that we don't lose àti rí Peter Pelo ní ọ̀dọ̀ ti girl yẹn nídìí tó kù mọ́. Àti wo ti Koiki nígbà tó lọ sílé. So ìwọ tó bá rí kí n wá sílé orí ẹ̀ ti gbálẹ̀. Ìwọ tó wà ń lé ìwọ ló máa tẹra mọ́. Ìtẹ̀mí lè ṣe from the media perspective òun ni mo ń ṣe láti bíbà. Tó o bá tẹ́ ẹ lọ́rùn ìwọ náà lè máa ṣe media. Let's go and look at Greece. Ẹ̀sìn wo làwọn ará Greece ń ṣe? Kí ni religion wọn? Torí ó dà pé bí àwọn ò ní religion àbí? Ó dà pé àwọn ará Greece ò ní religion. Kí ni religion wọn? Greece is officially a secular state. Kí ló ń pè ní secular state? Ẹ jẹ́ ká kọ́kọ́ lọ wò ó because Nigeria is not a secular state, okay? Ẹ jẹ́ ká lọ wò ó. Kí ló ń pè bẹ́ẹ̀? A secular state claims to treat all the citizens equally regardless of religion and claims to avoid preferential treatment for a citizen based on their religious beliefs, affiliation, or lack of either over those with other profile. So in case tó bá gbọ́ rí, tó bá mọ tán pè ní secular, òun ni mo ṣàlàyé fún ẹ. Nigeria is not a secular state. Ọlọ́run ní kakọ̀ ń bẹ̀ pé kó ṣàánú, Ọlọ́run ṣàánú, Ọlọ́run ṣàánú. That's what we are doing. Ọlọ́run ṣàánú, Ọlọ́run ṣàánú, àti ṣe o, Ọlọ́run ṣàánú. Whereas àwọn ará Greece ò dúró de Ọlọ́run ṣàánú. However, its religious and social landscape is deeply influenced by the Greek Orthodox Church. It is estimated that 98% of the population identify with the Greek Orthodox Christian faith. Àwọn tó ń ṣe Christian, ẹ wo bó ṣe ń dà gbòòrò láàárọ̀ yìí. Ẹ wo bí wọ́n ṣe ń dà, wọ́n ní passport tó dá, ayé wọn sọnù. Àmọ́ ní Greece, wọ́n ń ju kinní kan petrol bomb ló ń pè. Àwọn ará ọmọ Yorùbá ń bi Koiki pé báwo la ṣe máa lọ? Ìjọ́ òní Ìgbòho máa dé, ọ̀nà wo la máa gbà? Koiki àní ẹ̀pà tó pọ̀, àdẹ̀ ní gúgúrú tó pọ̀, àní rèké, ṣe lè bá wa gẹ̀tẹ̀. Àwọn ará Greece ò nídìí rèké, wọn ò nídìí ẹ̀pà, petrol bomb ni wọ́n ń lò. Petrol bomb tó o bá mọ tán pè ní petrol bomb òun ni kódà BBC ló sọ òun ṣe pé Koiki ló kọ átíkù yìí. Riot police use tear gas àwọn èèyàn náà dẹ̀ lo petrol bomb. Mo wá fẹ́ jẹ́ kó mọ tán pè ní petrol bomb. Petrol bomb òun lélẹ́yìí bó ṣe ń rí lélẹ́yìí, okay? Idiot. Àwọn eléyìí ò sọ pé nísìnyí ẹ̀kọ́ ìkẹ́ má jẹ́ kó bàlújẹ́ o ìlú tiwa tó tẹ̀ ìgbádùn tẹ́lẹ̀. Greece at least ó ti wà to the standard. Pẹ̀lú ẹ̀ náà wọ́n ní pé àwọn ò ní ju petrol bomb. Àwa ti Koiki má jẹ́ kó destroy kankan ó ti wà violent jù ó gbé violent wọ Nàìjíríà. Mad people òun ni violent ti dé báyìí láàárọ̀ yìí nísìnyí òkú tútù sùn lọ láàárọ̀ yìí. People have died for the negligence of the madness in that shithole country called Nigeria. I hope Nigerians in Lagos State, I hope they will wake up. I hope they will protest or everybody does. Tó bá tó dọ̀rọ̀ everybody goes their separate ways because Ọlọ́run ṣàánú. Ọlọ́run ṣàánú, Ọlọ́run ṣàánú wa àti ṣẹ́ o. Èmi ọmọ ẹ̀wọ̀n tó ṣẹ́ o, èyí lẹ ṣe ní òṣè. Ó gbé débẹ̀ láti Kẹjà. Ẹ ti mọ̀ fáwọn bí ọmọ àgbèrò lélẹ̀ tó ń sọ̀rọ̀. Ó gbé láti Kẹjà. Mad people all over the place. Ó tún bẹ̀rẹ̀ náà Ìkẹjà ti UK ni. Are we going to see protests coming in Lagos State? Ẹ̀wẹ̀ jẹ̀ lára woman àbí àbáṣẹ lórí bẹ́ẹ̀. Òkú sùn lọ, wọ́n ní bọ́ọ̀sì yẹn kún bámú Lagos State bus, government bus, wọ́n ti fi wọ́n mẹ́jẹ̀, wọ́n ti lò wọ́n. Tó bá dago 9:00, a máa ṣí ojú òpó fáyìn náà tẹ́ fẹ́ pè wọlé kó bá jẹ́ pé èmi nìkan ni ẹ lè disagree pẹ̀lú views tèmi kò matter. This is another angle from another side. Ṣe. 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 Ẹ̀rí train náà bó ṣe rí jágbajàgba jógbójògbó. Àwọn èèyàn sì wà ń bẹ̀ no health and safety tó yẹ kó ti ní kẹ́rìbọ̀dì bọ́lẹ̀. Àní country yẹn ó ti mad country. Ẹ̀rẹ́ ká tún wọ̀ another angle àfiwélé àti wélé púpọ̀ lẹ́ẹ̀kan. Àwọn tó ti kú kọ́lọ́run ọba kó forí jì wọ́n. once a lè ṣọ́ àwọn yẹn òkú tí wọ́n lẹ̀lẹ̀. Once again, that is the current situation of things. Yes, emergency services are there already. Now let's go back to the petrol bomb. Ìyẹn lèmi like dáadáa. Koiki àbí kí n tún máa ṣàlàyé bẹ́ẹ̀ bọ́n ṣe máa ṣe fún yín. Orí yín ti gbálẹ̀. Ẹ má múra dáadáa. Kẹ face àwọn politicians yìí. Àwọn ló ń kó bá yín. Èmi ni kẹ máa dúró dè àbí kẹ máa dúró dè Pastor G oyin kó máa ná Ọlọ́run ṣàánú. Àwọn youth làwọn eléyìí ẹ̀rí bá ṣe ń jù wọ́n ń jù wọ́n bojú wọn àwọn náà yes àwọn náà láti protect ojú wọn wọ́n bojú wọn because ọ̀fẹ́ yẹ kọ́ mọ̀ báwọn làwọn wà nínú iṣẹ́ rí ẹ̀rí bá ṣe ń jù wọ́n lé àwọn náà dúró torí lọ bó ṣe ń ju tear gas làwọn náà ń dá padà. This is all happening in Greece because why? 57 people were killed by the negligence of the system. Sori báwọn ọlọ́pàá ṣe ń fi motorcycle wọ́n fi ń lé wọn wọ́n gbà. So ṣé ìwọ wá expect káwọn eléyìí kọ́ wá bá yìí ṣe protest ní Lagos State àbí ní Nàìjíríà? Ṣọ́ra àwọn obìnrin jáde pẹ̀lú wọn náà wọn ò gbà. Ṣọ́ra àwọn obìnrin tó wá síwájú wọ́n protect àwọn ọkọ wọn. Àwa ò ní jáde. Ọlọ́run ṣàánú ni kí ni wake up my people bẹ́ẹ̀ ni ìyá wa. Ṣọ́ra àwọn obìnrin bó ṣe jáde. Ṣọ́rí àwọn náà ń dá padà ní wọn bá tán ní ọlọ́pàá olóòótọ́ wọn ní yìnbọn gangan fún wọn bọ̀ tí àgà tó máa yìn bọ̀ ṣorí yíyí ojú kí ni ẹ̀bá lójú ṣòrí pé àwọn ọlọ́pàá náà wọ́n lo gas mask torí ó lé wọn mú so bó ṣe ń lọ lélẹ̀ ní Greece ẹ jẹ́ ká tó lọ wọ another video this is another one from another angle gbogbo tó dẹ̀ ń fa ilé kò ju pé 57 people were killed.
Lanterns in central Athens on Saturday in memory of the victims of a train collision that killed at least 57 people. More than 1,000 people attended the protest and vigil held in front of the country's parliament building. Some sat in silence while others wrote words of sentiment on the ground. The protest is one of several that's taken place across cities in Greece amid anger over the crash, which the government has blamed on human error.
Human error. Oleleyo. Àwọn náà ní human error. Ǹjẹ́ human error tí ó ṣẹlẹ̀ láàárọ̀ ní Lagos State? Who is going to pay the consequence of such? Is the question. Ta ló máa pay fún the consequence of the human error? Or bá ṣe máa tún jẹ́ kó lọ náà nìyẹn. Ọlọ́run ṣàánú wa àti dẹ́jọ́ àti ṣẹ́ o. Let's go back to this video. Global news làwọn eléyìí ń jẹ́ and I'm sure they have a lot of support. Quick, why you asking for money all the time? At least we are out there talking about the situation of what is happening. Media needs money for operation. It is very, very expensive to run a media outlet.
Has been charged over the accident when a passenger train carrying more than 350 people collided with a freight train on the same track in northern Greece earlier this week.
Last week ni wàhálà tí ń ṣẹlẹ̀ ní Greece kò tí stop títí dé ìlú. Torí náà ẹni máa kú pàdé ẹni máa pa ni òun lọ̀rọ̀ tó wà ńlẹ̀. Ṣùgbọ́n ọ̀tọ̀ kọ sí bíbáyìí. Videos show demonstrator hurling objects, including petrol bombs, at the riot police. Àwọn ò tí ì ṣe yẹn, but ẹ máa béèrè pé ọ̀nà ọ̀la fi gbà. Ìwọ náà máa kọ́gbọ́n lára àwọn ti Greece. So let's leave that. At least you have an idea. Sori pé ó ń gbóná yẹrùkú. Ẹni máa kú pàdé ẹni máa pa òrọ̀rọ̀ lé ayé. Somebody go die, somebody go survive. So police also intervened in protests in the city of Thessaloniki. The government has been accused of mismanagement after the head-on collision between a passenger train and a freight train on the 28th of February. I am here to pay tribute to the dead, but also to express my anger and my frustration. One protester in Athens told AFP on Wednesday, this government must go. It's entirely up to those of you at home. I don't endorse any of the criminal politicians, but if you want your freedom, if you want a better life, you do whatever is needful to save yourself and be free. And if you don't want that, then we will continue our campaign for our right to self-determination, which must be respected by any of the international community and likewise countries that are still, supporting these evil government that has created havoc, killed innocent people, just as this our sister was killed.
Orí driver yẹn ló ń wú lọ́gbọ́n tó ti rí orúkọ bóyá nọ́mbà bí ọtí ẹni lẹ́yìn ìlú ṣáà fàdúrà ẹ̀sìn wọlé ọkọ mi ò balẹ̀ má sọ fẹ́ níbodì pé mo mọ̀ sí ìlú masáré lọ fún yọba àti rí ọmọ àwọn àfi mi ṣe yẹyẹ tí kòkó bá ṣẹlẹ̀ ṣáà rẹ̀
Impediment to Yoruba development is the impediment to Oodua development. Without Nigeria, we won't be where we are. 1962, we were far ahead of South Korea and North Korea. We were far ahead of China even. We had television before France. We had radio before South Africa. Now look at where we are today. I think it's a shame that even any Yoruba man can be talking about restructuring at this point in time. What are we restructuring? This country that is already shot to pieces? I don't think that's what we want. But they are always talking about giving Nigeria a chance. The patience of Yoruba with Nigeria has come to an end.
Other countries were refused at first, but we have to remember, and this is a really important point, that self-determination is an inalienable international right and a law as well. And other countries will recognise Scotland's democratic choice expressed at the ballot box. They will recognise that because that is the route that many other countries have taken in order to become independent. And just to make that point, that international law is very pragmatic on that point. So we should have...
Now, you see, you, Obina, you have everything going for you. And I don't want you to feel discouraged. Please, things are bad in Nigeria, but I believe it's only for a short time. Because it depends on you. Whatever my generation might have done wrong, and I will be the first to admit that my generation has done a lot wrong, it's for your generation to do it better. And don't just sit down and complain. Don't just sit down and complain. Sitting down and complain is like the anger of the cripple. You're on the same time, you will be on the same ground, on the same level, but you have to be proactive. And you have to make sure you get enough of what I call critical mass of people, like-minded people, who will be ready to say, yes, we can bring about a change. And you can bring about a change if you get the critical mass of people that are ready to slug it out. I always say, when people say, hey, well, when will this old hag go out of the way politically? They won't go out of the way. You have to make them go out of the way. They won't voluntarily go out of the way. You have to make it uncomfortable for them. I'm not talking of violence, but bringing pressure to bear to make it uncomfortable for them. They will go out of it.
Impediment to Yoruba development is the impediment to Oodua development. Without Nigeria, we won't be where we are. 1962, we were far ahead of South Korea and North Korea. We were far ahead of China even. We had television before France. We had radio before South Africa. Now look at where we are today. I think it's a shame that even any Yoruba man can be talking about restructuring at this point in time. What are we restructuring? This country that is already shot to pieces? I don't think that's what we want. But they are always talking about giving Nigeria a chance. The patience of Yoruba with Nigeria has come to an end.
And we come back and the phone line is now officially open. Fẹ́yìntì ẹ̀yin náà bá fẹ́ sọ sí ọ̀rọ̀ tó ń lọ lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́ bí a ti ṣe ń sọ. Mo kí gbogbo lẹ́ẹ̀kan sí, it is good that we do something now. If not, accident happen around the world. I've just proved that to you. There's nothing wrong that accident happen, but who do we hold accountable for such an accident is the question. Do we continue to blame God for the error that occurred by a human being that should be paying the price? Or do we just sit back and do nothing? Well, some of us don't want to sit back and do nothing. That is why we are here always saying that it is better we understand that Nigeria has failed every one of us. And the longer Tabashi wà nínú Nigeria, the more problem to Mama Funwa. Then why do we want to be in Nigeria when we can have a smaller country where we can be respected, where we will have our own opportunities, where people will love us, where we will be appreciated more than the nonsense country that we're in. Let me close this. Well, I can just leave this one just to put it there. Artist or nípa petrol bomb. So mo fẹ́ ká tún wo ojú àwọn ojú olèrè olè, ojú olèrè olè. Àwọn politicians yìí ojú olèrè olè, ojú olèrè olè. Àwọn gbéwiri tí wọ́n jẹ́ kí ọ̀nà lọ fún yín leléyìí. Ẹ̀yin gbàdúrà lójoojúmọ́, àwọn eléyìí ò fẹ́ kádúrà yín gbà, because all they want is to be relevant, and that's all. Relevant and continue to make your life impoverished. Tó bá ní, let me close these ones so we don't have too many. Tó bá ní passport ìlú tó jẹ́ 10 million yìí, ayé ẹ̀ better ju passport wèrè tí ó wà ní ọwọ́ gbogbo wa tí kò ní ìwúlò kankan. And let's go straight to my first caller, bàbá wa nínú Olúwa láti ìlú òkè náà. Ẹgbọ́n sókè bàbá wa ẹ ti wọlé sà.
God bless you, White Lion.
Amen.
It shall be well with your home and your soul and the hearer of your message in the name of Jesus.
Amen.
Ọlọ́run tí ó ti ràn ọ́ lọ́wọ́ kò ní fi ọ́ sílẹ̀ in the name of Jesus.
Àmín Jésù Kristi.
Ìránṣẹ́ Ọlọ́run ni ọ́, ẹnikẹ́ni tó bá fẹ́ prove ẹ̀ wrong kó jẹ́ ká jọ fà á. Bí àwọn ọ̀làyíkà ní tí a fi ṣe rán fún tó ń bí kí ó kọjá ọgbọ́n orí ẹ̀ gan. Mo bá jókòó gbà mí máa wò ó kọjá ẹ̀ mo gbàgbà ọgbọ́n yẹn ò ní wọ́n lórúkọ Jésù.
Àmín Jésù Kristi.
Mo tún ṣe lónìí mo tún tóbi o bàbá láti jẹ́ káwọn tó tún ṣẹlẹ̀ lẹ́kọ̀ọ́.
Ẹ ṣé gan ni.
Mo bá àwọn mọ̀lẹ́bí tó pàdánù ẹ̀mí èèyàn wọn.
Ó sáàdì gan. Ó sáàdì.
In fact, so yẹ kí wọlé tó máa ṣẹlẹ̀ pẹ̀lú
situation of things bẹ́ẹ̀ ni.
Tí Nàìjíríà ń gbà kọjá.
Ó ní agbára.
Láì ṣògo. So gbogbo àwọn tó kú yìí ní ìsìn ìjọba wọn dẹ̀ padà gbẹ́sẹ̀ lé owó wọn. Torí wọn owó yẹn gbà. Orílẹ̀-èdè yẹn in fact ó nílò ìsun ẹ̀jẹ̀ àánú lóòótọ́. Ẹ rí àánú tí bàbá Adébóyè sọ tí wọn kì í máa ṣe àánú kí àwọn olóṣèlú fi ronú pìwàdà. Àánú kí àwọn ọmọ Ọlọ́run wọ́n bá ṣe ipò ìjìyà ẹ̀sìn.
Òun náà ni bẹ́ẹ̀ ni ó ti pọ̀ jù.
Àánú yẹn ni bàbá yẹn kàn ń tọrọ tiẹ̀.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ ni.
Toró ti ṣẹlẹ̀ nígbà àádọ́rùn-ún. Nígbà táwọn akéde yìí dé, àwọn ní Olúwa ní ká bá pa orílẹ̀-èdè méjèèjì pọ̀. Ábáwò ní ẹ̀dọ́. Ẹ jẹ́ ká wà máa rí ènìyàn mímọ́ ti Ọlọ́run 50 àádọ́ta. Wọ́n ní tábà ti rí àádọ́ta tó jẹ́ olóòótọ́ tí wọ́n dẹ̀ sì gbé àwọn ènìyàn. Ẹ jẹ́ ká dá sí. Wọ́n bá àádọ́ta sí. Títí tí wọ́n fi sún lórí fáì wọn rí ọmọ Ọlọ́run márùn-ún.
Kábíyèsí Elédùmarè.
Ìdí nìyí tí orílẹ̀-èdè yẹn tí ó fi pa àwọn méjèèjì yẹn ló pa wọ́n dẹ̀ sèfù àwọn ènìyàn tí Ọlọ́run mẹ́. Mo gbàdúrà gbogbo ẹgbẹ́ jẹ́ ọmọ Ọlọ́run lórílẹ̀-èdè Nàìjíríà máa fi bọ́ sí ilé olómìnira Yorùbá. Ọlọ́run yóò fún wa làájá ní
orúkọ Jésù. Àmín Jésù. Àmín Jésù. Àmín.
Ẹni tó kí ni fún àwọn olùkú láyé náà.
Ẹ ṣé gan ni sà.
Ṣé rí ibi tí ọ̀rọ̀ ti ń lọ kò sẹ́nì kankan. Àwọn èèyàn wa kọ̀ọ̀kan wà tí kò ṣe tán ẹnu ẹ̀ máa ń lọ díẹ̀díẹ̀.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
Ṣé wọ́n jẹ́ fẹ́ gbè gbà? Ní ìsinmi wọ́n tẹ̀ lọ Yorùbá ní lọ́jọ́ ogun làwọn rántí ọmọ burúkú. Ní ìsinmi wọ́n tẹ̀ rántí Sunday Ìgbòho pé àwọn fẹ́ fi àwọn Yorùbá nínú ìṣọ̀. Now, kò sẹ́ni kankan tó lè sọ pé ìkí ẹ lọ kọ́lẹ̀ lónìí, Èkó máa bọ́ kúrò lọ́wọ́ Yorùbá. Ohun tí mo gbọ́ ni mo ń sọ fún yín yẹn. Now, tí Odùduwà bá wá fẹ́ gbà padà, ìgbà tá a bá wá gba òmìnira wa, láwa juwọ́ sí wọn pé ọyẹ ẹ̀ máa lọ lé ìdí. Ṣùgbọ́n nítorí pé ìjọba Nàìjíríà bẹ́ẹ̀ yóò gbàgbé ráyọ̀tì ní ètò àti àgbékalẹ̀ nìyẹn.
Kábíyèsí ẹ náà ṣàánú wa o.
Olúkúlùkù ọmọ ènìyàn wa ti máa ń bẹ lẹ́kọ̀ọ́ ní kó múra pọ́sìtì sí ogun. Ẹ̀wọ̀n àwọn tẹ́ fi hàn wá ní Gírísì yìí. Wọ́n ti ṣáì lórí ẹ̀rọ pé ìjọba ológun orílẹ̀-èdè Gírísì kó bẹ̀ fún ìyẹ̀bọn.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
Tó bá ti Nàìjíríà.
Wọ́n ti dàbọ̀ bolẹ̀. Wọ́n ti dàbọ̀ bolẹ̀ rẹpẹtẹ.
Àwọn ọmọ ìlú ìgbé ìbọn lọ́wọ́ lọ́dà fún àdẹ̀jú bọ́m̀bẹ̀kọ̀.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni. Wọ́n ti dàbọ̀ bolẹ̀.
Nàìjíríà ló ṣe Nàìjíríà mọ́. Àwọn so surprise kí UK bí máa wòran títí náà gbogbo bí Nàìjíríà ṣe rí yẹn káàkiri dákẹ́ kí Nàìjíríà ṣe tẹ̀ dákẹ́ kọ́ mọ̀ pé bọ́ọ̀lù yẹn ti tóbi kọjá ẹyọ kan. Ọlọ́run ó ṣèdá àti gbogbo ẹgbẹ́ ìdìbò ní owó nínú orílẹ̀-èdè yẹn lọ́kọ̀ rọrùn àwọn náà lórílẹ̀-èdè tí pàtó wọn ti rán.
Ẹ ṣé gan ni bàbá wa. Thank you so much. No dada di máa pè yín. Ẹ ṣé gan ni sir. Ẹ ṣé gan ni. Bẹ́ẹ̀ ni o, a kí gbogbo àwọn bàbá wa ní Olúwa kọ́lọ́n kí gbogbo ẹ̀ ṣe ń lọ ní Nàìjíríà. Ẹni bá fẹ́ dá sí +44 74 04405917. Why tí ó ṣe ń take time fún àwọn èèyàn wa láti understand pé the situation tó pa Àyànwọlá nítorí pé a respond sí tó wọ́n lọ court gbowó rí ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ ọmọ Yorùbá tó máa tẹ̀lé wọn lọ sí court. Ọmọ Yorùbá ní Àyànwọlá inú Lagos State ni wọ́n pa sí but a rí ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ ọmọ Yorùbá tó fún mọ̀lẹ́bí ẹ̀ ní support. Wọn náwọn nídìí owó, wọ́n kàn náwọn nídìí pé ìjọ́kíjọ́ táwọn bá ń lọ court o ẹ máa tẹ̀lé àwọn lọ court so that kí wọ́n lè mọ̀ pé wọ́n ní èèyàn lẹ́yìn. Like I always say, accident is prone to happen, but what is the consequence of such? Kò ń ṣe ní accident ń ṣẹlẹ̀ ní Nàìjíríà. Eléyìí tó ṣẹlẹ̀ yìí nísìn kò ń ṣe ní nìkan ló máa tún ṣẹlẹ̀. But the reaction of your government, your representative, because when we talk about the government, ẹ jẹ́ ká fi federal sílẹ̀. Let's talk about from the local level, the state level. Your representatives are these, plus your governors and the deputy governors and all the commissioners. Àwọn ni wọ́n láti take care responsibility gbogbo yín tí ẹ wà ní Lagos State. But today, ṣé wọ́n take care yín? Àbí olúkálukú kọ̀ tún wò pé well, ní tó bá wọn ni kó máa ṣe. No, a lè máa sọ pé ní tó bá wọn ni kó máa ṣe. Somebody must now pay for the price of people that have died today in Lagos State due to the negligence of an human error. Mo sọ fún yín tẹ́lẹ̀, Greece is also a secular state. Nigeria is not a secular state. Nigeria does not practice what we called the rule of law. Ẹ jẹ́ ká lọ sókè lọ́hùn. Hello caller, your life. Ètò nìyẹn.
Ṣé rí nọ́mbà 1 nǹkan tí èmi àkọ́kọ́ fẹ́ mú wá fún yín ní gẹ́gẹ́ bí advice òun ni wípé ṣé rí àwọn ọmọ Yorùbá nọ́mbà 1 mo mọ̀ pé àwọn kan wọ́n ti kọ́kọ́ relax náà pé wọ́n máa ní ṣe bí president ti bọ́ sọ́wọ́ Yorùbá pé kí tún wá ní ariwo tẹ̀ tún pa pé ẹ fẹ́ lọ kò yé wọn. Ibi tó dẹ̀ yé wọn mọ̀ nìyẹn. Nǹkan tí wọ́n ń pè ní Yorùbá nation kò gbúdọ̀ kú. Ariwo ìgbúdọ̀ máa lọ. A gbúdọ̀ máa sọ wípé aláwa ṣì ń lọ níṣẹ́. Táwọn kan bá lè nígbàgbọ́ pé Nàìjíríà bọ̀ wá fix. Because we are still in that very danger. Because even the presidency of Tinubu cannot solve this problem that is coming in the future. Kò yé ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀. Now, tí Tinubu tí wọ́n padà gbé kinní yìí fún, tí wọ́n gbé flag fún everything fún yìí, kò yé ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ pé ariwo Yorùbá nation gan ló jẹ́ kí Tinubu rí nǹkan tó fẹ́ gbà yìí gbà. Number one, àti 2022, which is last 2 years, ni wọ́n ti finish Yorùbá, wọ́n fẹ́ finish Yorùbá. That is why tí wọ́n fi dá gbogbo àwọn ọmọ ogun wá káàkiri everywhere. Kò yé ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀. Number one, àwọn Igbo bí àwọn Fúlàní yìí, wọ́n àti stop lórí agenda wọn o. Ariwo Yorùbá nation tó káàkiri everywhere throughout the world, òun ló stop wọn lórí mission wọn ní last 2 years. Wọ́n dẹ̀ ti wò pé tí kinní ìbá ń lọ bẹ́ẹ̀, táwọn ò bá àwọn ti ní problem lẹ̀ Igbo already. Táwọn ò bá tún pé kinní yìí fún Tinubu, that means everything ti scatter nìyẹn. Mission Fúlàní wọn àfẹ́ kí Nàìjíríà pín, wọ́n fẹ́ depress every other tribe ní tí wọ́n ṣe ilé ayé àwọn Haúsá ní north. Wọ́n fẹ́ render every tribe useless so that gbogbo iṣẹ́ tí gbogbo tribe bá ń ṣe.
Okay, ìyá mi fún kí a mo ti rí mẹ́sẹ̀gì yìí. Mo gbọ́ yín.
So Yorùbá gbọ́dọ̀ ronú gọ́fà pé àwọn tí wọ́n ṣe Haúsá tó gbà wọ́n lálejò tí wọ́n ṣe wọ́n bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn. If you look at it today, ó máa ń yà mí lẹ́nu, ẹ máa mọ̀ pé olóòdó ni ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ ọmọ Yorùbá tí wọ́n lọ bá Fúlàní ṣọ̀rẹ́. Ìbéèrè ní pé kọ́kọ́ béèrè lọ́wọ́ yín wípé Haúsá tó wẹ́kọ̀mù Fúlàní lọ́jọ́ sí àwọn dàlẹ́ni. Tí a bá wà nílẹ̀ Yorùbá, tá a bá lọ sílẹ̀ Haúsá, nǹkan tá a máa sọ ni pé à ń lọ sílẹ̀ Haúsá, wọ́n á béèrè lọ́wọ́ ara ìwọ ọmọ Yorùbá tó bá Fúlàní ṣọ̀rẹ́. Èmi ò sọ pé Ìgbò dá o, ṣùgbọ́n àti àwọn àti Ìgbò àti Fúlàní àti Haúsá, àní the last thing ni wípé kó kálukú máa bá tiẹ̀ lọ. Béèrè lọ́wọ́ ara ẹ̀ Fúlàní tẹ̀ ń bá ṣọ̀rẹ́ tẹ̀ ń bá lẹ̀ dí àpò pọ̀, kí ni wọ́n ṣe fáwúsá tó wẹ́kọ̀mù wọn? The Emir of Kano today, Kano today, Sanusi Lamido, ṣé béèrè lọ́wọ́ ara ẹ̀ pé ṣáwúsá máa ní ìṣe Fúlàní? Àtíkù Abubakar today tó lọ fún PDP, Fúlàní ni kò ń ṣe Haúsá. Even vice Tinubu, Fúlàní ni. So àwọn Haúsá wá jà, wọ́n ti pa kádàrá gbogbo Haúsá tó gbà wọ́n lálejò lórí ilẹ̀ wọn. Àwọn tó wá pa generation kankan run bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn tí wọ́n depress ẹ̀yà tó gbà wọ́n lálejò tí wọ́n jọ ń pè wọ́n ní mùsùlùmí ara wọn tó wẹ́kọ̀mù wọn. Ṣé àwọn yẹn ni àwọn Yorùbá Muslim làwa ń pè ní ọmọ ìyá wa? That means there is no difference between Yorùbá and Fúlàní, oppression làwa méjèèjì. Okay, now wọ́n gbé British gbé independent for 3 major tribes. Nínú 3 major tribes yẹn, Fúlàní ti gbá méjì dànù. Wọ́n gba Haúsá dànù, wọ́n depress Haúsá, kò sí nǹkan tó jẹ́ Haúsá mọ́nu gọ́ọ̀mẹ̀ntì Nàìjíríà. Wọ́n gba Igbo dànù, wọ́n náà ti sọ pé Igbo ò lè débẹ̀ wọ́n. Ìwọ Yorùbá tó wá ń bá wọn translate gbà tínú ẹ̀ ń dùn gbà Igbo yẹn ò lè ṣe president láéláé. Àwọn Igbo yẹn ò lè débẹ̀. Bèrè pé ìjà Haúsá lè débẹ̀ láéláé. Haúsá tó gbà wọ́n lálejò. That means nínú 3 major tribes, the British gbé independent fún Fúlàní ti gbá méjì dànù already. We are the only Nigerians tó kù. Yorùbá is the only main Nigeria tó wà nínú system of Nigeria lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́. Because Haúsá, Igbo, Yorùbá ni wọ́n gbé fún. Ṣé Fúlàní wà ń bẹ̀rẹ̀ lọ́wọ́ ààrẹ? Wọ́n ìlú jẹ́ pé Fúlàní àti Yorùbá ń sin ló wá pín ìjọba mọ́ra wọn lọ́wọ́. Dábì alábòsí náà sì lọ́mọ Yorùbá tó ń bá Fúlàní ṣe. So nínú 3 major tribes wọ́n ti gbá méjì dànù. Àwa Yorùbá is the only major tribe tó kù sí nínú system of Nigeria. Wọ́n fẹ́ finish àwa náà ní 2022. Ariwo Yorùbá nation. Òun ló sún wa ní stage yìí tí wọ́n sì fi pè fún Tinubu. We are the last mission. Ibi tí mò ń lọ fọ́mọ Yorùbá nìyẹn. We are the last mission. Mission ni pé every single major tribe tí wọ́n gbé independent must not hold Nigeria this thing again. Politics. So àwa kù láàrin Fúlàní tí ò sí wọn gbé independent fún o. Fúlàní àti British làwa máa rúlu wa. So Yorùbá in the last tribe tí Fúlàní àti British fẹ́ finish. Thank you, Mr. Koiki.
Thank you so much. And once again, as we continue with this live transmission, it is, Thursday rather, not Wednesday. We're moving forward, not backwards. again, condolence to those families. Ó dìgbà tí atẹ́gùn bá fẹ́ sílẹ̀ lẹ́bàá mo dẹ̀ mọ́ bàbá ẹ̀ lára àwọn tó kú nínú bọ́ọ̀sì yẹn. We pray for the loss of lives again, for the negligence of the messed up country called Nigeria. Once again, Nigerians must understand, ṣé gbogbo tó rẹ́ẹ̀dì yìí, gbogbo tó ní the visa láti lọ nìyẹn, gbogbo tó rẹ́ẹ̀dì yẹn pam compare sí ti Cyprus, gbogbo tó green yẹn visa free lomino, visa free yàtọ̀ sáwọn bíi díẹ̀ visa free okay. Sorry, you go to green here, visa free, lo mean. That means you can travel to United Kingdom, to this country, visa free. Omani di, well, láti wá sí UK gan visa free ni, fún olú tó ju 10 million lọ. Mo kí gbogbo ẹ̀yin èèyàn wa tí ẹ wà pẹ̀lú wa, and Olayomi Koiki Instagram is finally back after so many months of disconnection by the Facebook that also controls Instagram. We are live now on Olayomi Koiki, and we'll be coming live on it more now. And I just tested it today because I got fed up after checking every day and we realized that it was not coming back. But it seems now it's back. Tó bá ní visa ìlú ìlọ́wọ́ àti passport ìlú ìlọ́wọ́ ìwọ tó ń wò mí nílé, Greece gbogbo population wọn is 10 million. Okay? Àwọn náà ní religion tiwọn, right? Gbogbo population ni wọn, àwọn tó ń protest yìí, tó ń ju petrol bomb yìí, gbogbo population wọn láàárọ̀ ẹ̀ is 10.6 million. And yet, their passport is so powerful, is so useful, and that passport takes them to 141 countries around the world. 141. Wọ́n lè lọ sí ìlú tó yẹ pé visa on arrival 44. Àwọn náà máa lọ àwọn ìlú kan tán ní the visa àbí tán pè ní ETA. Bígbà tó bá fẹ́ lọ sí America, I don't know what that means, just for, I don't know, kí ni ETA, kí ló mean? What's the meaning of ETA? Estimate time of arrival, no, ETA. No, ETA, US visa. Yeah, so for me, Umalati apply something online or something to do with that. So, but at least as a country of 10 million, imagine at least UK won't have visa anyway, because UK don't need system to that. UK not that you arrive. One on fair room. Ìyẹn la ṣe sọ fẹ́yìn tí ẹ fi support òmìnira Yorùbá pé Yorùbá nation tá à ń sọ yìí ó dájú Nàìjíríà tí a wà nínú ẹ̀ lọ. Nàìjíríà yìí sórí bó ṣe red ní danger ní látòkè délẹ̀, danger ní anywhere tó bá fẹ́ lọ. I don't think you can say it properly. No reason to ṣe kò wá sórí screen mi dáadáa bí ṣe fẹ́. But at least you can say it. Let's see something. Lóde tó ṣe kò wọnú system dáadáa. Danger òun ni Ọlọ́run kò jẹ́ ká tètè bọ́ nínú òkú ẹrú táwa yìí. Very, very terrible situation. Again, the call of fitting properly. Moki Keso Studio, that's a very good friend of mine. That's in Moroto Jometa. Moki Wenti Ajawa lórí program láàárọ̀. Níbikíbi tí ẹ bá ti ń gbọ́ wa, tí ẹ ti ń wò wá. Yorùbá nation. Ọlọ́run jẹ́ kí mi endorse any of these criminal politicians. Not on my platform. We're not going to endorse them. Whatever is going to happen on the 18th, because INEC has postponed the election to Babishele Nikoshele, not going to be the end of the world. And I still don't believe that Lagos will be taken away from us. So other than putting food and anything. So we go to red here. Go to red pata. tó bá ní Nigerian passport ó máa ní láti lọ apply for visa kò dẹ̀ guarantee UK ló colonize wa máa gbọ́ mi o sórí United Kingdom sórí pọ́n ló rẹ́ẹ̀dì yẹn níbi tí mo gbé mouse mi sí yẹn òun ló wà lábẹ́ United Arab Emirates àwọn yẹn náà ti fún yín ní problem e-visa or renew visa for anybody mọ́. àbúrò mi yìí nísìn now Greece ọmọ tó bá ní passport Greece ó kàn lè ra ticket láàárọ̀ yìí torí UK òun ló wà lábẹ́ visa free náà ni fún ọmọ Greece láti lọ sí United Arab Emirates so kí ni ìwúlò Nàìjíríà? What is it that you are trying to say? Oh, okay, tá bá ní good leader, tá bá ní good president. Are you sure? Why are we all fooling ourselves about this country called Nigeria? What is it that we are fooling ourselves around it? Look at these two passports. And let me do something. Look at it. The comparison of these two passports. Might be what's back end missing so that we can see it. Once again, I ask the question. Kí ló wà nínú Nigeria tí à ń try láti save? Why are we trying to save it? Is what I don't understand. So ẹ jẹ́ kí n lọ gbé browser jáde. And now let's put the passport. Once again, a very good morning to all our listeners and viewers from around the globe, and welcome. This is Koiki Media Live. Nigeria is a shithole country that has no value for anybody. Kò ní value fún ọmọdé, kò ní fàgbàlagbà. And why are we trying to save something that doesn't respect who we are? Why are we trying to save it? Tala and save Nigeria fún. What is the essence of saving Nigeria? Knowing what we know now. Tó bá jẹ́ pé àtẹ mọ̀ tẹ́lẹ̀ is a different thing. Okay, I think I've got it. Close this. Compare ilé ìlú yìí pẹ̀lú passport tiwa. Náà kò ní ti gbé méjèèjì wọlé nísìn. Tó bá fẹ́ lọ sí, okay, let me move it away from there because I want you to see what I'm saying. This is the Cyprus passport. And as a Nigerian that wants to go to UK, the country to colonize wa, tó ń sọ fún wa pé ká ṣe sùúrù, ẹ need good leadership. Ó fẹ́ tó dé, ẹ ṣáà máa vote. But àwọn ọmọ tí Cyprus tí wọ́n ju 10 million lọ, wá ra ticket láàárọ̀ yìí. A sáré wá sí London fún weekend. A sáré wá ṣe. Well, I wouldn't know why INEC changed the date. But definitely, INEC changed the date here because of the criminality in INEC itself. Yawa. I don't know why they changed the date. YouTube is not relaying my comment. Yeah, I know the Greeks are still protesting. Yeah. Last week, lot in protest. Last week. Our politicians they are greedy. Your comment is coming through. It's just that I'm not reading all the comments. I can see the comment coming through. In terms of the comment on my relay. So, passport ti Nigeria. Níjọ́ wo la fẹ́ mú passport la máa dì mú títí. Níjọ́ wo la fẹ́ bọ́ nínú oko ẹrú. Táwọn sọ fún èèyàn wa ẹni ẹ fẹ́ gbọ́. Hello caller.
Ẹ̀wọ̀n kò jẹ́ ẹgbẹ́ ìlú.
Ètò ni ẹ.
Lọ́wọ́ pẹ̀lú yín.
Àmín.
Ṣé rí ẹ̀wọ̀n kò jẹ́ ìjọ mo kọ́ fẹ́ sọ̀rọ̀ nípa oyè díẹ̀ lẹ́gbọ̀n. Ṣé rí problem wa ni wípé èmi ò mọ ọjọ́ tí Yorùbá tó fẹ́ èyí mọ̀. Ẹ mọ̀ pé mo ń tẹnu mọ́ ọ̀rọ̀ ẹ fún ìgbà pé kẹ́ lọ kọ sílẹ̀. Ṣẹ̀rí ẹ̀yin few people olóyè ṣiṣẹ́ lè máa gba Yorùbá nìjọ yìí. Èmi sọ fún yín, ṣẹ̀rí ẹni tó bá ní làákàyè tọ́pọ lẹ̀ bá ṣiṣẹ́ tó bá wo views bí nǹkan ṣe ń lọ yìí. Ó ti wọ̀ gbangba iṣẹ́ Yorùbá tó wà ń sìn. Ẹ má bìínú ẹ̀yin tẹ́ bá jẹ́ ìyá tẹ́ gbé àfọwọ́ àtẹ̀gbé bàbá fún wa tẹ́ ń bọ̀ wá ṣùgbọ́n mo mọ̀ pé ẹni tó ní ọgbọ́n lórí tó kọlu ẹ̀ ṣiṣẹ́ ó máa mọ̀ lọ́pàá rẹ̀ pé ó máa kó lọ́gbọ́n kó dẹ̀ ṣiṣẹ́. Bọ̀ṣẹ́ bá tẹ́ bá rí ìwà táwọn ọmọ Yorùbá ń wù ní presently ó ti hàn gbangba pé majority àwọn ọmọ Yorùbá la gbọ́. Ṣẹ́rí ẹ̀gbọ́n kan tó pè wọlé lánàá lálẹ́ ànàbà tẹ̀ ń ṣe program. Ẹgbọ́n yẹn sọ pé tó bá ti pè kó má máa gbú Yorùbá mọ́ kó máa ṣe gbákan mọ́. Ṣẹ́rí tí èyí ò lè possible ẹ̀gbọ́n pé kẹ́ má dàpọ̀ àwọn ẹja máa bára wa sòótọ́ ètò ojú ìdòdò. Ṣẹ́rí téèyàn bá gbọ́ ẹ jẹ́ kéèyàn mọ̀ pé ẹ jẹ́ kéèyàn mọ̀ pé ó pọ̀ kẹ̀dẹ̀ fún correction kẹ̀dẹ̀ fún kẹ̀dẹ̀ kan tó máa ṣe yóò fi ní gbọ́ mọ́. Ṣẹ́rí nǹkan tó ń ṣe ìlọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́ báyìí especially in Lagos wọ́n ti fi hàn dájú pé majority àwọn Yorùbá àti ìlàgbọ̀ àpò pẹ́pẹ́ bí ẹ̀wà ń ṣiṣẹ́ upside down òtíkẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹ̀tù rárá ẹ má bàa kọ́ra wa. Òun fi ń tẹnumọ́ fún yín pé ẹ̀yin few people ẹ̀gbọ́n pé kì ẹ̀yin few people pé pọpọlọ yín sì ṣiṣẹ́ in a right way lẹ́ máa gba Yorùbá nation kì í ṣe majority. Number one, ẹ jẹ́ ká tí ìgbà ẹ jẹ́ ká fẹ́lẹ́ ká ṣe ṣàpò. Ẹ̀gbọ́n kan pè wọlé ní alẹ́ ìjẹta náà. Wọ́n ní Ìgbò ló ń kọ́ kẹ́lẹ́ mọ̀ pé mo fọ́ lórí mo kọ̀ lè mo ń pọ́ yín dáadáa mo ń wò yín dáadáa. Ẹ̀gbọ́n kan pè wọlé ní ìjẹta. Wọ́n ní Ìgbò ló ń control Lagos state economy.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ ni kò possible láíláí. Wọ́n disagree náà ìṣàgbé pẹ̀lú.
Imagine that Egbokogi as an intelligent man. Imagine that kind of statement. Jerry, bó ṣe ń gbọ́rọ̀ yẹn, èmi ti pé statement ẹ̀ ń wá. Jerry nǹkan tí a fi kó bára wa lọ́rọ̀ Yorùbá ni wípé.
Economy Lagos. Ọmọ foreign investors tó ń wọ Lagos state tó ń generate owó fún Lagos state mélòó náà tọmọ Ìgbò níbẹ̀. Ilẹ̀ tọ́kàn náà ọmọ Ìgbò fẹ́ gbà nìkan ni problem tó wá economy wo.
Orí ilẹ̀ yẹn kọ́kọ́ ní ìmúlò ẹ̀gbọ́n pé orí ilẹ̀ kan mò ń lọ. Ṣé rí most of you ọ̀gá tó ń sọ̀rọ̀ a kò ń sọ̀rọ̀ láti òbí ojú ẹ̀ níta ní sí Ìgbò ní kò sí nǹkan mi kò sí nǹkan tó yẹ pé Ìgbò fẹ́ gba Lagos Ìgbò ló ń kọ́ ojú ẹ̀kọ́nọ́mì Lagos kò sí nǹkan tó jọ. Ṣé rí the fact is that ẹ̀gbọ́n pé the fact is that ẹ má jà tọrọ àwọn ẹ jẹ́ ká bára wa sùn tọrọ. Tá a bá sọ àwọn akú tàbá dẹ̀ sọ àwọn akú. Ká kúkú sọ ká kó bẹ́tà ló pé ká má sọ kó wà lọ́wọ́ kádẹ̀ kó dẹ̀ kó wa nínú. Ṣé rí tá a bá fẹ́ sọ tọrọ fúnra wa tí gbogbo oṣù bá máa gbọ́ kó dà ìgbọ́ pé kẹ́ máa kọ̀rẹ́tì statement nínú program oníjẹ bá wò kó necessary. Ẹ jẹ́ ká bára wa sọ tọrọ ọmọ Yorùbá. The fact is that ṣé rí this present day tá a sọ̀rọ̀ lọ́lọ́bà Yorùbá ò nílẹ̀. Àlàyé mi ṣe ń ṣá.
Mo ń gbọ́ yín.
Presently bá a ṣe sọ̀rọ̀ lọ́lọ́bà yìí Yorùbá ò nílẹ̀. Whatever tó bá wà nílẹ̀ Yorùbá is belong to Nigeria. Nigeria ló nílẹ̀. Yorùbá ò nílẹ̀ síbi kankan. Ẹ má jà tọ́ra wa. Ṣẹ́rí within ara wa ṣẹ́rí gbogbo pé ilẹ̀ Yorùbá ni akọ̀fin ń dára wa nínú tòní. Akọ̀fin ń gbéra wa mágà ni. Akọ̀fin bí sí bara wa Yorùbá ò nílẹ̀ síbi kankan lọ́wọ́ tá a ṣe sọ̀rọ̀ yìí Nàìjíríà ló nílẹ̀. Ilẹ̀ wo ni Yorùbá tí Yorùbá ń kọ̀ọ̀tù?
Ọ̀rọ̀ tó ní bàbá ìdúgbé jáde láàárọ̀ yìí o.
Rẹ́pẹ́nù tó bá jáde ní Lagos state kó ló lọ tó ọ̀dọ̀ Nàìjíríà gọ́ọ̀mẹ̀ntì kọ́ ni tó wá sọ́dọ̀ Yorùbá ni láwọn ìdúró náà wá sí ẹ̀kọ́ pẹ̀lú dáadáa ẹ̀kọ́ pé ní dèbà aṣọ láìpẹ́ tí mo ní sí. Ṣẹ̀rí ó kàn jẹ́ pé irú àní ìsàlẹ̀ má rẹ̀ nígbà tá a lè má jẹ́yàn torí pé fámìlì wọn ò dòwó ṣùgbọ́n kò ní ìgbẹ́kọ̀ ọpọlọ wa máa ṣiṣẹ́. Ṣẹ̀rí tí ọlọ́ ìgbẹ́ tí mo ní sí àtàwọn ẹ̀kọ́ àtàwọn lẹ́sìn kọ̀ọ̀kan tí mo kọ́ nínú program nínú jẹ́ kí n máa bọ́ lónìí. Ṣẹ̀rí àwọn òbí wa tó jẹ́ pé tó ń pò wọ́n sórí program jẹ́ pé ọ̀rọ̀ wọn kò wọ́ọ̀tì láti máa rí sí. Mo ní òtí tọ́ọ̀ṣì torí pé program mi ni mo wà. Ṣé revenue tó ń jáde lóòótọ́ state ibo ló ń lọ? Ṣé Yorùbá láṣẹ̀sì sí ni?
So tí bá gbọ́ yín dáadáa, so who owns the land? Lẹ́ẹ̀ka béèrè, a máa fi ṣe topic. Who owns the land?
Is Nigeria own everything? Simple as that. Why are we deceiving ourselves for Christ out loud? Ọjọ́ ọlọ́pọ̀ wa gbọ́dọ̀ fẹ́ ṣiṣẹ́ gan. Ṣẹ́rí tó máa ń dùn mí tó máa ń ní ìbínú sọ̀rọ̀ báyìí ni pé ṣẹ́rí àwọn tí mo lérò pé tó kàwé jù wá ọjọ́ ẹgbẹ́ àbílẹ̀ pé ọpọlọ wọn yẹ kó ṣiṣẹ́, ọpọlọ àwọn èròjà wa takùn òṣìṣẹ́ rárá. Ìwé ẹ̀gbọ́n tó pè wọlé níjẹta ní ìlú sọ pé Yíbò ló ń control economy Lagos State.
Ẹ̀gbọ́n tẹ̀kọ́ náà bàbá tẹ̀ ní wọ́n bá dà.
For instance, ní ìsìn tẹ́ bá lọ sí China. For instance, tẹ́ bá lọ sí China tẹ́ lọ ṣe business. You have your right to control your own personal business economy. In as much tó bá dín sọ táàsì fún Chinese government. Ṣé ẹ̀ get point mi ní sí? So, ó ń ṣẹlẹ̀ níbùkún àwọn tó ẹ̀yìn tẹ̀ wá UK gan tẹ̀ rọ̀ business. Ṣé ẹ̀ ní right láti máa control economy personal business yìí ni? Ẹ̀ ń control ẹ̀ náà. Òtún ó lè kí n tẹ̀ ìṣòro pé ẹ ní láti máa sọ táàsì ní fún gọ́ọ̀mẹ̀ntì.
Mo kí ìyá mi gbé mi lékè, thank you so much.
Now, who is controlling now? What we should ask is that Tibo bá control economy Lagos State. Business ti wọ́n ni, but who is controlling the overall? I call it who is control overall Lagos State economy? It's not Nigerian government. So kí ni hatred between out of kí lọ́rọ̀ náà sọ out of hatred? Tá a bá hate àwọn pípì, ẹ jẹ́ ká mọ̀ pa hate wọn, ìyẹn yàtọ̀. Ẹ bá wà bring hatred sọ̀rọ̀ situation tó wà nílẹ̀. So ní ìsìn báyìí, ẹ̀gbọ́n kó ọ̀rọ̀ tí mo fẹ́ sọ yìí ti bá parọ́. Kí ló ní tó sún kóògùn lákàyé kó fẹ́ jẹ̀bi wẹ̀? Mo gbọ́ program yín dájú àná. Ọ̀rọ̀ yẹn wá sí mi lọ́kàn lórí ọ̀rọ̀ yẹn lọ́wọ́ ni wà gbẹ́dàlẹ̀ lọ́rọ̀ yẹn jáde látẹnu yín. So ibi tẹ́gbọ́n ní táwọn èèyàn ti ń sọ̀rọ̀ Ìgbò fẹ́ pa Lagos èmi wá jókòó mọ́ ọ̀gbá nígbà tí gbogbo wa ń pariwo pé Ìgbò fẹ́.
Ẹ káàárọ̀ ọmọ mi Janet.
Nígbà tá a fi major problem lẹ̀ à ń pariwo Ìgbò àwọn nǹkan tó wà ní níbi nǹkan tó wà ní nílẹ̀ sí máa ń pariwo. Ọmọ nígbà tá a jẹ̀ wá ro ti Ìgbò ṣé àwa fúnra wọn kò ṣọ́ ìmọ̀tò bá jẹ ìjókòó lójókòó ní alẹ́ àwọn ènìyàn báwo ni o pé ṣọ́mọ́tò bá jẹ ìjókòó lójókòó ní ká jẹ̀ wá ronú pé kí ni pílánì tí Nàìjíríà gọ́ọ̀mẹ̀ntì tó dínkù Lagos ìtayáàlì kan fúnra ara wọn.
Eléyìí tí Tinubu ti débẹ̀ ní sin bí ó máa ní plan fún Lagos State.
Ṣẹ́rí mo ń ru ọ̀rọ̀ yẹn lálẹ́ àná wàhálà ní breaking news ẹ sọ nípa INEC jáde ẹ ti rí nìsín. So ṣé Ìgbò ló ní INEC ni ṣé Yorùbá ló ní INEC ṣé kìí ṣe Nàìjíríà kò ló ní INEC ni.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
Tó gbà tí INEC nígbà tí ìjọba Nàìjíríà tó petition tí wọ́n dé nìsín tó change ìbò nígbà tí ìjọba Nàìjíríà tó petition wọ́n dé tó change ìbò Lagos State nìsín ṣé kí ni Yorùbá rí ṣe sí báyìí kí ni Ìgbò rí ṣe sí.
Alágbára gbà tẹ́ pa àkọ́lá nílẹ̀ yẹn.
Kí ló ń ṣe sí? Now ẹ ṣe yẹn ní position number 1. Number 2 nígbà táwọn Fúlàní tó ń kọ̀ọ̀kù Nàìjíríà ẹ̀jọba àpò.
Mo kí ẹlẹ́ẹ̀kan sí Késo bàbá welcome on board.
Nígbà tí Nàìjíríà tó ń kọ́ àwọn Fúlàní tó ń kọ̀ọ̀kù Nàìjíríà nígbà tí ọ̀rọ̀ ìgbà tó kí election kù díẹ̀ tó gbowó tó sì ṣe owó tó sì ṣe epo tó sì ṣe everything ẹ̀gbọ́n ṣé kò abẹ́ kí bò ṣé kò abẹ́ tí Yorùbá. Nigeria is to win our problem kì í ṣe gbogbo nǹkan useless àwọn nǹkan tí ò tẹ̀ tí ò gbọ́pọ̀lọ́ dání ta ọ̀gáàdúrà rárá wa cherry to the fact is that ara wa la mọ̀ pé ilẹ̀ Yorùbá to international wọ́n rọ̀ pé Nàìjíríà ni kí ni wá ó kì í ní ìsìn ẹni tí ẹgbẹ́ ká bẹ̀rẹ̀ lọ́wọ́ ara wa ẹni tí ẹ sọ pé ẹ kì í ṣe Yorùbá ẹ Ìgbò ní igbá kan ni ẹ jọ ṣé tọ́lọ́ ẹ bá dọ̀rọ̀ ọkọ ti ṣe lérò pé Yorùbá máa wù ní kí ìsìn Nàìjíríà àti Lagos State belong to Nigeria ìwọ ọmọ Yorùbá tí wọn náà bá fẹ́ tó bá jẹ́ politician tó bá fẹ́ ṣe jẹ́ gbàlẹ́ Ìgbò lọ
ọmọlúàbí òrìṣàlúàbí mo kí just raise good morning.
So kí ni ọlọ́run tọ́ra wa wọ́n ti kí nìkan tó nípa kọ̀ǹpútà gbé. Náà tẹ bá travel to anywhere in the world tẹ bá travel to anywhere in the world ẹ mọ̀ báwọn country wà lé pé wọ́n ti dá Nàìjíríà sí mu dáadáa. So the first thing tó máa ń kọjá wọ́n ní ìwà Nàìjíríà wà ní yes tó bá gbẹ́rẹ̀ di wà ní yes láṣẹ wá bí ẹ pé ẹ̀gbọ́n Kóìkì láṣẹ wá bí ẹ pé
Which part of Nigeria are you from? Bẹ́ẹ̀ni, mo kí gbọ́ ẹ̀jẹ̀ wà lórí Mixella. Good morning, Comrade Plan B.
Ṣé ẹ mọ̀ pé fake identity ṣẹ́rí fake identity náà ń lò rẹ̀ ṣé ẹ mọ̀ pé ó ti fọ́ bá gbogbo ilẹ̀ Yorùbá which is Nigeria. Nigeria is a fake identity of course. Even àwọn international fúnra wọn wọ́n mọ̀ deep down into themselves pé Nigeria is not a country. But because of when it's come to your own resources, they will just came out and deceiving you Nigeria is a country because of just to collect your resources from you. But deep down, wọ́n mọ̀ pé ẹrú ni wá. They know.
Yeye Oge, Ekaro Yabu. Welcome, my beautiful sister.
So, China tó wá wá gòdì ilé kò ṣe rò pé China mọ̀ lọ́kàrà ọ̀pẹ́ Nàìjíríà ò ṣe country ni. They know.
Mo kí bàbá wa Samuel Olúwagbénga Joshua.
Ṣẹ́rí tábà ti mú fake identity náà lò. Fake identity yóò máa lò tábà ti mú which is Nigeria. Nigeria is a total fake identity. So lẹ́yìn tí mo fake identity yẹn kúrò ká gbọ́ original identity. Ẹ má jẹ ìtọ́jú everything in Yorùbá land is belong to Nigerians. So o lè lọ pé anybody lè lọ ṣẹ́ níwèé tó bá wù simple as that. Tọ́wọ́ ìbádọ́rọ̀ kọ́ọ̀tù wọ̀. Yorùbá ò lè wí náà ṣé Yorùbá máa wí ni ṣé tọrọ ọ̀rọ̀ tó fà lẹ́kọ̀ọ́ yìí sí akọ àdẹ̀sọ́ ọ̀bẹ́ni akọ owó àbẹ́ni orí àti ẹ̀kàwọ́rọ́ abẹ́ni orí wa ò gbé ṣé ọ̀rọ̀ tẹ́ ẹ̀kọ́ lẹ́kọ̀ọ́ lọ́wọ́ báyìí sí ṣé tó bá dọ̀rọ̀ ọkọ̀ ti ṣẹlẹ̀ pé ẹrù bí Yorùbá máa wí ni.
Ẹ ṣe gan-an.
Ṣé Yorùbá máa wí? Ẹ̀kọ́ ẹ máa gbé tó yí lọ gbogbo ọlọ́pàá bẹ̀yìn.
Ẹ ṣe gan-an. Thank you so much. Yeah, I said a lot that we have picked up already, so tàbá ń kí àwọn èèyàn láàrin méjì mo understand bàbá wa Abídèmí Ọládépúpọ̀. He has spoke over 12 minutes, and I believe we've all captured as much as what he wanted to pass. I gave him enough time to speak. This is what you are not going to get on journalist hangouts. Channels Television doesn't open their phone line. NTA is not going to open their phone line. So it's a privilege when we say people to call in so that you can balance your views with ours. I can run a program without taking any calls. But it's not going to be nice to be running this kind of movement. And it's a struggle. I want to know if struggle no, struggle continue. Mo keep yami kan pè láti Newcastle get through. Hold on, for me 10 seconds. Mommy wa mo kí dáadáa láti Newcastle. Ofida story program lánàá but padà fi voice note sílẹ̀. Thank you so much as well. Ẹ̀gbọ́n sókè caller.
Hello, Mr. Koyeke.
Good morning.
Thank you for everything I've been doing. I do follow it. I want to say a lot. Ẹ bá sọ fún wípé like ṣé ẹ lè wo gbogbo lédò yìí CNN. Àwọn tó ń wo CNN kan ṣé wọn mọ̀ wípé ọkọ̀ wọn sọ news wọn briefly. Wọ́n máa ń tètè sọ̀rọ̀ gẹ́gẹ́ máa ti skip. Ó ti lọ nìyẹn. Nísìnyí mo fẹ́ ẹbí nígbà tí accident yẹn ṣẹlẹ̀ ní Greece last week. Ẹbí ní pé CNN, Sky News, BBC wọ́n gbé throughout. Àmọ́ ẹ̀fẹ́ àti ẹ̀kọ́ pé èyí tó ṣẹlẹ̀ lẹ́kọ̀ọ́ sí iná. Kan tí wọ́n ò ní gbé.
Relevant.
Ìlú ìgangan ni problem wa, and gbogbo nǹkan tó ń ṣẹlẹ̀ náà is just to oppress black people, àwa Yorùbá. Ọmọ rẹ̀ pé káwa Yorùbá bá bọ́. Èmi ò stress ara tèmi mọ́. Kí lórí politics in Nigeria pín ẹ̀mọ́ àwọn ilé iná lọ because mo rí wípé like everything that is happening has been designed for a long time. Like it is just ẹ̀mọ́. Àwọn òyìnbó ló ti láì wà fún wa. And wọ́n pọ̀ press wa down. Wọ́n tẹ̀ wá mọ́lẹ̀ sí. Wọ́n ní di Tinubu níbẹ̀ anyway. Ẹ̀yin ẹ̀ wo president Cameroon. President Cameroon ni. He's happening all over Africa. Ọkọ̀ ẹ̀ pé àwa Yorùbá ní láti gbé kọ́. Ẹ mọ̀ wípé ẹ mọ̀ Moldova.
Moldova, yeah.
Ẹ bí pé Moldova wọn ò sí nínú EU. Ṣé mo rí pé àwọn Moldova wọ́n sọ Romania, wọ́n máa ń gba pálí Romania, wọ́n máa wá sí UK bẹ́ẹ̀ máa fi wá ṣiṣẹ́.
2.6 million in Luton Soye, Moldova, an Eastern European country and a former Soviet republic, has a very terrain, including forest. So in terms of what about Omalogba passport in Romania? Wọ́n wá fi wọlé sí UK.
Wọ́n máa fi wá wọlé, wọ́n máa fi wá sí EU country. Ẹ máa rí ọmọ Moldova máa bèrè pé yóò lọ tó máa ní Moldova, ẹ máa rí tó ń gbọ́ ọmọ Romania tó wọ́n pé méjì wọ́n sọ the same language. So wọ́n ní ọmọ Moldova ló ń pọ̀ ṣe ẹ lè sáàjà lórí Google wọ́n wá lo passport Romania. So ẹ̀rù population Moldova ẹ̀yìn ọmọ Yorùbá a lè sọ gbogbo kìíní.
Population was just kódà kò tó state wa kan mí 2.6 million.
Àwọn èyí lè wọ gírísì yẹn wọ passport wọn. So ṣẹ́rí our people just need to know that ní pé number one a ní láti fọ́ Nàìjíríà yẹn Nàìjíríà ò lè wọ Nàìjíríà ti tóbi.
Ṣé wàá pé passport Romania number 17 ní lágbàáyé ó dẹ̀ lọ sí 174 countries ló ní access sí.
Ṣẹ́rí passport Romania yẹn ti ju ti Moldova lọ.
Mo ti rí bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹ.
Moldova wọn wá sí Romania àti very easy wọ́n yẹn tó máa ọmọ ní ìlú wọn wọ́n ṣe ẹ̀kọ́ dà àti ẹ̀dá kan anything like ancestry blood and.
Wọ́n ní bí a lineage.
So tí àwọn ìlú máa rò pé àwọn ọ̀fẹ́ pé àwọn.
Ẹ mọ̀ pé ẹ̀gbọ́n mi ẹ mọ̀ pé ìparọ́ tó bá yẹ pé ìparọ́ ni màá ti já yín Romanian passport ó wọ UK free for 180 days.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni àná àwọn Moldova ẹ wá lọ mú passport Moldova yẹn ẹ lọ bùkún àwọn Moldova yẹn náà wọ́n ń tà láti wọ EU bọ́ wọn ò fẹ́ jẹ́ kó wọ
wọ́n ti accept ẹ̀
ẹ lọ passport wọn.
So passport index tí wọ́n ó wà ní nọ́mbà nbọ fẹmújáde lọ́wọ́ ó wà ní nọ́mbà 88. So nọ́mbà 88 tó wà yẹn so definitely kò ní wọ UK. So mo bọ̀ mo fẹ́ lọ wò dáadáa lọ́ndà so kò ní wọ UK. So ìyẹn lọ́ ṣe ló nídìí passport ti àwọn the other one yẹn ti Romania. Okay, no, passport ranking one is number 48. So tàbá wá lọ wò wọ́n ní abẹ́ UK nísìn ìbọn ni yíwà ọmọ nídìí visa United Kingdom passport ọmọ nídìí visa. Ó ga ọ.
Ọmọ Moldova kan ọmọ yẹn ẹ mọ̀ kán tó ṣe ni.
Mo ń gbọ́.
Wọ́n ní Romania ló wà lọ́wọ́ ẹ̀ tó bá ti wá sí UK bí. Ṣiṣẹ́ bóyá 3-4 months. Ó tún lọ ìlú ẹ̀ lẹ́bi because the state grade yẹn nílùú ẹ̀ pọ̀ ó lọ ń jayé ìlú ẹ̀ nìyẹn. Kò tó kó tó lè bá ṣiṣẹ́ ẹyẹ ọmọ Yorùbá máa wà ń bí a máa ṣe 3 jobs 2 jobs. Ẹ máa ní pé wọ́n kọ́ lè gbé wá nígbà alágbára. Àwọn òyìnbó ni wọ́n ti pèpè fún sọ́mà. Èyí tó máa lọ sí ìgbésà. Èyí tó máa lọ sí Belarus. Èyí tó máa lọ sí ìkíní. Àwọn máa wà ní ìgbà yìí. A máa ní pé torí ọmọ la fi ṣiṣẹ́ míwàá àwọn ọmọ yẹn àdégbà fún wọn. Àwọn yẹn gan is being controlled by the West. All these things are being designed. Mọ̀ wípé fake land làwọn Yorùbá ń ṣe live organic land. Our life is being controlled by a white man. They are the ones dictating the way we go to survive.
Mo ti rí dáadáa nísìnyí ọmọ Moldova máa need visa require láti wọ UK but ẹni tó bá ní Romanian passport ìyẹn lè wọ UK ó lè jókòó sínú ìlú yìí ìyẹn lọ ṣe ń jókòó fún less than 3 months ó gbọ́dọ̀ jáde so a sáré faṣẹ yẹn gbúdúgbúdú.
Ẹ bá mọ̀ nǹkan tó ṣẹlẹ̀ majority àwọn Moldova yẹn wọ́n ti wọlé wọ́n ti secure ìwé UK tó Brexit yẹn because Brexit ní settlement a lot of them. So wọ́n ní problem àwa dúdú yìí náà àwọn Yorùbá àwa dúdú yìí náà là ń parígi Áfíríkà là ń ṣe gbogbo kiri. And to where la mama back in law to where? People like see, we need to think outside the box. We can't only be criticizing the Nigerian politicians. They are puppets. They are working for the colonial master. It's just the truth. That's just how it is. Ẹ̀yin náà wọ́n ti. Ẹ̀yin náà báyìí wá kọ́ lọ sí Ghana and then you go.
Ìyá máa ń jẹ wá o. irú ayé ò la wá báyìí.
tó bá ti pàṣẹ 3 months wọ́n lọ sílùú wọn because pounds nílùú wọn kọ́ máa fi ta.
ṣé pounds Nàìjíríà náà ṣé èèyàn ní lọ́jà ayé ni ká má ti wá sọ àwọn ọ̀dọ́ tó yẹ pé economy wọn ó ti kàpàtù. So báwo la ṣe lè wá ṣàlàyé fún ọ̀rọ̀ tá à ń sọ yìí ẹ bá mi ṣe ní under another 2 minutes ẹ bá mi break it down à ń ṣó ẹ jẹ́ fẹ́yìn tí àmọ́ pẹ́ ìwé lórí other screen yìí náà a ti ṣó passport ìlú mẹ́ta nísìn mẹ́rin ó ti di mẹ́rin báyìí ìlú mẹ́rin ta dẹ̀ ṣó a bẹ̀rẹ̀ láti Greece a lọ sí Nàìjíríà a lọ sí kan tó ń pè ní Romania a lọ sí Moldova kí ni ìyàtọ̀ láàárín àwọn ìlú mẹ́rẹ̀ẹ̀rin tí a fi ń sọ pé táà náà bá dá dúró à lè súnmọ́ wọn díẹ̀ báyà tẹ̀ súnmọ́ wọn púpọ̀.
ìyàtọ̀ ìgbésẹ̀ pé pálí Nàìjíríà ò lọ sí anywhere jẹ́rọ àwọn pálí mẹ́ta yóò kó tẹ̀ wọ̀nyí ìfà ẹ̀mọ́ kó tó ṣẹlẹ̀ ẹ lọ́wọ́ pálí Moldova ẹ lọ́wọ́ ìlú tó pálí Moldova lọ sí ìtàkùn àìdíwò yẹn. ìyàwó yẹn mo pé pálí Romania àìdó ẹ̀mọ́dà ló ti Moldova lọ yẹn rà.
bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
ṣẹ́jà wà lọ sí Romania àti káwọn àwọn ìtàkùn country tó lè wọ̀.
Ó máa pọ̀ rẹpẹtẹ ṣé gbogbo tó green yìí ẹ jẹ́ kí sáré ṣe round up quickly pálí Romania tí à ń wò lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́ ẹ̀ àwọn ìlú tó jẹ́ ìlú gbòógì la máa fi mention so that ká lè mọ̀ pé ó balance dáadáa mú padà látòkè ó dé Albania ó dé Andorra ó lọ sí Antigua ó dé Argentina ó dé Armenia ó lọ sí Australia as an e-visitor for 90 days ó dé Austria no ti Romania ìlú wo lẹni kí n wò náà ṣé Moldova ní ká wò network ẹ̀gbọ́n ìtìlẹ ló ti wọ underground ìyá máa ń jẹ wá láyé yìí ti Moldova àwọn ìlú tó dé ẹ jẹ́ ká wò kó tó di pẹ́gbọ́n ẹ̀ máa padà ó dé Albania ó lọ sí Andorra ó dé Antigua and Barbuda ó dé Argentina ó dé Armenia kò lọ sí Australia ó lọ sí Azerbaijan ó lọ sí Bahamas ó dé kò dé Bahrain ó dé Belarus ó dé kódà passport wọn gan dé Belgium so ẹni tó bá fẹ́ sá lọ gan lè sáré gbé dé Belgium á dẹ̀ máa mọ bó ṣe máa wọlé sàn ẹ jẹ́ n pẹ̀ gbọ́n yẹn padà tọ́dẹ̀ ti dé ibi iṣẹ́ mi. Ó dé passport wọn gan ti Moldova ni mò ń kà lọ́wọ́ yìí nísìn ó dé Belgium ó dé tí wọn bá dẹ̀ ti dé Belgium ayé wà ní Belgium yẹn náà dé ẹ at least èèyàn lè fẹ́ o lè sáré kó bọ́ ọmọ wọn kan níbẹ̀ kó bímọ fún kó dẹ̀ máa. tí wọn bá ti dé Belgium yẹn ti dé àfo ètò kódà ó dé mo tún fẹ́ wo àwọn ìlú tó jẹ́ ṣé mo kó dé Cyprus gan.
àní Mr. Boyka àní tíya.
ó dé Denmark ṣá ó dé Denmark o pálí Moldova ni mo sọ yìí o.
bẹ́ẹ̀ ni mo sọ àníkàbá ti ẹ̀wọ̀.
ó dé Finland ó dé France ṣé mo kó passport Nàìjíríà lọ France tí bá fẹ́ lọ France ní sẹ́wọ́n á ní kíyàn tó lọ́ máa gba ṣẹ̀ǹgá ìwé nìkan tó bá fẹ́ travel láti orí Air France lọ sí Nàìjíríà tó bá máa jẹ́ pé France tó bá ní British passport ó máa láti ní ṣẹ̀ǹgá ẹ̀ lórí ayé wò làwọn wá báyìí mo ń gbádùn ẹ máa sọ̀rọ̀ lọ.
tó ẹ má bẹ̀rẹ̀ pé kí wọ́n ní ìyàtọ̀ àwọn pálí tẹ̀síṣọ́ ìyàtọ̀ ní wípé ṣẹ́rí pálí Nàìjíríà kò lè jẹ́ níbi ẹ̀ owó ọ̀rẹ́ fẹ́ pálí yẹn di owó ọ̀ tó tí a bá ti pín táwa Yorùbá bá já dúró a máa bíìtì pálí Romania pálí Moldova a máa bíìtì àwọn pálí àbíkájọ wà ní ìwọlé àwọn náà wà lè wọ ìlú tí gbogbo wọn yìí náà wọ. à ń sọ gbogbo kínní yìí sí ni I don't understand tó jẹ́ ẹ̀yin náà wọ ilé ìtẹ́sọ̀ yẹn tó lọ sọ English ní bí India embassy. ẹ̀yin náà imagine. a lè sọ gbogbo kínní yìí àwọn èèyàn wọn jẹ́ ló dàbẹ̀ ní gbogbo yẹn afẹ́ máa akọ̀fẹ́ máa ẹ̀fẹ́ máa àgbẹ̀ ní pé ti pọ̀ jù àti pé ẹ̀kọ̀fẹ́ máa ẹ̀mọ̀. So we just need to keep enlightening our people and to be sure.
ṣé wọn pé Nigerian passport gan kò dé Vatican City pẹ̀lú bá a ṣe ń gbọ́ Ọlọ́run tó ní Nàìjíríà o máa need visa láti dé Vatican City.
kí ni nǹkan tó lè gẹ̀ wọ́n pẹ̀sà kọ́ ìkẹyìn ẹ̀yin náà ẹ̀mọ mọ́ pọ̀ and who are very painful. And you know that the population of Moldova. The population now.
2 million. Hey. 2 million country. Kábíyèsí Elédùmarè.
Ẹ̀jẹ̀ ká tó wà wò báyìí. Èyí tẹ̀ sọ pé jù kan ní pé ní Greece wọ́n protest right.
Tó pọ̀ rẹpẹtẹ.
British ò ní pé kí wọ́n máa gbàdúrà. Wọ́n jẹ́ wípé ẹni tí tó bá ti jẹ mọ́lẹ̀ Áfíríkà. Wọ́n máa sọ fún wa pé ká lọ máa gbàdúrà. Pé ká lọ sí court. Wọ́n sọ kankan pé iṣẹ́ láwọn British kò yàn ẹ̀yin náà wo tọ́jú ẹ̀yin náà wo bọ́ ṣe treat àwa immigrants níbí báyìí táwọn ti fẹ́ ká wọ̀. Wọ́n máa ń ní ìkọ̀kọ̀ tó jẹ́ wípé an ordinary British citizen tó bá fẹ́ àmì the only way the way ìgbà tí ṣe train wọn ni wí kọ́ police wọn. Wọ́n dẹ̀ sí nínú police wọn pé tó bá police wọn lè handcuff. Wọ́n lè suppress your down. I also see that as a violent way too. I see that as a violent way too. But tí kòkó bá máa ṣẹlẹ̀ nílẹ̀ Nàìjíríà, àwọn pèjìkó lè ní pé kí alọ́pọ̀lọpàá ọmọ ní pé ká gbàdúrà náà àbí ká lọ sí pọ̀ tó máa fẹ́ ṣe lè diplomatic way. Ọmọ tó lè ṣe kọ́kọ́ pé as a Yorùbá man, anything about the mix to the jẹ́ pé anything like Western world, I think is a deadly disease to us. We just need, that is how I see it. Because we just have progress. We just have progress. Tẹ́rí tó wà ní iṣẹ́ ẹ̀ka tó ń sọ òyìnbó yẹn. Bẹ́ẹ̀ni. Tó bá sọ̀rọ̀ ẹ̀yọ́ ọmọ India yẹn. Kò lè sọ ní ìdílé ọ̀sẹ̀ ọmọ Yorùbá yẹn sọ tó ń sọ yẹn. Ẹ bá mọ́tò àwọn India púpọ̀ yẹn sọ English. Òun sọ òyìnbó náà pẹ̀tẹ̀rẹ̀pẹ̀. Ṣé òyìnbó la fẹ́ jẹ ni? Yorùbá yẹn máa ṣe gbogbo ilé ìdàtí wẹ́ẹ̀. Ẹ̀mí ò ní pa àwọn ìdílé yìí wọ́n ń nílùú yìí parí kò mi màmá wò pé wọ́n lọ. We are going through a lot.
Ìyànkọ́ ní ẹ̀ṣẹ̀ gan ni ìyànkọ́ ní Àlèmọ́ṣọ́ can even be a country. Ọlọ́run ti ṣẹlẹ̀ Ọlọ́run kò lè yá àwọn èèyàn. I think we missed a call. Let's take that call back. Once again, you're watching. This is another protest ní Greece lórí train crash àbí train accident tó ṣẹlẹ̀ níbẹ̀ yẹn náà. Ìgboro ti dàrú rẹpẹtẹ. Ní bíbá yìí nísìnyí wọ́n sọ fún wa pé kí ló dé tó ń ju petrol bọ́ǹbù àwọn ọmọ wọn ṣètò ráwọn jẹ́ aláwọ̀ funfun ṣètò ráwà jẹ́ dúdú lọ́ ṣe máa ní káwa má ṣerú eléyìí. Bó bá jẹ́ ráwà lè la ṣe àwọn èèyàn máa sọ pé Koiki ó wá instigate violent ó wá ń ṣe instigation of violence èmi ò dẹ̀ ṣe instigation of violence o. Once again, a very good evening and welcome. Good morning, good night, depending on what part of the world. Mr. Koiki, some people will still say these programs that concern them. You know, concern them. British will never die well. Bẹ́ẹ̀ ni àwọn èèyàn lẹ́ẹ̀kan sí, if you're just waking up around the world, there's been a fatal accident in Lagos State. Multiple people have died. We don't know the casualties number. With condolence to them. Let's watch the video. I imagine wọn ló gbé láti Ìkẹjà Jésù dẹ̀ lápè. So that's the current situation in Lagos State where a train crashed as occurred, and nobody knows the numbers of people that have been affected. But as you can see, This is the current. Let's watch this particular video as well. There's another one that I saw. Let's watch this one. We pray for all those that have been affected one way or the other. Kolon Eledumare, Tabanik and Iremo, Ironian. Things happen, and I believe these are the emergency services that have just arrived there. All this was happening just before 7:30 a.m. So, unlikely we train here, a yellow one ye, Olokolu, boss ten way, boss carry. Bọ́ọ̀sì ti Lagos State ni ẹ rí pé tẹ bá wo rí bọ́ọ̀sì yẹn dáadáa níbí báyìí but tá bá wá sí I think I saw some images that indicate the bus very well tá bá wá sí bí báyìí now ẹ rí pé bọ́ọ̀sì yẹn this is the Lagos State transport no fún staff àwọn Lagos State you know hello. Ẹ káàbọ̀ sórí ètò.
Ẹ kú ètò.
Ètò ni ẹ sà.
Ọlọ́run ọba yóò máa bá wa ṣe o.
Ní Ọlọ́run.
Orúkọ mi ni Àfá Esther wà lọ́kọ́ láti ṣe.
Ẹ káàbọ̀ sórí ètò ọba wa.
Ẹ kú gbìyànjú, ẹ kú rúgbà. Orí iṣu àgbọ̀nì ẹrẹ̀wà lọ́nà tó wájú ọlọ́run. Ọba tí máa bá ẹ̀dá bí ẹrú rẹ̀ lọ́wọ́ adẹ́rù lẹ́nu Yorùbá kárí tọ́jú àbúrò àṣẹ ọlọ́run. Àtòkọ wájú àtòkọ ẹ̀yìn ọlọ́run nílé ẹ̀kẹ́ wá bẹ́ẹ̀.
Ẹ ṣé gan ni, ẹ ṣé gan ni. Thank you so much. Ẹ ṣé gan ni sir. All right, let's take a short interlude and then we'll come back and then we will be talking more as well. Mo fẹ́ remind yín àwọn Northern Elder Forum. Wọ́n ní àwọn ọmọ Yorùbá, shut up. We own Nigeria and you will respect us in this Nigeria. Wọ́n ní táwọn bá fẹ́ kí gbogbo wa lọ, la máa lọ. Táwọn bá ní kò tí tó ká lọ, nobody is going anywhere. It's going to take a bit of time. Let's watch this. Mo kí our Grace. Mo kí ẹ̀yin tẹ́tí darapọ̀ mọ́ wa. Good morning, good afternoon, those of you on Olayomi Koiki. It's been a while. We should start streaming back on the Instagram. We've been out for a while due to Facebook. Let's watch this video. I'll come back in a minute.
There is no other section of the country that has contributed as much as northern Nigeria. None. We can bring any area and debate it. And you find that the North paid more than paid its dues. In political terms, this is what now the turbulence in the country politics. The North must not show its face as to who in the next election. The parties were warned that they must not shield northerners as presidential candidates because it is not the turn of the North to rule again after Buhari. Of course, I mean, you can look at it in various ways, legal or political. Certainly not legal. Our law books are very clear, the Constitution is very clear that I can stand the election 20 times and I can lose 20 times. but nothing should stop me from contesting election if I want to. But then, when you look at it in terms of, well, do me, I do you. Rub my back and I rub yours. The North has rubbed more backs than is back being rubbed. Obasanjo couldn't get 10,000 votes in front of his house. I sat with him when he declared, and I told the journalists that spoke to him rudely most of the time, I said he would be president in Nigeria by the votes of northern Nigeria, and he did. Even there, well, we got paid back somehow. It wasn't appreciated as such. Who brought Jonathan? The North did. Who voted Abiola? The North did, in my sitting room, to defeat my younger brother, Tofa. All these are sacrifices being made by Northerners. And even if you are talking about the years in power from 1999 to date, Obasanjo 8 years, Jonathan 6, 14, Umaru 2, and now Buhari 8, 10. So I've been old even in the number, pure number of years, 4 years. 4 years, even on those terms. But the issue shouldn't have been we are not qualified to contest. We have no right to contest. Certainly, this is the reason why we are saying now that the issue in Nigerian political environment must be based on democratic tenets only. There will be no issue of reserving anything for anybody. If you win an election, you win on the basis of this thumbprint. If you win, we'll accept. But if we win, there's no way you can deny us victory. No way. We will not accept that at all, and we'll be ready. So this is the point. Now, we are almost at the point when these elections will hold. And we have been in constant touch with our colleagues. We had, the Northern Elders Forum had remained committed to talk to other Nigerians on any matter at any time. And if there are differences, we should resolve it on the basis of discussion. But for us to be beginning to see threats that if this happens and we don't like it, we'll do something negative. So we are warning that the elections hopefully will be conducted free, fair, and credible. And anybody who wins the election must be accepted as the winner of the election without sentiment. And if there is any attempt to subvert it, then we'll be ready to also counter. No way. So, my dear friends and colleagues, the Northern Elders Forum or the Northern Assembly is meant for us to really look at ourselves and against the rights that is enshrined in our laws and constitution. We are not denying anyone their rights, and nobody will deny us our rights. Nobody. And those who are thinking along those lines, they should go and think again, because we shall not accept a situation where there is a fair, democratically conducted election and the winner emerges and will be denied on the basis that he comes from some section of this country, particularly our own section of the country. Will not agree. Will not agree. So, Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry for my usual failure in this kind of gathering when I'm given an opportunity to talk. I've not even addressed, strictly speaking, my speech, but I picked the sense in it and talked about it. And I end again by thanking all of us for coming together to share our concerns about our home, the North, and for us to feel it, that without the base, the northern base, the Nigerian state will not have foundation without the northern base. So the North should be prepared to provide that base, and has always been prepared to provide the base. And this is why we made all the sacrifices we had to make in the interest of this country, even though a lot of these sacrifices are not being appreciated by many. And then finally coming home, I want us to remember the good old days of the Sadona. The North are one people, irrespective of where you worship or where you vote, where you associate, but remember the oneness, the togetherness, the fraternity that brought us, the history of this country has brought us together, and we succeeded the way we provided leadership over the years, and we have no apology to offer to anybody in terms of the role we have played for the benefit of this country. Thank you very much.
Thinking about how we've been having this conversation about the unity of Nigeria. And I reflect back at some of the prominent statements made by some of our founding leaders. And I feel that probably this will help us to have a conversation on the Nigerian unity. I just brought four, not to bore you. First, and I quote, not my statement, Nigeria is not a nation. It's a mere geographical expression. There are no Nigerians in the same sense as there are English, Welsh, or French. The word Nigerian is merely a distinctive appellation to distinguish those who live within the boundaries of Nigeria from those who do not. This is accredited to Chief Obafemi Awolowo, the former Prime Minister of the Western region. The second one, and I quote, it is true that we politicians always delight in talking loosely about the unity of Nigeria. 60 years ago, there was no country called Nigeria. What is now Nigeria consisted of several large and small communities, all of which were different in their outlooks and beliefs. The advent of the British and that of Western education has not materially altered the situation, and the many and varied communities have not knit themselves into a composite unit. This is accredited to Sir Ahmadu Bello, former Premier of Northern Region. The third, and I quote, since 1914, The British government has been trying to make Nigeria into one country. But the Nigerian people themselves are historically different in their backgrounds, in their religious beliefs and customs, and do not show themselves any sign of willingness to unite. The Nigerian unity is only a British intention for the country.
Now we have faced such level of oppressiveness in our land, such level of frustration in our land, such level of suppression, where in one segment of the nation, blood will flow like water, killings and killers will arrive, level a whole village overnight. In some cases, they will own up that they are the ones who did it for the sake of whatever reasons they claim. Nobody is arrested, nobody is prosecuted, nothing happens, no consequence. In another part of the country, probably the southwest or south or southeast, some people come out for demonstration, and before you know it, people are leveled to the ground. People are arrested. All right? So there is one law for one part and one law for another part. That is the situation we have faced so far, the situation of injustice and inequality. Now you look at the situation with appointments and positionings, and it will appear to you as if intelligent people don't exist in no other part of the country apart from some parts of the country. We have a multi-ethnic country. We have a multilingual country. We have a multi-religious country with two dominant religious bodies in the nation. But if you look at sensitive positionings, whether it's in the executive, in the judiciary, in the legislative, in the military or paramilitary, it appears as if there are no people in any other part of the country. Take a look at this. You have President Northwest Muslim. You have Senate President Northeast Muslim. You have INEC Chairperson Northwest Muslim. You have Speaker of the House of Representatives Southwest Muslim. You have Chief of Air Staff Northeast Muslim. Minister of Defense Muslim North. Chief of Army Staff Northeast Muslim. Inspector General of Police North Central Muslim. National Security Advisor Northeast Muslim. Director National Intelligence Agency Muslim North. Director General SSS Northwest Muslim. Comptroller General of Immigration Northwest Muslim. Comptroller General of Customs North Muslim. Comptroller General of Civil Defense Muslim North. Comptroller General of Nigeria Immigration Prison Service Muslim North. Acting Chairman of EFCC Northeast Muslim. Chief Justice of the Federation Northeast Muslim. Code of Conduct Head Muslim Northeast. Managing Director Post Authority Northwest Muslim. NIMASA North Muslim. NNPC Managing Director Northeast Muslim. Minister of Education Northeast Muslim. National Universities Commission Northwest Muslim. JAMB Southwest Muslim, and so on and so forth. We can keep on going on and on. Someone has said that the top 20 positionings in NNPC is occupied from the same region as well. What comes to mind is there is no intelligent person and no qualified person from any other part of the country. There is no intelligent Shekiri person, no intelligent Ijaw person, no intelligent Birom person, no intelligent Magavul person, no intelligent Tif person, no intelligent Idoma person, no intelligent Igala person, no intelligent Ibira person, no intelligent Ibibio person, no intelligent Anam person, no intelligent Efik person, no intelligent Ishan person, no intelligent Bini person, no intelligent person from no other part of the country that can be in any of those sensitive positions, except people from one region and one religion. And people are meant to be forced to exist in peace under that kind of upside down, highly nepotistic, clanistic situation. And that is absolutely impossible. If it was a charm, it cleared. If it was a mentality bankruptcy, mentality is returned. It's impossible. There can be no peace in such level of inequality, in such level of brazen effrontery are taking a whole nation for granted. Nations of the world did not experience one over 100 of what Nigerians have experienced and scattered in pieces. Soviet Union is nowhere to be found. Yugoslavia was one country that scattered and splintered into 8 countries out of one country. Czechoslovakia splitted into 2. They didn't see 1 over 100 of what we are seeing. Nations in the world that are wise enough, that are multi-ethnic, did their best. The United Kingdom, even though it's a nation, has ethnic groups that took care of the ethnic groups and gave regional autonomy to the Scottish, to the Irish, and the Welsh. Switzerland has 4 ethnic groups, and they make their presidencies sit to revolve around these 4 groups. What is the solution to the situation in our land today? If there must be peace, there must be equity, there must be fairness, there must be justice. People have clamored for restructuring. It is the devolution of power. Otherwise, there may be the dissolution of union. It happened in other places. And we pray and trust God that it doesn't happen in our nation. It's not time to play the ostrich and hide the head under. What is not confronted cannot be conquered. In medicine, we call something the debridement of wounds. You expose wounds in order to repair them. You clean them out in order to repair them. You make them bleed. Truth is what heals. And if truth is not spoken, healing doesn't happen. And it is time to tell the truth. People have been suppressed, subdued, subjugated, and treated second-rated as if they don't have sense and they don't have reasoning. And this nation is one of the most intelligent nations in the world. Our doctors, our professionals are the most intelligent around the nations of the world. Nigerians and Nigeria people have the highest rate of PhDs in America of any ethnic group apart from maybe Americans themselves. And it is time for us to sit up and say these things must be corrected and do the right thing, and we do the right thing on time so that Jehovah can hear us and answer our prayers. As for every protest going on, 2 wrongs don't make a right. Protests are encouraged to be very peaceful, very calm. No destruction of lives, no destruction of properties in any form. Let life not flow because there is abnormality in the land. And we believe that the Lord will help us. God bless you. And I know you will not remain the same. Share this link with your friends and let every one of us join forces together with God Almighty and let our land be healed and be saved. In Jesus' precious name, amen.
Affects not only our country, but the entire region of West Africa and in turn the rest of the world. Because you know that our resources are fueling a lot of people. But I just found out something crazy about the origins of Nigeria that shocked the hell out of me. Nigeria was never meant to be a country. It was something else entirely. In this video, I'm going to tell you exactly what I discovered. Oh, and I want to acknowledge Burna Boy for bringing my attention to this in his song, Another Story, on his album, African Giants. Thank you for inspiring this video. And all of you, let Burna Boy know he got to me, and now I'm sharing this information with you. The creation of Nigeria was never about democracy, never about Christianity. It was all about money, business, and profit. None of it for us. Pay attention. The area now known as Nigeria was called the Slave Coast up to 1870. This was the point at which the British had stopped slave trading and moved on to palm oil as their primary commodity out of Nigeria. One of the main suppliers of palm oil was the Benin Kingdom. And you have to watch my video of one of the greatest African kings most of you have never heard of, Oba of Oranwen. This is an important story for me personally because I am from that region, so they are my people. And his fight with the empire over palm oil is one of the greatest stories of African colonial history. Anyway, everyone wanted palm oil, and especially the British. A man called George Goldie set up the United African Company in 1879, which was then changed to the National African Company. He structured the palm oil business in the Niger Delta region, and by 1884, he had a monopoly that the British could exploit. So in 1886, Goldie violated the agreement he had made with the chiefs and moved his operations into River Niger and Benue. The company was also renamed at this point to Royal Niger Company. Goldie tricked the chiefs into signing unfair trade deals, giving Goldie exclusive rights to export palm oil instead of what the chiefs thought would be free trade. These contracts were written in English, a language we didn't understand, and based on laws that were not our own. Now, guys, this is similar to something I learned when I was in university about the deals done with the Native Americans in what is now known as the United States of America. A very similar thing where deals were done in contracts in English with laws that had nothing to do with the Native Americans. There was a meeting called the Berlin Conference in 1884 to 1885, set up by Germany's first chancellor, Otto von Bismarck. This was where the colonial powers discussed how to carve up Africa and structure trade across the pieces of our continent that they would take. We were not a part of this conversation. The best way to think of this is like the NBA drafts. Guys were out there making bids between lunch breaks and spa sessions. At this conference, the kingdom of Opobo was given to Britain. When King Jaja of Opobo tried to export his own palm oil, he was accused of obstructing commerce and then exiled. How crazy is that? And on his way home in 1891, he was poisoned with a cup of tea. Guys, I couldn't make this stuff up. The Jaja of Opobo story made other chiefs in the region very wary of their deals with the British Empire. King Koko of Nembe Brass was one of those chiefs. He tried to take down the Royal Niger Company and attacked the company headquarters in Akassa, Bayelsa on January 29, 1895. King Koko captured 60 white men and lost 40 of his own soldiers. He used the 60 hostages to demand he be allowed free trade, the agreement he believed he had signed with the British Company in the first place. They refused, and he killed 40 of his hostages. The British Royal Navy retaliated by leveling the city of Brass completely on February 20th, 1895. King Koko went into exile, and the British not only took control of the palm oil he once had, but also fined the people of his kingdom £500 as well as confiscating their weapons. Tragically, King Koko committed suicide in exile in 1898 after being branded an outlaw by the British Company that had taken his kingdom, palm oil, and reputation. The Royal Niger Company sold its territory to the British government for £865,000 in the late 1800s. This territory was known as Nigeria. In 1914, the Southern Protectorate and Northern Protectorate was combined by Lord Lugard. And like that, the Royal Niger Company was rebranded as a country, which would gain independence on October 1st, 1960. Lugard is a place in Nigeria today, like there's a street called Lugard in Ikoyi. The Royal Niger Company changed its name to the Niger Company Limited, and it was then acquired by Unilever. Unilever still operates in Nigeria to this day. And that, my brothers and sisters, is how Nigeria came to be. We have a long way to go to fix the country, and it starts with the February elections. But we won't ever have a hope in a solution to our problems if we don't know how they started. Remember, it's not about asking anyone else to fix this. This is about knowing your history. Nigeria was never a country we created. It was a company designed by colonizers for profits. And a lot of the infrastructure put in place for that siphoning of resources out of our land are still very much in place today. Crude oil simply replaced palm oil, and soon lithium may replace crude oil. I feel angry not just for what happened to my ancestors, but the fact that I wasn't taught about this in school in Nigeria, and that our children are not being taught about these things now. Every Nigerian going to the polls should know everything about who we are and what we're up against and the creation of Nigeria. I would like to take this moment to thank all my followers and subscribers, all my supporters and the community we are building around knowledge and truth. You are all appreciated, and I take none of you for granted. If you found this video informative, like, share, and subscribe, and make sure to follow my YouTube channel, link in the bio.
What a very situation. This is the country that some people want to die. I go die for Nigeria. Wait, you shut up. Me, I go die for Nigeria. So it's on to you. If you like die for Nigeria, that's entirely your problem. Not my problem anyway. If you like, say, die for any part of Nigeria state, that's your own problem, not mine. But one thing is, this morning, a very sad situation in Lagos State as usual, where we don't know the casualties, but multiple numbers of people have died according to the headline and the situation report from Contraction Location 9, the zoo country. And as many people are praying every day, hoping for the best, your economy is zero. Your new president will have a lot to deal with. A shout out to all our 111 and 115 listeners on the MixLR. In 24 minutes, I'm going to be crossing over to Star Radio UK. So that's why I've been, holding back myself. I was in bed when I got the news and I had to come out and say something around it. You don't have to agree with my views all the time, but I know that one day, a lot of you would agree with my views. Egboti pastor and sonino, protest, has to be peaceful. These are the kind of rhetorics that they come out from their mouths, so that while they reduce tension in Nigeria. I mean, imagine the pastor spoke very well, but towards the end he says, protest, okay, you can protest, but please let it be. There's nothing like peaceful protest. Protest is always violent, and it's going to be violent at the appropriate time when Nigerians realize that they have been deceived by your criminal politicians. And those of you that keep saying I should come back home, you must be crazy. I'm not coming back home because I have nothing to come and pick at home. When we have a Yoruba country, I will return back home. 15 years I was not in Nigeria, so I missed nothing in Nigeria. Kò sí nǹkan tí mo fẹ́ ní Nigeria tí mo lè get nígbà. Hello, caller.
Hello, Mr. Boy.
Ẹ̀gbọ́n sókè àgbọ̀ ẹ̀ sà. Okay. Ẹ bá mi ṣe ẹ má dárúkọ ẹ ṣe fídíò kẹsẹ̀ ǹdẹ̀ sí mi. Ẹ make sure pé date ẹ fi date sí ẹ bá ti ṣe fídíò ẹ. Ẹgbẹ́ fò fún ìyàwó yẹn ẹgbẹ́ fò fún ọ kí bá wọn sọ̀rọ̀. Ẹ jẹ́ ń béèrè kan lọ́wọ́ yín ìyá wa ṣé ń gbọ́ mi mà ẹ jẹ́ ń bí ní ìbéèrè kan torí gbogbo èèyàn ló ń gbọ́ yín ní gbogbo àgbáyé lórí Koiki Media. Owó tẹ́ rí gbà yìí báwo ni impact ẹ̀ nínú ayé yín lénìí nítorí pé ilẹ̀ lówó yẹn kí ni impact ẹ̀ fún yín àti family yín.
Ó dé bí tó mẹ́ni tí tó nílò láti ṣe. You can't go to the ọdẹ rìnrìn tó bá yẹ kó rìn. Àwọn ọmọ mi tó wà lóko láti lè fi ṣe ìdákàtú wà lé. Ló ń jẹ bẹ́ẹ̀ tó bá wulẹ̀ iṣẹ́ tó bá wulẹ̀. Even then tó wọ́n ní ká máa lo online cashless money. Even the internet stuff, then to log into languages. So there's so much pain. Ìnira tó pọ̀ jù. Ìnira yẹn tó pọ̀ jù chata.
We pray.
Owó pẹ̀sì tó pẹ̀lẹ̀ ní nígbà. Kọ̀ọ̀kan tó lọ́ba 3 million people. 10 million people. Over 300 million people by far. Our government is ruling us. And you think the progress for the possible.
Order.
If the Nigeria want to remain, let it be a
a working system. Then hold on. Even though pé Supreme Court ní pé kó máa gbowó yẹn lọ́wọ́ yín, but
because of his pride, they will not allow it.
Ó difficult bẹ́ẹ̀ ni tó ṣẹlẹ̀ gangan nìyẹn.
So it's not the impact is possible. But because of the they don't want to come down to speak about what the solution
ló tún máa sọ ló máa tó á change ọ̀rọ̀ tó sọ. Tó Ọlọ́run ọba Elédùmarè á jẹ́ kí ìrìn àjò Yorùbá, torí pé Yorùbá lájọ́ bára wa sọ yìí, Ọlọ́run ní fìyà jẹ yín, ẹ̀yin lẹ lówó yín nísìnyí ẹ̀ tó rówó gbà nínú bank. Ọlọ́run bá ń dúró tì. Thank you for granting us this opportunity to speak to you lórí Koiki Media. Ẹ ṣé gan ni. My brother, bá mi ṣe fídíò yẹn kó send ẹ̀ sí mi tó bá ti ready. Bá mi ṣe. All right, ẹ ṣé gan ni. Thank you so much. Thank you. What more can you get? Live reporting. Ẹ̀yin náà lè report anytime. Mr. Koiki mo wà níbí báyìí. Kí ló ń ṣẹlẹ̀? Ẹ sọ fún mi. Ẹ̀yin lẹ́ni Koiki Media. That's a live reportage from Lagos State. Ìyá ń jà àwọn èèyàn wa gan lọ́hùn. Ìyá yẹn ló lówó ẹ̀ kò rówó gbà nínú bank. Ìjọ́ la fi máa ṣe gbélé ìdá. Ayọ̀míkún Dámíjù, how will you fix something like that with an election instead of you to call for disintegration? Bẹ́ẹ̀ni. Chief of Defence Staff ta nìyẹn o, Mr. Ladell, ẹni Chief of Defence Staff. Ìyá mi ilé Àjàyí mo kí ojú oorun kan lèmi kan ti dìde mú ìsúnmù yẹn dáadáa. Tí bá ti parí sáré lè mú lọ sí. Because I was sleeping when I got a call from Lagos pé there's an accident. And as a media, I have to come out and talk about it. If not, we can be a program where it could be 9. So I lost 2 hours of my sleep for humanity's sake. It's worth it. One day, a lot of you will remember me for all this. It's very sad. A máa ṣe program lórí topic tí ẹ̀gbọ́n wa yẹn tó sọ fún wa bí a later lálẹ́. Who owns the land? Ṣé ilẹ̀ yẹn tí gbogbo wa ń jà fún nísìnyí, ṣé ọwọ́ Nàìjíríà ló wà or Nigerian government? Bẹ́ẹ̀ ni gbogbo ìyá tó pè yẹn náà ti lè lọ vóòtì fún Tinubu gbogbo yìí. Ọmọ wa ni ẹ má yẹ ká dá síbòmíì, ọmọdé kì í ṣe kinní kan ìdí bẹ̀bẹ̀rẹ̀, wọ́n máa po àwọn òwe irọ́ kan. United Nations Human Rights says UK draft migrant bill is asylum banned. UK ti ṣe bill àwọn UN náà máa dá sí. Senior Nigerian lawyer Pius Akubobo reject appointment to Tinubu's legal team. Okay, àwọn èèyàn gbà. Trader money, evil force empowered by presidency try to scuttle Ọ̀ṣínbàjò trader money. Láolú Àkàndé, ìyẹn ti jẹun múlẹ̀, ó ti jẹun yó. Everyday, àwọn èèyàn máa bèrè pé wọ́n máa sọ fún mi lórí comment section mi pé why is it that I bring bad news all the time? Ṣé good news kan wà Nàìjíríà? This caller that called me now, gave us a live reporting. Live. Wọ́n dẹ̀ máa ṣe fídíò fún mi, wọ́n máa send ẹ̀ sí mi láìpẹ́, and post ẹ̀ síta. It's a very sad country. Headline ni mò ń kà látàárọ̀. Corruption charges should not be exclusive preserved. Okay, at least Tinubu máa yan new ṣe AIG no. Kí ni wọ́n máa ń pe ẹni tó jẹ́ legal kí ni government? Orúkọ yẹn sápá mi lórí nísìn. Kí ni bàbá yẹn jẹ́? Attorney General of the Federation. Attorney General of the Federation, yeah, AGF. So Tinubu máa fọmọ Yorùbá síbẹ̀. So yẹn làwọn máa fa wàhálà láìpẹ́ yìí. I'm waiting for AGF, ẹ ṣe gan ni ẹ̀, that's what I was looking for. If you didn't do the Tinubu ní London, àti Shettima, àpàdé, ìlú ẹ̀ lọ́tọ̀ máa bẹ̀ mí. To go back to settle down. Ìbí báyìí, ọmọ wa sí ìbá yìí, I know that. there will be a lot of changes. Oríṣiríṣi àwọn èèyàn máa lobby nísìn. Àfẹ́jẹ́ ambassador ẹ fún mi ambassadorship. Oríṣiríṣi àwọn ọmọ Yorùbá nísìn àwọn máa lobby. Àbí bẹ́ẹ̀ kọ́? Ẹ lobby after 8 years wọ́n lé gbogbo yín dànù. Wọ́n tún gbọ́ àti báwo ẹlòmíì wà. Gbogbo àwọn tó Ọ̀ṣínbàjò bá tí Yẹmí Ọ̀ṣínbàjò tó ṣiṣẹ́ fún nísìn ẹ ṣe gan ni AGF orúkọ tí mo wá nìyẹn. Attorney General of the Federation. At least àníra Hausa bẹ̀ mọ́ nísìn ọmọ Yorùbá la máa rí níbẹ̀. I don't know how they're going to fight it because Shettima náà máa láwọn tiẹ̀ náà tó ń fẹ́ kó síbẹ̀ but Tinubu ó máa supersede ẹ̀ pé ọmọ èmi ni president náà kí ló ń ṣe Shettima ọkùnrin balẹ̀ jẹ́ ń satisfy àwọn ọmọ Yorùbá tó ń pariwo Yorùbá nation yìí jẹ́ ń fún wọn ní chief of defence staff tó jẹ́ ọmọ Yorùbá kí ni wọ́n máa dùn but àpapá ńkọ́ báwo la ṣe máa ṣàpapá ṣé ká ṣe ìfọmọ Yorùbá síbẹ̀ ká pọ̀ densgé ẹ̀ ni a máa yọ létà o I'm sure a lot of Yoruba people are excited. All the way in Australia. Wow. That's a long distance, man. Until you are probably, I think, about 9 times now. The Nigerian lawyer was denied and rejected for a visa at Indian Embassy in Ireland. Yeah. We talked about that, Mr. Fag. Thank you so much for joining us. Situation on ground in Nigeria is depressing. The economy is in comatose. So those of you that are I pray that there's going to be hope, but I don't see any hope. Nigeria doesn't have the money. We are in big debt. America is in debt as well, but the Nigerian one is a very different thing entirely. So I'm just getting myself ready for the headline. So Kilon Trank Glory Twitter. So what I'm going to be discussing on Star Radio. When I come back after Star Radio, I'm just going to end the program. 9:45 p.m. Wow. Kappa Pia. you are there another part of the world, man. Australia. What's the weather like? Are you guys in winter or summer or spring? 9:45 p.m. Are you doing Australia? You get Australian passport, and you get a good job. It's not easy. Most of them miss family. It's a long distance. Australia, I mean, people London to UK, they move bam, bam, bam. 10,000 naira is for 7,000 naira the POS. So the POS collect 3,000 naira from your 10,000. How basic they do marry? Damn. Summer, wow. We cannot wait for the summer in London. I can't wait. Thank you so much, Victor. AGF. Yeah, that was what I was looking for. Attorney General of the Federation. So Tinubu will put a Yoruba man there, definitely. He's not going to use he's going to change the cabinet to favor and balance the Yoruba people. By the time we start seeing Yoruba name, Chief of Army Staff, Inspector General of Police, a Yoruba man. Hey, Asofoyin Koiki, Asofoyin na pe Tinubu ma Jagaban, only strategy to work. And after 8 years, the same people will come and start talking about because it's not going to take you back to regional government. Yeah, nothing like home. Look, people think that because people live in abroad, there's nothing like home. I mean, yes, to be honest with you, we love it here. I've had my breakfast. I've got my orange juice. We look fresh, London boy. But we are missing something that connect us to the land. But somebody just told us that the land is controlled by the federal government, so we don't own the land. Yeyege, confirm it. Ní Ìbàdàn. Yeyege, Ní Ìbàdàn, wọ́n ní Mr. Koiki, I'm in Ìbàdàn now. Tó bá fẹ́ gba 10,000 lórí POS, ó máa san 7,000. Kábíyèsí Elédùmarè. That means that you lose 3,000 lórí owó yẹn nìyẹn. Owó tó nǹkan. Do you know that some Nigerians? I was reading a guy on Twitter, and the guy gets 30,000 naira every month. I mean, he's probably making a little bit money, 30,000. But an average Nigerian, tí yàn bá fẹ́ bí salary, èlò ní salary ní Ìbàdàn àbí ní Ọ̀yọ́ state. Tẹ́ bá láì díà fáwọn tó ń ṣiṣẹ́ pẹ̀lú government. Yeye mo like orúkọ yín tó ọ̀la ẹ̀. Ẹ̀yin àti ìwà pẹ̀lú ẹ̀wà ẹ̀ lè wọnú program kí n má dárúkọ yín tí bá ti rí kọ́mẹ́ǹtì yín. Beautiful Yoruba name. How much ni wọ́n san ní salary fún ẹ̀yin tó ń ṣiṣẹ́? I mean, basic 20,000 naira. Hello, the average salary. Maize gold, because I will not be dashing my money to POS. Hey, but if you don't pay, look, let me, you know the reason why people have to go to POS? We had a caller from the bank. Bank now, we are take with me. Bank, GT. They can't get money from the bank. And if you can't get money from the bank, also the POS. Okay, kò lọ fún visit ni. Ẹ bá mi béèrè lọ́wọ́ àwọn tó wà níbẹ̀ mọ́ mọ̀ pé iná mo wọ́n dà máa tẹ̀ ní Ìbàdàn mo fẹ́ wà inclusive ni kó má dàgbà pé bàbá Koiki kí ló tún dé tẹ̀ tó ń tẹ̀ tún lọ, because I know you are not in I know you are not based in Nigeria. So ọ̀dà ọlọ́run bá ń ṣọ́yìn padà lọ sí base yìí. Ẹ mọ̀ pé àwọn ọkùnrin ló máa mọ̀ gbà tàbí Koiki tó fi máa fẹ́ ya yeye gbé yẹn ni. Now I'm okay, you know. They are my sisters, you know, and they are beautiful sisters we have there. Ọlọ́run bá ń dúró ti grandma, okay, ẹ bá ń ti ẹja mala dáadáa pẹ̀lú gbẹ̀gìrì. 30,000 naira is the average salary according to Ayọ̀míkún Dámíjù. Ẹ bá mi mú ìtàmáwọ̀ ìyá wa. Time ti ń lọ. Èmi gan mo ò tí ì sùn yẹn dáadáa, but mi ṣe gbọ́ prógráàmù tó ṣẹlẹ̀ èmi ní láti dìde. Ojú oorun láti jí mi, wàláì. Ọlọ́run bá ń dúró ti grandma. Ẹ make sure pé gba òun dáadáa sára kẹ́ tó padà sí base yín o. Ẹni wà kẹ́fù pẹ̀lú àwọn ọmọ Ìbàdàn yẹn o, àwọn boys yẹn èyí oge àwọn boys yẹn nínú wa ti rí ní sí ẹ̀gbọ́n mi Dr. Mike Ọlá ẹ ṣe gan ni àjọwà náà ni lórí ọwọ́ kan náà ẹ bá ti ń ṣe program gbọ́dọ̀ share ẹ ṣe gan ni ẹ̀gbọ́n mi ẹ wà kẹ́fù pẹ̀lú àwọn ọmọ Ìbàdàn yẹn èyí oge ẹ má yẹ kó gbé yín lọ àwọn ọkùnrin tó wà Nàìjíríà irọ́ ti pọ̀ jù. Nnamdi Kanu said you will have money in the bank, you won't be able to. But video Nnamdi Kanu, Koloba Fula Lafia, Nnamdi Kanu is not doing very well. It's crazy, you know. That country is just madness. Let's hear this from Nnamdi Kanu that Nigeria will be like Somalia. Let's listen to this. Emaranti Ijile Marcos all the time. Thank you so much, Dr. Mike Ola. Yami Esther, POS business is the best now in Nigeria. I wish wọ́n máa gbà mí síṣẹ́ ìyá mi Esther ẹ tẹ́ ká gbé Nnamdi Kanu.
If you don't allow we are trying to go, that zoological republic called Nigeria will be a worse place than Somalia, and today it is happening. And if you have not applied for your Somalian visa, please try and do so. Should I say Somali visa? Try and do so as quickly as possible, because the zoo is on the path of destruction, and there is nothing man can do to reverse it. Mark today's date and what I'm telling you. Nigeria will be destroyed beyond human comprehension.
And John boy, you might not like him, you know, his views, which man bu adada nígbà yẹn, but ẹ̀wọ̀n tó ń lọ nísìn. Mo rí ọ̀kan náà wọ́n send 200,000 owó tí tẹ̀ pọ̀. I sent 7,000 naira to somebody látijọ́ Monday. Owó yẹn reflect FCMB Ọlọ́run ìlú Nàìjíríà yìí. I mean, it's not a lot of money. I mean, 7,000 naira. Mo send a senior kan látijọ́ Monday. Wọ́n dẹ̀ dáwọ́ yẹn padà sí àkáǹtì mi. So ẹ̀yin tẹ́ jẹ́ ẹ̀gbọ́n mi Ṣẹ́gun ọ̀nà ẹ̀bọ́ sí bíbá ẹ̀. You wey na understand this banking sector. Come talk to me. When I send the money from my own account to somebody's account since Monday, ẹ jẹ́ n bèrè bẹ́ẹ̀ ni ẹ ti rówó yẹn gbà. Ẹ jẹ́ n bèrè lọ́wọ́ ẹni ẹ̀ bí ó ti rówó yẹn. Because as at yesterday, ẹni ò tí rówó yẹn gbà. Ẹ jẹ́ n send message sí. Have you received? Ibo lówó yẹn á sí ẹ̀gbọ́n mi Ṣẹ́gun ọ̀nà ẹ bọ́ sí ìgbà yìí. Where is the money? Have you received? I sent the money. Ẹ jẹ́ n lọ wo receipt tí mo fi share ẹsẹ̀ nìyẹn. 7,000. It's not a lot of money. I sent the money on Monday, 6th of March at exactly 20:33 p.m., which is 8:30 p.m. Bobby, they don't chop the money. I remember the man to jail what they need. Wọ́n ní wọ́n ti rówó yẹn gbà kábíyèsí Elédùmarè Ọlọ́run ọba. Ibo lówó mi há sí báyìí. 7,000 naira látijọ́ Monday. Èní ni Thursday. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. 4 days. Ẹni ẹsẹ̀ ẹsẹ̀ mẹ́sìn, ó ní no sir. 7,000 naira. Pé kọ́ fi ṣe People now open Kuda app and Opay. On a pound for no Opay anything. FCMB, mo send owó yẹn sí, wàláì, ó ti hang. Ìyá mi dada Alaba, wá gbà mí báyìí. Kí ló ṣe ilé tó ń lọlẹ̀? Ṣé kò charge ni? Ilé ò máa charge kẹ̀, wàláì, ọlọ́mà ló ní kí ẹ̀dá wà lórí Instagram kò bá máa kú ni. Ṣé charger yóò wá dání? Okay. Ṣẹlẹ̀ pẹ̀. Kí ló dé tó ń lọlẹ̀ bẹ̀m̀bẹ̀? What's going on there? Gbogbo owó tí mo ní bí bàbá ti ń dààmú bẹ̀. Nàìjíríà rẹ̀ ni kò rówó bàbá yìí. Gbogbo náírà tèmi ní níbí wàláì. Kò pọ̀ púpọ̀ náà but ìwọ̀nba tí mo ní. Èmi náà ní náírà díẹ̀ kò kọ̀ pọ̀ ní wàláì. Èmi ò ṣẹlẹ̀ sí Nàìjíríà o. Àwa máa fi máa ṣe ìrántí pé ìlú ta parẹ́ nínú history. Akílódé tí kìíní yìí tó what's going on there? Something is not right. Screen ẹ̀ ṣe wá lọ́lẹ̀ bẹ́ẹ̀. Ẹ̀ ń bọ̀. Bí o tó lọ́lẹ̀, ó lè ń dẹ́rù bà. Okay, ó ti ń charge mi sí. Ẹ má bínú ẹ̀yìn wọn. Okay, 4 minutes. I'm a join Star Radio. Wàhálà wà o. You need to write the bank chief executive to get your moolah back. Wàhálà nìyẹn. Màá ṣe máa kọ lẹ́tà fún 7,000 naira. Okay, Aloy Ejimakor update on Nnamdi Kanu. Dear UK, in May 2021, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu landed Kenya as a Briton, not a Nigerian. By law, this is created in tripartite immigration relationship between UK and Kenya and Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Nigeria was not a party, so UK doesn't need a court order to retrieve a rendition citizen from Nigeria. Can you imagine that? Mokinyawa Christina Ademola. Nnamdi Kanu láti 2021 was kidnapped from Kenya. Àwọn ọmọ Yorùbá kan fóònù ti kú ṣá máa ṣe kò charge mi ò tètè gbé sí charger láìsí ní Nàìjíríà charger yóò dá kébù yóò dá nìyẹn o kò charge rárá ṣá látẹ̀kọ́ tí mo fi síbẹ̀ máa ṣe ẹnu á pọ̀pọ̀ padà tí bá ti parí Star Radio ìyẹn máa take about an hour mo lọ sùn ní straight I'm already tired mo tí ní no sleep dáadáa ṣe jẹ́ ká tán ilé padà because ó ti tójọ́ mẹ́ta tí mo ti ṣe live lórí Instagram Ọláyọmí Kóìkì. Ìyá mi Elena ẹ káàárọ̀ Mr. Kóìkì but you have old note kíní kàn mí pẹ̀lú old note èmi tọ́jú ẹ̀ fún souvenir ní pé ìlú ta parẹ́ kúrò nínú history so I'm keeping it mo ṣì ní kọ́ bá mi get the remaining domination tó máa parẹ́ níjọ́ kan owó yìí kò ní sí nínú history mọ́ ó kù díẹ̀ ni ó lè pẹ́ lójú pé kò ní rí bẹ́ẹ̀ ó máa rí bẹ́ẹ̀ it's just a matter of time. Okay, if you change start, I can start Instagram and then post a little sort of Star Radio. And then I'll change that show me 2 minutes. Cool. I'm very, very tired. If you do Star Radio, you don't put it maybe sure right. It's a more problem in Nigeria. Problem. Yeah. Ìlú tó fún yàn ní fọkànbalẹ̀. Ìlú yẹn lẹ́fẹ̀ẹ́ ká máa gbé. Fẹ́ni Fàyẹmí Káyọ̀dé òun àti Dino Melaye wọ́n jọ ń gbà sí fúnra wọn. For the blood that Buhari and Sanwo-Olu, Tinubu and Osibajo spilled in Lekki today, there will be consequences. They will pay heavy price. Lagos is my home. I was born there. I grew up there. These are my people. You will never escape divine retribution, God vengeance, and God judgment. Okay, ó rán Fẹ́mi Káyọ̀dé létí. Dino rán FFK létí pé post tó fi síta ní October 2020. FFK into máa jẹ ló ń wá tiẹ̀ FFK caricature anywhere wey belle full oúnjẹ ló ń tiẹ̀ FFK kẹ caricature. Let's start this and then we can start joining Star Radio once again. Mo kí gbogbo ẹ̀yin olólùfẹ́ wa all over the globe. Fẹ́ posting Nnamdi Kanu is another savior. Holy, 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 Nnamdi Kanu is another Savior. So, Ejakalo join Archie. So, Archie is on at the moment, 11 till loop. So, I have to go and switch now to Star Radio. So, let me change my screen and give it to you as we join Star Radio. I can close the passport abami tí a ti ń ṣe látẹ̀kọ́. Lágbára Ọlọ́run.
Nigeria is about to have
àti gbọ́n yẹn tẹ́lẹ̀ kò ṣe àti gbọ́n yẹn tẹ́lẹ̀ má ti gbọ́n yẹn jáde. Kàmílà nídìí kàfé gbọ́. Ṣe àwọn kan ti jáde láàárọ̀ báyìí ní sàn ti wọlé. For the country. Nigeria. All right, so let me switch you to Star Radio, where we're having our 700 and sing. I think now Lord prepare around me. Mo kí gbogbo ọmọ Yorùbá lẹ́ẹ̀kan sí odò àgbéwà òbí gbé ọ̀dàlẹ̀. Bí bá jẹ́ mi náà lọ̀dàlẹ̀ ni kó máa gbé mi. As simple as that. What a long day. Tí bá dẹ̀ ti lọ sórí bẹ́ẹ̀dì náà nísìnyí tàbá máa fi parí Star Radio. Àwọn tó dádì wa dẹ̀ ní kí n pè àwọn ní tọ́pẹ̀ láìfọ̀n yẹn. Messages pọ̀ lórí fóònù. Never ending oníṣẹ́ mídíà. Before the end of the day, ìkànnì àtúnjáde. Àtúnbà fi wà first láti fi wá sọ̀rọ̀. It's not easy. Àmọ́ àṣẹ kó easy fún wa. Gbogbo ẹ̀yin tí ìbànújẹ́ Ọlọ́run dùn wọ́n nù bàbá ẹ̀. For Nàìjíríà ìbànújẹ́ ló jẹ́. Àfẹni tí kò bá ní human sympathy. Our people are suffering. Ẹ wò yàtọ̀ bá sọ̀rọ̀ lẹ́ẹ̀kan. Àwọn ọlọ́lọ́wọ́ wọn kò rówó gbà nínú báńkì. Irú ayé wo nìyẹn? Ṣáyé náà nìyẹn. Wickedness, pure wickedness. And bí ìyàn kan dẹ̀ ṣe sọ, ìyá yẹn nísìnyí tá a bá wà lọ́wọ́ bọ̀ nísìnyí, ó lè jẹ́ Tinubu ló vóòtì fún. Ó lè jẹ́ Peter Obi àbí PDP. Ẹnu àwọn máa ń rò pé bí a politics yẹn wọ́n máa fi change nǹkan nínú Nàìjíríà. Wọ́n mọ̀ pé politics yẹn politician wọ́n fi ń kó wọn lómi ọbẹ̀ jẹ ni. Wọ́n mọ̀ pé criminal làwọn politicians wọn. Àwọn politicians wọn criminal ni wọ́n. Mo ń bọ̀ èèyàn wa ẹ jẹ́ máa play kankan fún yín kó má kọ̀ quiet. Ẹ jẹ́ ká kọ̀ play Ìgbòho mú padà bọ̀. Mo kí ògbà yín tẹ́wà lórí Mixlr. Ẹ fún mi ní just another 30 seconds kí n fi join studio. So ẹ jẹ́ ká gbọ́ eléyìí. Àgbákọ̀fọ̀ náà kí nǹkan máa pè nípa Wi-Fi mi. A máa bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí ń kọ́ èèyàn wa nípa mídíà ẹni tó bá fẹ́ mọ̀ nípa mídíà for free àbí àwọn ṣe Zoom. A lot of things I can educate on while we're studying Yoruba Nation so that I can prepare. You can use your media to make access to the international community. You build a platform. Ọmọ Ìbàràpá lápapọ̀ èdè àdúgbò lọ́wọ́ ìjọmọ́. Ọmọ Yorùbá lápapọ̀ tilẹ̀ lóko ẹ̀mí àpọ̀ ẹ̀bá ń kọ́ wọn Adéyẹmọ. Dúpẹ́ olówó yẹn ti wọlé báyìí o. Owó ta send láti jọ Monday bá mi dúpẹ́ o bí ariwo tí mo pa ní bíbá ẹ̀ ní FCMB ṣe àtètè release owó o. Wọ́n ní thank you, it's just enter now, God bless you sir. 7,000 mi ti wọlé o, ẹ̀gbọ́n mi David Adégòkè. 7,000 tí mo send láti jọ Monday sí FCMB ó ti wọlé o. Ọmọ Ìbàràpá lápapọ̀ èdè àdúgbò lọ́wọ́ ìjọmọ́. Ọmọ Yorùbá lápapọ̀ tilẹ̀ lóko ẹ̀mí àpọ̀ ẹ̀bá ń kọ́ wọn Adéyẹmọ. Sunday Adéyẹmọ Ìgbòho orúkọ ńlá tí ń jámọ̀ láyà di ara orúkọ tó lẹ́rù wo lórúkọ gan. Ọmọ Yorùbá ẹ má sọ torí dé ìwòra a kò lè fojú dé gbogbo láyé títa ríro lọ́dà kọjá kúrà tó máa dán alànà kọjá dandan o. Ọ̀wọ́n ẹni máa bẹ̀rẹ̀ wọ̀nà ẹ̀dá kan lè ṣe wà lọ́dọ̀ mọ́ ẹgbẹ́ àtìmọ̀ṣọ́ kan ká lè débi ilé. Ẹgbẹ́ àjọgbárùkù ti Sunday Ìgbòho Ìgbòho ṣá ọmọ Ìgbòho mọ̀rẹ́ nínú alágbàdo òde ọmọ atapẹ̀tẹ̀ wọnú omi ọmọ dòdò ìwòdò ìsọ̀yà òrẹ́rẹ́ bàbá
ọmọ òkúta mẹ́ta òkòkò ìtàn ṣe ṣe ní dábàdàbọ̀ ìtàn ní mọ́ ọ̀rá ìtàn tó kù nígbà tí wọ́n mọ̀ bò mọ̀ rẹ̀ kí ló dé gbó mọ̀ rẹ̀ sí ọmọ òkòkò sọ́run ìgbàgede gbowó sùn wọn láláìsí bẹ́ẹ̀ wọ́n ní kó ní bẹ̀rẹ̀ ó máa kó bẹ̀rẹ̀ lọ ẹ̀sìn òní bímọ méjì dìbò mọ̀ rẹ̀ ẹ̀sìn bá bímọ méjì dìbò áfíkan pọ̀pọ̀ sí amúkan yòókù bọ̀ sọ̀yà àtúmúyà rẹ̀ tí ò lọ́rọ̀ gbọ́ àfiṣẹ́rí wálé wàrà gbòógì ọmọ onílé ọ̀la àwọn àjòjì tó ń ṣẹṣẹ dédé tó láwọn onígbòmí kò sí.
àdúpẹ́ fọlọ́run nẹ́tíwọ́ọ̀kì ní látijọ́ Monday ẹ̀gbọ́n mi wọ́n máa sanwó látijọ́ Monday bí yàn bá ń kú lọ tí yàn bá send owó bọ́ọ̀ ṣe ní ìgbà náà nìyẹn látijọ́ Monday mo ti send owó yẹn mad country ìlú yẹn lẹ́wọ́n á ní káwà kan padà wá ẹ̀yin tẹ́ wà ń lé lẹ́ máa jàjà tó jù bẹ́ẹ̀ ṣé kí mi join the studio jàre àdarapọ̀ mọ́ Star Radio mo kí wọ́n ẹ̀ tẹ́ wà lórí Instagram. Join the studio jàre wà ní àdarapọ̀ mọ́ Star Radio mo kí wọ́n ẹ̀ tẹ́ wà lórí Instagram. Kọ̀ọ̀kan dún tí mo mọ̀ ní láti kẹ̀kẹ́ dáhùn. What is that message to me? I'll be in your let's join studio back. Bum, 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 bum. Okay. Can you hear me?
Let me see.
Can you hear me?
Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Yes, I can hear you.
All right.
Yeah, good. Because we tweeted last night. So
Yeah.
All right, listeners. I got my own. The white lion is Mr. Olayomi Koiki on the radio now or on your screens now. And let's go have a look at what is happening in Nigeria. And once again, let me say, Yomi, morning, and how are you?
Well, a very good morning to you back in the studio, Mr. Archie. I'm doing very well. Good morning to Frank. Good morning to all our presenters from around the globe. And good morning, good afternoon, good evening. We have, because we're transmitting from the sister broadcast joining you. We also have somebody watching us while we were joining you from Australia. It's just about 10 p.m. local time in Australia. Good evening to those watching us in Australia. And we are now live on Star Radio UK, the finest African and Caribbean radio station in London.
Yes, listeners, so I am going to for you. Now, North London Studios, where we bring you every weekday at 10 o'clock. All the stories making the rounds across the globe. At 11, we bring you updates from Nigeria. But well, before we go to the updates, yesterday was a very special program. We were looking at the Saturday when the governorship elections and the local assembly elections were supposed to take place. However, I think because of the latter part of the program, then information came in that INEC had decided to cancel the elections or postpone it. Now, what we're going to cause is we're going to be coming to that. But that program was a smasher of a program that when we wanted to put a pause to it, we couldn't. We had to allow the program to go on until 9 o'clock before we brought the program to it. But we say that Star Radio is a review for the people, and that's why we allowed that to happen. But Yomi, for the sake of those who did not have the chance to listen to us yesterday on the Niger Voices, what was discussed and what were some of the reactions that you got from them? Over to you.
Well, Niger Voices is a program that put together, about 5 years ago, to be able to support the Nigerian community and the indigenous people across the globe, and likewise as many of the diaspora, because they have a lot of problems. Condolence to a Nigerian man that died after he was accused in the care home he was working. We believe he went into depression. He eventually got another job through the agency, but he died, at work. there was another situation, and again, this is an advice to those that are just arrived in the United Kingdom. Please do not leave your children alone in the house. There's another case like that we've just come across where these couples have come to UK, and the wife hasn't worked for some time. She was called to work. The husband has gone to work. Not a very good one. She left a 3 and a 5-year-old children in the house. Please, but when you listen to Naija Voices, these are some of the issues that we discuss. Settling into the UK, and we have a lot of programs on the Star Radio UK. Family and life. There's a lot of programs. Make sure you participate, and you'll be able to get yourself, especially those of you that have just arrived into the country. But Star Radio UK comes up every Wednesday with Naija Voices. Yesterday was again, looking at the expectation. It was because of the program that we realized that INEC has already also postponed the election to the 18th. But one thing that was the major concern is the Yorubas that are saying that the Igbos wants to take their land. I'm going to talk about a caller that came from Libya. Is now giving us a different perspective. Who actually owns the land as it is right now? The land doesn't belong to the Yorubas. It is being controlled by the Nigerian country. The federal government. But yesterday, there was a lot of division from those that say, yes, we might not really want the APC, but there's an option whether you go for the PDP, but do not allow the Labour Party. But under the Constitution, the Labour Party has been a registered party, but it seems that the candidate of the Labour Party is the real reason why people are having this, skepticism that Lagos State is going to be taken away. Who is playing this narrative is another question. I listened to Gbadebo this morning on one of the media in Nigeria, and he was asked the question whether APC has already approached him for about 20 billion to allow his slot to be taken away. He said that information is wrong. He now also said that he hoped that it is not the same APC that is putting out a narrative about his Igbo lineage that is now becoming a concern to so many Yorubas that the ancestral land is going to be taken away from them. And that was why it led to, that was why the program was very, very tense. And the reason why it was tense is some Yorubas believe that even those that are asking for the right to self-determination must leave that for now and protect the ancestral land. Why some disagree and say there must be something that is inside the APC. It has not been APC from 1999. Remember that Tinubu, the president right now, was the governor of Lagos State from 1999. And a lot of Yoruba believe that he's still controlling Lagos State. And for those that want the Lagos State to have a better opportunity, that literally means that APC government must be removed, whether from another party that people want, which is the obedient from the youth, that some say doesn't understand the history, but some say, but we have the Yoruba candidate as well in the PDP, but one thing is, we must break that camel back of the APC in Lagos State so that we can move the development that has not been in Lagos State. Remember that Lagos State is 20 million. Somebody called us on the program today. Moldova is 2.5 million. And as a Moldovan, you can travel to more countries within Europe than a Nigerian passport, where a young Nigerian in Dublin wanted to go to Dublin, wanted to travel to India, but she was refused the visa at the first point of application that was never even looked into. She eventually got the visa. So the question is it the bigger we are or the smaller? All this is thrown out until INEC also come back to say we can't have that election on Saturday, and it has been postponed. And I'll be looking into that in the course. Why INEC postponed the governorship and the State House of Assembly will be discussed on this program. So if you've missed the program, you can go back on the Star Radio UK timeline where you can be able to watch Naija Voices. A very, very tense situation between the Igbos and the Yoruba is playing out in Lagos State.
Well, listeners, that is what was discussed on the Naija Voices yesterday. But like Yomi said, if you want to have a take on it, let's go then. Put your comments there. We'll after we review some of this program.
We are on the smaller. All this is true.
But now, is it the APC or is it the federal government that is now trying to stoke some fire in there? Because at the point, you remember that the Yorubas and the Igbos were now thinking that, look, we are all trying to get out of this system that we think is not good for us. We're trying to get our people out of it. So they were coming from a united front. Now suddenly there's been something in there that is now causing a play. And what is causing that? We'll be looking at that. Now Omotosho Olawomi says, good afternoon, sir. I said, good afternoon, Omotosho. I hope you are doing very, very well. It is not really looking. Now, Yomi, so with that that speculation that, well, whatever is taking place has something to do with the APC, the ruling government. How do you see it?
The APC, as we know, controls a lot of the states in the southwest. But in generally, APC has been able to win this election, even though this election will be challenged at the court, with about almost 89 legal team put together between Atiku, Tinubu, and Peter Obi. It seems that the senior advocate of Nigeria will be very, very engaged and busy for the legal battle ahead. We're going to be discussing about that. But one thing is, Nigerians, in Lagos State, we had a caller on the live program from the bank says, she has money in the bank, she can't get access to the money, and it's the ego of the president Muhammadu Buhari not to come out and say something after the Supreme Court has ruled that the old 200 naira, the 500 naira, and the 1,000 naira must still be used until December 30. But as long as the president is not coming out, we know the president is on a merry-go-round to Doha in Qatar, but we know that he's going to be returning back home anytime soon. But sometimes when I look at this picture, this was released by the presidency at some time. It looks like he has just finished eating nama, which is a meat in the north. And it looks like this is a president that cares less. In just 2 months is leaving, but Nigerians are suffering for the negligence of this APC not coming out to buttress on what the Supreme Court says and allow money to flow. Nigerians have the money, they can't get access to that money. The woman says she has her children at home, she can't buy what she needs, even though we know that Nigeria, as so many other African countries, do not give benefit to their citizens.
Well, listeners, I'm from Nigeria, and that was just a bit of reflection on what took place yesterday. But what do you think about what is happening on the ground? Do you think that people are stoking fire? What do you think? Is it the APC doing it, or is it one of those things? But we want to know. Let your voice be heard, and we promise you for sure that we're going to be actually reading whatever you post on our social media platform, whether it's Facebook or YouTube or Twitter or Periscope, whichever you watch it as from, or on the other platforms as well. Just post it, and we promise you one thing that it's actually it is now ready. Now let's move on to INEC postponement of the election. It was like with everybody thinking, okay, this weekend those who want to be traveling would have prepared themselves that look, we have to travel to that place to go and do that. Then this time round, 3 days to the time, and then they said, yes, I will put it out. They didn't wait for some few hours, 12 hours, or as it happened in 2019. So what are we seeing? What are the reasons behind that?
Well, it has shown that the president Muhammadu Buhari has failed as much as he was able to deliver with the presidential election. Literally almost 2 weeks ago now on the 25th, but he's not now been able to deliver the governorship election. What could be the reason, that this election has now been pulled from happening on Saturday? There's a lot of court case going on, around INEC. Let me take you through some of the timeline quickly. Peter Obi, was at the court yesterday, where he attended court sitting over the beavers, the bimodular voter accreditation system. According to the presidential candidate of the Labour Party, Peter Obi, yesterday, with his lawyer and his party legal requesting to inspect the modular voter accreditation system machine and the other electoral materials used by the Independent National Electoral Commission that was used on the 25th of February. Obi, in a statement, says that he would rather be in court than make his trip we know that INEC has now been forced, to allow access to some of these, materials. And according to what we have here, Festus Okoye, the INEC National Commissioner and the Chairman, Information and Voter Education Committee, who announced yesterday night, say the exercise will now hold on the 18th of March, which is next week Saturday, not this Saturday. Okoye said the shift was to enable the electoral umpire back up the data, reconfigure the bimodular voter accreditation system machines deployed for the February 25th Presidential National Assembly to be used for the governorships and state legislative. A lot of speculation is also there that should these be reconfigured, we might not be able to know the truth of what took place on the 25th. So this is coming hours after the appeal court sitting in Abuja granted INEC request on the reconfiguration of the beavers, and INEC says we need 5 days to be able to do so for so many of these beavers that will have to be used in most of the polling units across the country. We know again that, like I say, Peter Obi was in the court yesterday, and the INEC statement reads, following today's ruling, which was yesterday, the Presidential Election Petition Tribunal on the reconfiguration of the bimodular voter accreditation system beavers that was used on the 25th, the commission met to assess its impact on the commission preparation for the governorship and the State House of Assembly. And that is the reason why we are seeing this election not happening. Why has INEC left it too late? Maybe they should have done so just after the election, and they will have ample of time. But again, election has been postponed, and that is now going to go in the history of Nigeria again.
Well, then I think the next time when you fix anything for election, people think that, you know what, let's do whatever we are doing, because there's a matter of what chance of it being postponed that it coming on. But what do you think? Well, and with that stance by INEC, that doesn't mean that there were some flaws in the presidential elections. Even as people have gone to the court, you think that is something worth looking at, and how is it going to find out now? Because in 2019, that wasn't how it worked out. After they put the general election, the presidential and the House of Rep one, it was all postponed, and then they came back to it. However, this time around, the presidential election has been held, and then when it was coming to the gubernatorial one, and has been postponed. I don't know how that is all going to pan out for INEC, looking at their reputation. What do you think the candidates are saying?
Well, the candidates would have no option than to, continue their strategy. Up to yesterday, there were few videos popular out on the social media around these, campaign for a particular political party. We are not endorsing anyone from this platform, but what we are saying is, looking at the political party, I think it gives them a bit more time to, get those, electorate to vote in their favor. But now, again, looking at the human error in Lagos this morning might also be having a big more impact on the Lagos state government itself, where casualties, we don't know the numbers, between a Lagos state transport work that's taking the workers to work, not the public one, but for the Lagos state staff, has now also colluded with the train, and multiple casualties around 7 a.m. this morning, where the bus was moved by the train for some distance before it was eventually stopped. Like I said, this is going to put more pressure. Yesterday was a fire in a particular location in Lagos State. This also is having a big impact to change the narrative, but it seems, a few more days will please some politicians, and probably some politicians will have to spend more money because you still have to continue the campaign.
Somebody's asking a question here. He's asking whether Sanwo-Olu is scared that he's going to represent his governorship seat. Special elections, the Labour Party, because they won most of the seats in Lagos State. Is that what they are scared of? And that's why they are stoking the fire for this tribal racial or the Igbo and the tribal politics in there. You think that's what's causing them to do so?
Well, if we judge by the just conducted Lagos election of the presidential one from the Labour Party. Even Tinubu lost his polling unit on the street. He lost his own polling unit as Ikeja. And when you look at the overall, Peter Obi won, Lagos State hands down. And definitely that changed, the conversation in Lagos State. If Peter Obi could bring down Tinubu that have controlled Lagos State since 1999 as the first governor for 8 years, the kingmaker as is known, he has become the king himself, and yet Alimosho, the biggest local government in Lagos State, Tinubu lost it as well to Peter Obi, the Labour Party. It is a landslide, and it seems that from looking at it, the question then is Lagos going to lose APC to the new tsunami, or are we going to see? I was reading the PDP have said they're not having any reason to merge with Labour Party. Remember that the question that was asked Atiku was, should he have merged with Peter Obi? Yeah. The vote would not have been divided, and he said he had no reason to merge. Maybe after the election, we will see the expectation, which was part of the discussion yesterday. The expectation is something that nobody can talk about. But the narrative of what is now penetrating in terms of this ancestral land is going to be taken away from us. We must not allow this candidate, to become the governor because he's not a full Yoruba from what some people are saying. Some disagree with it, and some say, let us just allow everything to flow. Whatever the outcome, it will change for good or bad the narrative in Lagos State. But like somebody was saying this morning, who actually owns the land as we speak today? Because as much as the Yoruba land, but the federal government controls every resources, and that is part of the 1999 fraudulent military decree constitution that has been used, for a very long time.
Well, listeners, it is Star Radio UK. Updates from Nigeria, which might be quite again. I'm not studios and actually here the South Studios. Now let's touch on this one quickly, and then I'll leave you to. But you will touch on it briefly with the bus colliding with the train. Now, whether those stops there, what happened? Did the train go through a red light, or did the bus go through a red light? What exactly took place?
Well, let's take a look at the great situation, human error. From what we are hearing so far, there is not any update from the Lagos State, apart from they are aware that the situation and emergency services are there. As I speak to you right now, that is what is trending. About almost close to 200 and something thousand of the train situation. Like I said, I picked up the news just about 7:20, just as it was happening. We can show some of the images, but what we can say is, from what I've heard from those on the ground and the videos I've listened to, it seems that the bus, just as so many train accidents, was not following the signal problem, the signal situation, and that is why we've seen that. Like I said, it is quite devastating. I've seen a lot of emergency services arriving in the images I'm looking at right here, probably being brought in from the closest, general hospital. There's a general hospital, in Ikeja down there. Let me take you back to 2017 when I traveled to Nigeria. The same rail track where this accident has occurred. People sell wares, food stuff. This shouldn't be happening in Lagos State, but it is what it is. 20 million people, and it seems that some of the reason why people are saying that there's a pressure in Lagos State. But from 2017 to date, you would expect changes. Education. Maybe the driver was thinking that he could still pass through. When you're crossing the road and the lighting, this traffic light is changing. If you are not careful, I think what UK has done now is to give us the countdown. So at least you have an idea that you have about less than 2 seconds to cross to the other side. Because the speed of the vehicle coming, even if it's driving at about 30 miles per hour, which I believe the driver must have probably calculated that he can pass through, not knowing the speed that the train is coming. And as I said right now, casualties on the ground, and we can only pray. They are now asking for blood donation that is ongoing right now at the General Hospital in Bagada. I think more people will be needed. I can see the gas being removed. We don't know the amount of numbers of people on the bus, but from what we are told, the bus is fully packed. Remember, they are heading to work.
Yeah, early morning, heading to work. Sad one there. To the lost, those who have lost their lives, we are so respected. And to those who have been hurt, I will read them a speedy recovery.
And so far, 2 female passengers have been confirmed dead.
Oh man. Maybe I so respected. Yeah, listen, this is Star Radio, Caribbean radio station in London, 11:30 the time. And let's go back to Yomi. Well, they are all at the courts. What is happening? And a lot more coming your way. Over to you, Yomi.
Thank you so much, Mr. Archie. Once again, this is your finest African and Caribbean radio station in London. Beavers Appeal Court refused Obi's request to scan election materials. Once again, 2 people have been killed, in this passenger train that colluded with a metro bus in Lagos State. We pray for the family. A Nigerian most wanted prostitution ringleader, Madam Joy, has now been extradited to Italy, where 13 years sentence while she ran back to Nigeria. But it seems that the Interpol were able, with the new laws between Nigeria and Italy, I believe in 2020, she has now been taken back on a private jet, at least until she get back to Italy, where she will not face some of this reason why she has been brought back to Italy. Joy Jeff, a most wanted Nigerian woman who runs a prostitution ring, was sentenced to 13 years imprisonment, has now been extradited to Italy. What do we know? She runs a prostitution ring. While she was doing this, she was able to evade justice, to run away. But it seems now that the Italian police have confirmed yesterday that the culprit had been declared wanted since 2010, shortly after she was sentenced. In a statement, the police described Ms. Jeff as a prominent figure in the Nigerian mafia. She was arrested in Nigeria on the 4th of June 2022 on an international warrant issued by Italy, the statement added. With a video clip released by the Italian police show Ms. Jeff being flown from Nigerian capital Abuja to Campino Airport in Rome, where she was taken away in a wheelchair. Again, always one day for the owner and one day for the crime, or I don't know how that is said, but every day for the criminal, one day for the, and I believe Nemesis have catch up on her, and she'll be spending 13 years behind bar, for bringing as many innocent young Nigerians, female, to Italy and around the world for prostitution. Again, 100 of Labour Party loyalists supporting our candidate, Peter Obi, PDP, saying there in one of the headlines as well. So let's now go and look at some of the other headlines. Once again, it seems that more senior advocate of Nigeria will be very busy. Between Atiku, Peter Obi, and Tinubu, 89 senior advocate of Nigeria will be fighting, to defend them at the court, according to the headline. The legal tussle between the Labour Party, People's Democratic Party, and the ruling All Progressive Congress over the outcome of the February 25th presidential election has taken a new dimension, following report that a combined team of 89 senior advocates of Nigeria have been engaged. According to the camp, warring political parties say the array of legal luminaries drawn from different chambers are presently being furnished with materials that could be tendered as evidence in court. That the APC candidate Bola Tinubu was announced the winner of the keenly contested election by INEC. The former Lagos State governor pulled about 8 million to defeat PDP at about 6 million, and then also Labour Party at about 6 million. But both Atiku and Peter Obi rejected the result, and that is the reason why they are heading to the court. 11:34, and we take 2 more. Buhari's in-law not stepping down from Kaduna governor's race, ADP, is saying rejection of the old note disobedient to law, Akeredolu says. This is a big problem to so many Nigerians. I mean, like I said, I had a caller from one of the bank in Lagos State, GT, where she was saying to me on the phone line that she has money in the account, but she can't get access to the money. And when you have 10,000 naira and you want to withdraw that from the POS, you will then have to cover 3,000 out of that 10,000 naira. That's about almost 30%. That's quite a lot. You know, for a country where an average salary is about 30,000 naira, that is even if you're paying that. But the governor of Ondo State, we know that El-Rufai has promised those in Kaduna that, you know, when Tinubu becomes the president, he's going to reverse that. But Tinubu cannot do anything right now because he has not been sworn in. So the only person that still have the mandate to change the narrative and come out and say, we have accepted the Supreme Court ruling to December 30, even though Buhari is leaving in May. Buhari is still adamant and is not saying anything, no press statement, and this is creating a lot of problem. So the governor of Ondo State, Oluwarotimi Akeredolu, today described the rejection of the old Naira note as the fragment of disobedience to law. The governor disclosed this in a statewide broadcast. He decried the rejection of the old Naira note by a large number of traders and business owners in the state. He said the rejection of the old note would weaken the nation's economy, cause great harm for local business, local trade, and business transaction. Remember that the Supreme Court had ordered the old currency must remain as legal tender in exchange of goods and services in the nation. But President Muhammadu Buhari, for whatever reason, has refused to back that ruling, and that is why it is creating a lot of problem. I can now see that this Lagos State Governor, Sanwo-Olu, sympathized with the victims of Lagos State train crash. Is coming from the headline. The Governor of Lagos State, Babajide Sanwo-Olu, has sympathized with the victims of the train accident that occurred at the early hours of this morning about 7 a.m. According to report, 2 people have died. Unspecified number of people were injured after the passenger train crushed a Lagos State government staff bus on its way from Ikotun en route Alausa, the state secretariat at the PWD area of the state. Like I said, a very, very sad situation, and it's still ongoing as we speak right now. I'm going to take us now straight to the social media to see what is trending. The train issue is trending, and again, from what we are, eyewitness blame the bus driver for recklessness that resulted in the accident. Looking at it, the bus and the train has crashed in the middle. So we have one section of the bus completely locked into the train, from this, description. So the front side and the back side are halfway on the track, and one section are pulling, and it has pulled the bus, up to where it eventually stopped. Again, recklessness. Who is going to be paying the price of such this magnitude? Like I said, they're asking for blood donation. If you can do so, please make your way to Bagada General Hospital, the Lagos State Accident and Emergency Center and the General Hospital Lagos Island, for Larry Coker Staff Clinic Alausa Ikeja. Blood donation is needed, and we pray. Like I say, Sanwo-Olu says, I am deeply saddened by the news. The vehicle was conveying staff of the Lagos State government, our staff who serve in the state in different capacity. Let us say a prayer for the families and a prayer of mercy and protection of our state. What are the reactions? The Labour Party candidate is also saying, I am deeply saddened by the news of the train of the BRT collision in Ikeja. My prayer for everyone involved in that accident. We must all do our best we can to help emergency services get all that is affected. Again, some of the influencers, Mr. Macaroni, so sad to hear about the train collision at Ikeja, Lagos State. My heart goes out to the affected family. And on behalf of the Star Radio UK as well, we are saying our heart goes out to them as well. Once again, Star Radio UK, the finest African and Caribbean radio station in London. The spokesperson for the Biafra, Mazi Simon Ekpa, have lifted any sit-at-home that is meant to happen from tomorrow, since the election of the governorship has been postponed across the country as well.
Well, listeners, interesting update from Nigeria with Mr. Olaimi Koiki. I'm not planning students. I'm actually here in the South students. But let's touch on a couple of the provision I put across and then we can conclusion to a close. Now, when it comes to the Naira, the new Naira notes, we have a Keredoro coming, criticizing people for not accepting. But again, we are talking about education. But we are telling people haven't got that information. They don't know who they need to listen to. As whether tomorrow, the federal government will wake up and say that, you know what, we have changed our minds. We are now, so all the whatever monies that you have transacted in your business scheme, that you have started. But my question is, how is the federal government encouraging electronic transactions? Electronic what?
Well, that has been the problem. The lady I spoke to say, she would have loved to do transaction online. The network is very bad. Guess what? Let me ask you, I sent 7,000 Naira, not a lot of money, just for someone to be able to help them to buy data since Monday at 8:30 p.m. Can you say how long it would take for that money to have arrived in his account?
It should be, eventually, when I do something like that, it takes maybe a minute or 2 minutes, it should be there.
Well, the money has just been received today.
Wow. You don't mean it?
Yes. The money was sent, from my own account, which is my, Naira account. So these, my brother back home, on Monday at exactly 8:33 p.m. local time, 20:33, 7,000 Naira to one of the bank, which is FCMB. We can mention the bank, and he has just sent a message. Thank you. It is just enter. God bless you, sir.
It is sad because,
So the transaction is difficult, when it comes to, moving of money between, and not everybody has access to, the right phone. Yeah, you can use some hash code to send the money, but it's still very, very difficult.
Wow. I think that the federal government should have seen to all this before coming out with that policy, which now has caught people. People have lost lots of business when it comes to this. Traders might have lost lots of money there, but I don't know. We don't take into account all these things. So now let's move on to this accident that has happened. How are Nigerians with blood donation? And when it comes to Africans as a whole, especially Black Africans, when it comes to blood donation, we don't do well in there. When it comes to this part of the world, at times they need people to donate either for some organ transplant or things. We don't do well at all. Now, when it happens with this accident, what are people doing? Do Nigerians respond to that?
Again, it's still part of education. A lot of Nigerians are not educated, to understand, giving back. Giving back is not just about monetary wise. Giving back is also important in a way that, you can give the blood. But some of the problem is not just the giving of the blood, is also that maybe you end up giving blood and you end up taking something out because the needle that will be used on you is not sterile. It's not sterilized. So they end up using the same needle that is, and some of these could also infect individuals. I give blood here every now and then, because it is important, to help, the community that I live here in UK. So, and I'm just trying to see if we can. The engineer is going to bring, one of my latest one I did just last year. And I've just received even an email that, they're going to be needing more from someone like us. It is good to give blood, but again, it is all about the education surrounding it. Some of our Black communities do not also give blood here in UK. And the reason for that is, most of them are worried. They are concerned that probably maybe they might end up trying to give blood, especially if you are probably, not in the system, then you might end up picked up. So, but again, it has nothing to do with that. It's just giving is something that is very, very important, to the community. But a lot of our people are scared to give blood donation. But we do encourage people to give blood. It is part of what is needed in every society, especially with this current situation that has just occurred in Lagos State. Please, if you can make your way to the emergency services that we've mentioned, try and get there as quickly as possible. Your blood will be needed, and we hope that those that are still, going through these difficulties will be looked after quickly, and thorough inquiries, and whoever needs to be penalized for such, whether from the management of the bus driver that is representing Lagos State, somebody must pay, not the prayer, because even Greece that has a system that works. We've seen protests happening since almost last week for the negligence of the train accident that killed 54 people in Greece.
Yeah. Well, listeners, it is already there's someone there, but we want to encourage you that be rest assured. They don't take your blood, and it's the excess blood that you have that they take. So if they check you and you don't have that excess, they won't take your blood. That's one thing that you have to understand. And again, we are telling the authorities that when you are doing blood transfusion blood donation, please bring this. Let everybody have one stream. Don't giving somebody straight to another person. In that case, people are not confident in the system and wouldn't want to do that. So please, our health experts, please do that. And if you're going to sterilize it, then sterilize it properly for us. Please. Thank you. I think they heard it.
Well, that's the most important thing. Yes, we want them to hear that. Yes.
Yeah. Thank you, Yomi. Yeah, before we go.
Well, it is since the Thursday edition. Archie has the rest of the program. I will be coming back again same time tomorrow. May Nigeria never happen to us. It has happened to some this morning. We pray and we send our condolences to them. But one thing, and I guess I just want to bring quickly that picture before I go. I believe we have that picture, and that just to prove that we are also giving blood. So there's nothing to be scared of. It is what is needed to support our community, and that is needed. Giving to the blood donation, as you can see there. And this is last year where I was giving my own blood as well. So Star Radio UK, as much as we're here, we also do within the community whatever we can do, since this is where we live. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Olayomi, for that wonderful presentation and that support. And it's educating you as well. Make sure that you go into the nature of that as well. Yomi, thank you very much and see you tomorrow.
Bye for now.
Bye. Well, listeners, it is Star Radio UK. As I did say earlier on, the difficulty are wet.
Well, and tó bá lè fún wọn ní ẹ̀jẹ̀ ní Lagos State, ẹ bá lọ fún wọn lẹ́jẹ̀ yín. I give blood all the time here in UK. I'm always happy to do so without any hesitation. It's been a long one, almost 4 hours. We hope that the message has been delivered. Please give blood. It is important. Blood is needed ASAP as we speak right now. Let me show you one of my pictures that you saw it now. The one that I give the blood to. Only the blood as we speak right now. I'm also getting this report. 1,671 permanent voters card was found somewhere in Apapa. Ogaju. Olagbara. Criminality of the town in Nigeria. Láyé. Criminality of the town in there. It's just a shitty country. So, àníri jù bẹ́ẹ̀ lọ ẹ̀yin gbogbo ọmọ káàárọ̀ òjíire. Let us remember that we have a lot of work to do. We still need to continue to educate. Education on the problem to one Nigeria. Education zero. No standard education. No standard education láti ẹ lọ fún wọn lẹ́jẹ̀ o, wọ́n ní ẹ̀jẹ̀ mo fẹ́ mu jáde. So mo fẹ́ post kankan kí wọ́n mú síta sọ́dọ̀ tèmi náà. Wọ́n ní di ẹ̀jẹ̀, ẹ fún wọn ní ẹ̀jẹ̀. Blood is needed ASAP. Donate the blood. Kò lè pa yín lára, díẹ̀ náà lọ máa ń yọ. Àwọn ìyá ọ̀dẹ̀ ní mẹ́jẹ yan Nàìjíríà á mẹ́jẹ. So let me show you what I have at the back side. Jẹ́ ká padà sí bíbá. Mo kí gbogbo alẹ́ nǹkan sí o. Láti ṣetán lọ́wọ́ àmọ́ lọ rest mi. Kò fẹ́ padà wá lálẹ́ ìgé ìlàgbọ́rọ̀ lọ. Mo kí gbogbo yín olólùfẹ́ wa. Eshigo Yami Omolara, thank you so much. Akanji Oladapo Muki. This is me. On that refresher. I do give blood all the time. But I want to send message to me can donate blood. So mo tẹ̀rí tí mo wọ ìtẹ̀mọ̀bìtì yẹn wà. Ìkan tí máa ń lò mo post it recently. Ẹ jẹ́ n wò bóyá mo lè rí. I have so put a catalogue of files ó wà lọ́wọ́ mi. Èyí tí bá fẹ́ lò bẹ́ẹ̀ ni máa ń lò nígbà mi. Done a lot of pictures, videos. So that can't give blood. It's good, you know. I know Nigerians don't like all these kind of things, you know. Yama meje ejeke. Lord donate eje. Kọ́ gbẹ́jẹ́ lọ. Kọ́ máa fẹ̀jẹ̀ lóru. Gbogbo àwọn poverty mentality náà ni. Ẹ̀jẹ̀ ó lọ ń fà lọ. Ẹ lọ donate ẹ̀jẹ̀ fáwọn èèyàn wa. At least ẹ̀jẹ̀ ṣá lọ ní kẹ́ wá donate nísìn. Kọ́ má bàa gbé àwọn káwọn èèyàn wa má bàa kú. At least ẹ lọ donate ẹ̀jẹ̀ o. Èyí tí mo fi jókòó mọ̀ ọ̀dẹ̀ rí ṣá rà kó wọ́n take mi ni. So ẹ̀yin tèmi ibi tá a máa parí ètò yìí sí náà ti fẹ́ dé yìí o. It's been a long go. Ṣé lọ wá picture yẹn kan tó ń gbẹ̀jẹ̀ mi báyìí. Mo mẹ̀jẹ̀ mélòó gan lèmi gan ní tí mo lọ ń fún wọn lẹ́jẹ̀. Ẹ̀jẹ̀ mélòó gan ló wà lára tèmi gan sef. But that's what I call humanity. You give blood. You give blood now. Pictures tó pọ̀ jù. Ẹran lọ ti gbé síwájú mi báyìí nísìn. Ó ti ń wọ̀ mí lójú wọ̀nyàn báyìí. Ẹran ti wà níwájú yìí. Mo ọ̀gbọ́n kankan mọ́ báyìí, mo dẹ̀ rí kankan mọ́. Mo kí ọgbọ̀n ará Dublin. Mo kí àwọn ti Ivory Coast, Sierra Leone, Libya. Yoruba people all over the place. Cuba, Jamaica. Àwa káàkiri all over the place. Ọlọ́run kó dé ìgbìyànjú aládé. Àbá dá dúró. Wàá respect wa lágbàáyé. Wọ́n ní respect wa as Nigerians kò possible. But Nigeria is not a country. Màá rí later, màá post ẹ̀ sórí social media. Màá lọ wá, màá post ẹ̀. Kódà pé bí around November kọ́ mo lọ ṣe blood kìíní yẹn. Ọjà tó ti sáànì nísìnyí pé kí n wá ṣe mí. Lọ fún ọ lẹ́jẹ̀. Ìyá mẹ́jẹmẹ́jẹ. Nigeria, what a country. Lọ́mọ ẹ̀ka jáde ká máa sunkún kún lọ́wọ́ Nàìjíríà. The quicker tá a bá bọ́ta nínú ẹ̀, the better for everybody. All right, ẹ̀yin tèmi, ẹ ká máa tẹ̀síwájú. Ẹ lọ donate ẹ̀jẹ̀ o. Ẹ bá lọ donate ẹ̀jẹ̀. Àwọn èèyàn wa náà ni o. Ẹni tó bá lè dé gbàgádà, ẹ tètè lọ bá wa donate ẹ̀jẹ̀, à ń bẹ̀ yín ni. That's the only thing we can ask you to do. For humanity's sake. Ẹ lọ donate ẹ̀jẹ̀. Ẹ bá a máa rántí ìjìnlẹ̀ Marcus nínú àdúrà ní gbogbo ìgbà. Ẹ bá a máa rántí ìjìnlẹ̀ Marcus. Ìjìnlẹ̀ Marcus. Ẹ bá a máa rántí ẹ̀. Kọ́ lọ bá wa tú sílẹ̀. Kó bá wa dúró ti mọ̀lẹ́bí ẹ̀. It's not easy. Every day they ló máa ń ṣe program. Every day ni ìjìnlẹ̀ máa ń ṣe program. You know, so imagine in 30 minutes lára ìjìnlẹ̀. But I need give up. Our kan máa continue. Ìjìnlẹ̀ máa bá wa lẹ́nu ẹ̀ padà. Àṣẹ ìgbìmọ̀. Láàbà ń dúró ti mọ̀lẹ́bí ẹ̀. It's not easy. So, any hope for Yoruba nation again? Hope tán nínú Yoruba nation, ta ló sọ pé hope ti tán tẹ́lẹ̀? Scotland gan tó ń fẹ́ gba tó ní fọ̀n tó lẹ́kọ̀ọ́ náà gan wọ́n sì ń jà fún self-determination. there's always hope now. Maybe I should play you this video and don't bury it. Mr. Kati. Yeah, there's still very strong hope. Maybe you should listen to this. I'll come back.
Other countries were refused at first, but we have to remember, and this is a really important point, that self-determination is an inalienable
international right and a law as well. And other countries will recognise Scotland's democratic choice expressed at the ballot box. They will recognise that because that is the route that many other countries have taken in order to become independent. And just to make that point that international law is very pragmatic on that point. So we should have confidence in.
So, I'm not done this. My parents record. Good 4 hours. Yeah, so there's still hope. Yeah, there's still hope for the Yoruba nation, and we should not think that there's no more hope. So that's how far we can go this morning. About this strength, you don't see Igboho before we go. The more thing about donating blood, the more your bone marrow will refresh your blood. Actually, going Princess Adebimpe. The more about donating ẹ̀jẹ̀, the more lo mama for mo kin ba ẹ̀gbọ́n mi bàbá wa Ayọ̀ Obembe. Thank you so much for joining. So that's how far I can go today. I have to go now. Like I said, if we have the strength, we'll come back in the night for what we call the late night broadcast. So let's play the anthem and then we call it a day from here. Rest partner. So that's my full screen. I can reduce the volume in the car where my daddy can listen to the anthem. And here we go. Ìgbàgbọ́ láti bẹ̀rù àṣìṣe ìṣọ̀kan ìkẹjẹ tẹ̀síwájú ọ̀pọ̀ ohun ọmọ òdì ọ̀sẹ̀ ipò ìrẹ́ni ìmọ́lẹ̀ ìgbàdúláwọ̀ àwa ní ìmọ́lẹ̀ Ogun Manchester, mo kí Alájà ìrùn ló bá dé. Mo kí ogun ẹni ti Manchester. Ẹ bá ń kí Alájẹ Manchester pẹ̀lú àwọn ẹ̀gbọ́n mi. Pẹ̀lú ọ̀rẹ́ mi àdáda Azeez oníbúrẹ́dì. Oníkóyíkó tí wàá di oníwàhálà lórí social media. Àjọlá Abẹ́òkúta Grammar School ni. Aziz oní búrẹ́dì ní Manchester mo kí gbogbo ẹ̀yin tí Manchester ẹ má wọ rí bí a heritage bá ti ráyè àtúnṣeré wa ẹ̀hán ló máa ń drive tí bá ti ní ẹ̀ tó máa gbé mi màá wá sí Manchester màá ṣeré wá lẹ́ẹ̀kan sí DZ123 gbogbo ẹ̀yin tí MixLR ẹ pàdé mi lálẹ́ Nigeria will never happen to us amen ẹ jàgbá 172 listeners ìgboro ti dàrú lórí MixLR mi o ẹ bá ń kí wọn ti Birmingham Newcastle England Wales Scotland Belgium Australia Sydney Japan Malaysia ẹ̀gbọ́n mi kan pé wà mọ́ láti ta mo tẹ̀gbúrò ẹ̀gbọ́n mi kan tó máa ń pọ̀ wá láti Sudan. You know, now that the movement has been divided, we don't even know where everybody is. So, but entabari náà lárí àdéhùn bẹ́ẹ̀ lọ. Ẹ̀gbọ́n mi Ṣẹ́gun ọ̀nà kò ní bàjẹ́ fún yín. Ẹ jẹ́ àgbọ̀ Imam Ọ̀fà and then I will close the broadcast.
Wọ́n ní Nàìjíríà tó fún ẹni bẹ́ẹ̀ pẹ́. Nàìjíríà tó fẹ́ ní jẹ́ sí pèsè.
Ọ̀tọ̀ ní tí mo lọ mú tẹ̀sán.
Báyìí mo lè ní gbogbo yín. Àfáàwé náà wá sí ọmọ kí gbogbo wọn lọ ọmọ alága lórí ìgbòho ọmọ ẹ̀dá nù wọn. Kọ́lá tí Nàìjíríà máa bá bọ́ ìjọba gbègbè èmi wà náà tí wọ́n sọ. Ẹyẹ gémi eré pa ẹgbẹ́ nìyẹn ní gbogbo nǹkan kò sẹ́ni kí kò sí pa. Gbẹ̀yìn kọsẹ̀ kò lè rí òkú lọ fúnta. Ìṣúná kò sómi. Ó gbóòdò ọ̀nà ọdún mẹ́fà wọn ò ní ṣe eruku pàrọ̀ àdúgbò tán. Ọmọ Oòduà. Ọ̀gá Fúlàní, ọ̀gá Fúlàní, ọ̀gá Fúlàní ló jẹ́ o. Yorùbá nation yìí ti gbogbo wa ni. Kó má gbọ́dọ̀ bàjẹ́, torí kò sílùú mìíràn.
Ẹ ṣe ìyá mi Yétúndé Tàlàbí ẹ ṣe gan ni.
Life is so funny. You come with nothing, then fight for everything, and later leave everything and go back with empty hand. God is powerful.
Ẹ máa bá rán wọn létí ìyá mi Esther ọ gbọ́dọ̀ láìkí program yìí bọ́ fẹ́ bọ́ kọ̀ àwọn kan wà silent listener tí wọ́n ní pọ́fí wá gbọ́n tí kò ìkútú bẹ́ sọ ojoojúmọ́ dẹ̀ máa rí nǹkan sọ ẹ pàdé mi lálẹ́ agbára Ọlọ́run mú lọ sùn máa lọ jẹun nísùn á sùn á tún padà bọ̀ lálẹ́ ẹni tó bá ní mọ̀ ní dé là ní dé bá ọ̀la ẹ̀ èmi ni last man standing gbogbo tẹ́ ẹ̀ rírí láyé ni mo máa gbé wá sórí program fún yín. Thumbs up, just reason. What about Jare? That's now.